Well, a very good afternoon, race fans, and a warm welcome to British Automobile Racing Club Motorsport here on BARC TV, here at Brands Hatch, the home of motorsport in the south of England. And a very busy weekend of racing indeed. No fewer than 21 races to get through this weekend, a total of 9 taking place here today. We have got Caterham Motorsport galore here this weekend with all of the Caterham Motorsport work-supported regular championships. The grid forming up for the first race, so we'll bring you that as they go round on their green flag lap. The first race of the weekend, the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship, and its championship leader number 8 Ben Timmons on pole, alongside welcome returnee number 21 Charlie Lower. Second row number 17 Harry George and 28 Nick Bryant. Theo Theato number 72 on row 3 alongside 20 James Empson. Then number 9 Dan Hope, 14 Rob Kennelly, 93 Craig Boyle and 94 Megan Bruce completing the top 10. Behind them on the grid, 97 James Moon on row 6 lines up alongside 56 of Craig Story. Row 7, 88 Ryan Wilby, a race winner at the last meeting at Knock Hill, alongside 33 Zach Lower, brother of Charlie. And then we've got 77 Harvey Lawrence, 50 Toby Boys, 22 Louise Deason, 66 Oliver Kibblewhite, 23 Gary Cross, 99 Benja Headley completing the top 10, top 20 I should say. In the final 3 rows of the grid, 31 Andrew Bailey and 68 Darren Butler, 12 Oliver Knight and 63 Andy Palmer. The final row is 49 Graham Finlayson and 87 Henry Littlejohn. My name's Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through the action here this weekend. Alongside me, a man who knows far more about Caterham racing than I do, former Caterham champion Chris Hutchinson.
Great, welcome everybody along, and you can see this 270R grid just getting themselves all formed up now, just ready for race 1. Some unusual names back in the fold here. Charlie Lower alongside Ben Timmons. So Charlie Lower, last we saw him in the 7 Championship UK cars at Alton Park, but he's back here in the 270R class. And also Harry George, British GT driver, back last race with us back in the academy, but he's back out there. You can see him as we get the race underway then.
So we're underway then, and it's not a great start by the pole sitter there, Ben Timmons, down into that first corner. Charlie Lower it is who takes the lead. A couple of interlopers on the grid for this one. Ben Timmons, though, has almost sewn up the championship with this round and Donington Park still to go. 3 races taking place at each. It's Charlie Lower who leads into Druid's Hairpin for the first time. Looks like they've all got round Paddock Hill and Druid. Something flew off there. Somebody's lost a rear wheel arch already. Look at the lead Charlie Lower's got as they head through Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Ben Timmons is back in third place. It's Nick Bryant in second place, proving that it can be advantageous to start from the outside of the grid here on the Brands Hatch Indy circuits.
Yeah, Ben Timmons didn't get second. Didn't make it go off the line, but he has fought his way back through. You can say Megan Bruce there alongside Harry George dropping back. Louise Deason fighting with a broken hand, so that's hard work as this field all flows through then to complete one. He absolutely checked out. Charlie Lower then over the line to complete lap 1. Timmons has fought his way back up to second after dropping down. Bryant, like you say, in that third place. Harry George, welcome back to 4th place off the grid. Empson, Theato, Hope and Wilby are lining up to the top 8.
Well, Ryan Wilby, who struggled in qualifying, as we said, he's third in the championship, scored a win last time out in Scotland at Knock Hill. He's gained considerable places after a poor qualifying. He's up to 8th already, gaining 5 places on that opening lap. But it's Charlie Lower who led by 1 1/4 seconds at the end of lap 1, ahead of the championship leader Ben Timmons. He got past Nick Bryant coming into Surtees Bend on the first lap. Then Harry George in 4th, and the number 20 of James Empson in 5th position. There is the green car ahead of Theo Theato, the number 72, the McCat, as his car is nicknamed, in the orange of McLaren. Coming over the line to complete lap number 2. You see the cars moving up high to take the racing line for Paddock Hill Bend. Trying to get around the outside is Harry George in the black car, and James Empson going with him in the green machine, trying to get around Nick Bryant. And Harry George has done it, drawing on his experience of GT and sports car racing this year. Theo Theato ran wide there. I think that was Ryan Wilby who came through on the inside with the red wheels. And also coming through behind him, that's Daniel Hope in the number 9 car as well. So plenty of typical Caterham battling already here on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit on the shorter layout here this weekend. Had a few drops of rain earlier this morning, but things, fingers crossed, now just beginning to dry up.
Forecast dry the rest of the day. Is a strong headwind as they go down the start-finish straight, though. This is why you'll be seeing lots of overtaking today into Paddock Hill Bend then. And yeah, Wilby is having a great start to this race. He's moved himself all the way up there, just following along behind Empson. They have lost a little bit of touch to our lead group, though, but Ben Timmons is firmly back in contact with the lead group ahead of this Bryant and Empson battle as they go side by side. You can see how much the toe is worth as Wilby also tries to line up Bryant. Theo Theato wide last time, but looking to see whether he can carry any speed around the outside for the tuck under. Doesn't quite manage it. He's going to look to see up the inside of Druids then, but here is our lead group. Charlie Lower is just ahead of Ben Timmons. Then we've got Harry George, then it's this Empson battle and this gaggle of car that are all heading through, but there is our lead group then. Charlie Lower just heading Ben Timmons, who's come across a big gap in a very short space of time.
We saw Zach Lower in the yellow and black car there, Charlie's brother, sliding his way around the outside of the hairpin at Druids.
First time they've raced together on the grid. Great to have them here both on the same Caterham grid for the first time.
Ben Timmons showing his prowess here, the man from Chelmsford in Essex. He's come through from the Caterham Academy up through Road Sports. He was champion in Road Sports last season, now looking to take the title in the 270R division. He really is a driver to watch in Caterham. Look at them weaving about down the Brabham Straight there as Charlie Lower tries to stay ahead of Ben Timmons. Timmons trying to get a toe off Charlie Lower there into that plunge through Paddock Hill Bend. It's not until you walk this circuit you realise just how steep that section of the circuit is. Harry George going with them. It's Empson 4th, Bryant down to 5th, having run 2nd early on. Then Ryan Wilby's up to 6th now. Theo Theato side by side with Daniel Hope. Then Zach Lower and it's Craig Boyle, the 93, completing the top 10. They head along the Cooper Straight for what is the 5th time in this opening race of the weekend. The Caterham 270R Championship, supported by Mission Motorsport, the Forces Motorsport charity. This is effectively the 3rd tier, isn't it, of Caterham factory-supported racing?
Yep, we'll be talking about the whole Caterham ladder today. We've got all steps of the Caterham ladder out and in action today. This is, like you say, the 3rd step, and we'll talk around how that all works as Zach Lower there absolutely on Hope's tail as he's seeing what he can do up into there's also Boyle, I think, going to make it 3 wide for the first time. It won't be the last time we see that, especially with that headwind. Hope down the inside, Charlie and Lower holding on around the outside. That's Zach Lower, sorry. And then Boyle seeing what he can do about it. They're sort of shuffling themselves out. Great action already from the 270R, which have given us some great racing throughout the course of this season. There's Boyle down the inside then. So it is Zach Lower who lost out overall in that general battle in this gaggle of cars. There's Megan Bruce diving down the inside of 2 of them.
That's
as
brave.
They go into Graham Hill Bend that time. Last time out took that podium position and getting her elbows stuck out wide. Half of the field were covered by a second in qualifying. You can see how close it is for these cars.
Megan Bruce, the regular single-seater racer in GB4, among other things, she knows no fear at all, as she's proved several times already in Caterham's and single-seaters this season. The leaders are just going over the line. Harry George has definitely reeled in our top 2. They're covered by 7/10 of a second, the first 3 now. Empson in 4th place, then Bryant, Wilby, and then this battle further back. Here comes Megan Bruce. She's got Rob Kennelly on her tail in the blue at number 14 car, and he's chased by 97, which is James Moon. Leaders up into Druids. It'll soon be 5. I think they've reeled the leaders in here. It'll be 5 line astern for the lead. Megan Bruce there in the red and white, almost the Marlborough look-alike car. Proof that that livery looks good on anything. Chasing down Craig Boyle. There go the leaders. Charlie Lower in the number 21 car. The man from Seaford leads the number 8 of Ben Timmons. Charlie Lower, great to have him back in the championship here today, but Ben Timmons may not agree because he might be losing points here in 2nd place and he's trying to win the championship.
Charlie will be a guest driver, so whilst he will take pots away, he will not be taking points away, as will Harry George behind, just going for pots. And here's Harry George firmly in the toe. Now you can see how powerful that toe is. Harry George looking in the quad lock car around the outside, they're not able to make it happen, but we'll see whether he can tuck it back under. Timmons having to defend now, so whilst he's been on the offensive, he's now going to lose that position up as Harry George slides underneath him, and that's normally 90% of the time will lead to a gained position, but Timmons is doggedly hanging around the outside. Empson's going to see what he can do about demoting Ben Timmins, who has to now slip into line. You can see here around the Brands Hatch circuit, if you get out of line, if you get shuffled to one side, if you go for an overtake that doesn't happen, you can quickly be shuffled back in time. And Charlie Lowe is doing everything he can to shake the toe of the drivers behind. He knows how powerful that headwind. You can see out our window here how much the wind is blowing the flag directly down the start-finish straight. And that means that into Paddock Hill Bend all day today, we're going to see big action.
Well, James Empson going superbly. The best he's had this year is a second place at Cadwell Park up in Lincolnshire. So he could be on for a podium here if he plays his cards right. 12.5 minutes of this race still to go. This 20 minutes opening race of the weekend for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. And Ben Timmins having a look on the inside of Harry George, who moves across him into Druids. James Empson in the green car will try and go around the outside. All this battling is going to allow Charlie Lower to re-establish his lead slightly. Empson up the inside. That's a great cutback into Graham Hill Bend. He's up into second place. Stuck it on the outside through Druids. Kept the move on, kept his foot in, and he's through into second, looking to at very least equal his best result of the year so far.
Only works when the cars in front of you trip up each other going into Druids, and that's exactly what we saw. We saw Harry George and Ben Timmins having a bit of an argument into Druids, and that let Empson, the outside line, turns into the inside round Graham Hill. So whilst it's not a common move, we do see it in Caterham's quite a lot, especially as they're tripping up. Ben Timmins now firmly in that toe, look to the outside, but that's going to mean that Harry George remains in that toe. He used the final bit of that toe to get down the inside of Empson. It's going to change every single time we go into Paddock Hill, an exciting part of the track there. Empson having to hold on round the outside, and he's going to have to be careful that Brian doesn't sneak up the inside, which it looks like the opportunistic blue car there. Not quite managing it this time, but he has got the run down the inside as Timmins is still fighting with Harry George.
And Nick Bryant closing up as well in that chrome blue and Dayglow yellow livery, number 28, side by side for third place. We've not really seen the lead changes so far in this race, and that could be significant later on. Charlie Lower all the way. We'll give you more info on that at the end of this race, but Charlie Lower leads as the battle rages for second place. It's now George ahead of Timmins, then it's Empson, Bryant, then a little gap back to next in the order, I think it's Ryan Wilby, the 88. We'll see as they come to. Yes, it is Wilby with the red cage and wheels, about 1.5 seconds further back. They're going to try and go three wide. Trying to go through the middle is James Empson, but it's Ben Timmins around the outside, back up into P2 as they came over the line. The lead is just over a second for Charlie Lower. Up the hill into Druids, it's Timmins on the inside. He holds that second place in that maroon and white colour car, not the car he started the season with. He's changed cars in mid-season. Another driver very kindly lending him a Caterham 7 270R. Harry George holding off James Empson. There's still 10 minutes of this race to go. This is fantastic. We're not even at half distance yet.
Yes, we went straight into the action, and they've actually piled on the action straight away from the off. Charlie Lower, like you say, has been in the lead since that green light went out, but he's not having it all his own way. Here's the Hope and Zach Lower battle as they fight their way around clearways and onto this crucial start-finish straight. It's going to be exciting all day along here. Charlie Lower did cross the line ahead of Timmins. He's got a little bit of a gap there over then George, Empson, Bryant all together on the track, and you can see that Timmins has got that little tiny gap over Harry George, who's now having to deal with his mirrors rather than fighting forward. A little bit wide there out of Paddock Hill as well. They're going to have to be careful. There are sensors around this track that will dock them and start penalising them if they leave the edge of the track too many times.
Yes, the way the track limits system work is your first offence is noted by the officials. The second, you'll get the black and white warning flag just as a warning, and after that you will get time penalties. The first penalty will be 5 seconds for your third offence, and 5 seconds is a heck of a lot in a Caterham race, especially when given the first 7 cars in this race are currently covered by 3.5 seconds. This is the second group going through. They're covered by a lot less than that. There's a battle a little further back, the 56 car. That's Craig Story. He's down in 13th place at the moment. Rob Kennelly's dropped back as well. The number 14 car is just behind him. Side by side between Wilby and Theato. Theato going for the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. Is that going to work for him? It is. He's going to move up into P6 around the outside. He's going to go after
there was a car in the gravel trap
leading group.
There was a car in the gravel trap, and that must be from someone higher up.
Safety car is coming out.
So there is the 23 in the gravel then.
Yeah. 23, that's Gary Cross, the man from Macclesfield in Cheshire, and he certainly will be cross with himself having gone into the gravel there. So we have our first safety car of the weekend.
We've got another car up at Druids, you can see on the right side of your screen there. So maybe there's one and one might make two there, as maybe they've had a bit of contact and they've got a car just stuck at the outside of Druids.
Okay, we couldn't quite see who that was. We'll pick that up in a moment. The Ford safety car is out on track for our first safety car period of the race then.
See the cars then all back under control and following along behind that. Charlie Lowe is not going to be happy. He's got Ben Simmons right on his, and with 8 minutes left, it looks like we will still have time to get this race up and running again. They will have to extract that car from the gravel trap at Paddock and then get rid of the car at Druids, as the safety car leads them slowly around to let the marshals do their job and bunch all this pack up. It's been an exciting race so far. Had hardly a breath to be able to talk it through, but yeah, there is Cross's car in the gravel trap. You can see the recovery vehicle ready to pick him up and move that car. Hopefully it'll just be a matter of bringing him to the tarmac, and then he can put it behind the barrier so we can get the race going as quick as we possibly can and save a bit of that final, what will end up being, I think, about a 3-minute blast to the line.
Craig Story's the other car we've lost, the number 56 up at Druids. He's pulled off up there, was running in 14th place, the man from West Mayon. So he's out of the race as well. His car will be pushed behind the barriers by the marshals. We had a couple of cars go off at Druids Bend, at Paddock Hill Bend, I should say, in qualifying as well. Ended up on the edge of the circuit there, so a couple of red flags in the qualifying sessions earlier on.
Testing's all been dry for the last couple of days here. We had rain shower, like you say, this morning, and the 270s are actually out on a damp and greasy track in the qualifying, and it's certainly what we'd call a green track at the moment, just starting to get itself rubbered back in after that rain, and it can affect the grip out there. And Paddock Hill, with the wind being gusty like it is today, it can quickly catch you out, and just either having to get out the throttle or get on the brake pedal because someone's having a moment in front of you can easily lead to being stuck in that gravel trap. Again, don't think it'll be the last time we see that today, especially with this headwind down here. But this 270R grid looking as colourful as ever. Megan Bruce was making good progress, but it looks like that's stalled a little bit. She's in 10th place. I think she must have dropped a couple of places back after we watched that early progress. And but looking to see whether she can get in these final few minutes back anything more than 10th place. And but it's Charlie Lower in the pole position lead in that 21 car, ahead of Ben Timmins, our championship leader. Remember, Timmins isn't losing any championship points isn't losing any championship points, but will want to still make sure he finishes ahead of his nearest rival, which is Nick Bryant. And Thea Theato, a bit of a Brands Hatch specialist, dropped a little bit off the line from the checkered flag, from the green light, but is now back into that 6th place. And you saw going around the outside of Paddock Hill Bend on Ryan Wilby. He's certainly got some speed and, like I say, specialism in that car around here. He loves it.
Trackside recovery in attendance. Steve Bewers and his team here, as always, helping out our wonderful marshalling team. Our thanks, as always, to our volunteers in the Orange family. We could not go racing without them. Now, I mentioned lead changes earlier on. I was told by our ace interviewer, Ian Waterhouse, who's down in Parc Fermé this weekend, there's a little bit of a competition going on. If you can predict the number of lead changes we will see in our Caterham races this weekend, across the whole weekend, and we've seen how much action there is in Caterhams, then there's a little prize on offer. A Caterham Motorsport baseball cap is the prize. So get predicting in the comments on our YouTube feed how many lead changes we will see in our Caterham races. There'll be observers on there taking your answers. So how many lead changes in our Caterham races do you think there's going to be across the whole weekend? A lot, I think.
Yeah, just take whatever you think and multiply it by 3. But this race hasn't had a lead change up and since the green light. But nevertheless, with 4 minutes still to go, I wonder how they're getting on with that recovery. It does look like we're going to get that kind of 3-minute blast to the line, as long as this is the final lap of the safety car. See them all feeding down here across the line in front of our commentary position. Watching them all out there. 270, like we said, 3rd step of the motorsport ladder. We have got the academy coming up soon, and that's the opening step of our motorsport ladder. We will talk through all of those details, but after the academy you go to road sport, and then once you complete road sport you go into this class, which is the 270. That nose cone on Story's car hanging off does rather look like he may have made rear contact with Cross, who was in the gravel. That kind of looks like what might have happened, but it does look like we're getting him loaded, so it won't be long before that truck can move away and get behind the barriers and let this race get back underway. Fingers crossed we get at least that single blast to the line, although pretty sure that Charlie Lowe won't be thinking that. He wants to come back in here. Whilst he's not going to win points, he definitely wants to take that victory trophy away then.
So the car is on the flatbed, and that's Craig's Story. 2 cars out of the race, sadly. Lower leads from Timmins, George, Empson, Bryant, Theato, Wilby, Hope, Zach Lower, and Megan Bruce is your top 10. She's got ahead of Craig Boyle. Now the light is still on top of the Ford safety car. Once that goes out, it means it's coming in this lap, so it's going to do another lap at least. The problem is, of course, it's only a short lap here on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, so safety car periods do tend to be quite a few laps due to the nature of the circuit. One of the shorter laps in British motorsport, the Grand Prix loop not being used today. 2.5 minutes just over to go, so it might come down to a one-lap sprint for the line. That's going to be fun, if so.
We've seen it before. It is going to be dramatic, to say the least. So as they're no longer this year allowed to overlap at all with the car in front before they cross the green, before they cross the start-finish control line, as they call it. So there is no overtaking or overlapping until they cross that line. That's going to be tricky with this headwind, and how do you manage it? If I'm Charlie Lower, I think I might keep them slow until the actual line is crossed, leave it to the very, very last second. Hard to say, and it's quite a brave driver that does that. You'll see this truck pull to the right-hand side very shortly, and that will be their quickest way back into the paddock, I believe. So we might well be getting under lap, like I say, maybe for a couple of laps with 1:50 left on the clock. By the time they get round, they're doing 54-second laps at the moment.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race, 53.935 by Harry George in this Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship race. First of 3 races for them this weekend.
I think he's dropping back, so I think we are going racing. Yes. That does mean the lights will be out, and it looks like we'll get 2 laps to the conclusion of this 270R race then.
So the race leader doing a bit of a Sebastian Vettel, trying to back up the field. Then he goes. Has he timed it right? I think he has, Charlie Lower. He gets his foot down as they head out onto the Brabham Straight out of Clark's Curve.
Watch the toe here.
Here they come then up towards the timing line. They can't overtake until the stripe. Now it is every man for himself, just over a minute to go. Well, every driver for themselves. Got a few ladies racing this weekend, of course. Ben Timmins holds second place ahead of Harry George as they swing their way through paddock up towards Druids. In fourth place behind them, it is James Empson, then Nick Bryant. These 4 trying to overlap for second place, but Charlie Lower has got away. There's a little bit of contact there. Nick Bryant clipping the back of James Empson, who goes to the left, as he always does there, to hold the inside line for the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Wait to see if the checkered flag does come out this time, whether we'll get one more lap in this.
Will be round the outside of Theato. I think we'll get one more lap in before that checkered flag is shown, but yeah, Wilby is now back ahead of Theato, so they're demoting him after that outside move. Harry George looking thirsty for that second place though. Timmins has got a little bit of a comfort gap, but Charlie Lower looks like he's checked out just about enough as they head round to start their last lap then.
Over the line they go, Lower taking the inside, then jinking up to the outside to take the optimum racing line for Paddock Hill Bend. It is looking good for the number 21 of Charlie Lower out of Paddock Bend up into Druids for the final time. I don't think Ben Timmins is going to catch him here. Harry George just looking on from third place, the British GT driver, down into Graham Hill Bend for the last time. They swing their way through the left-hander that's been repeatedly reprofiled over the years, along the Cooper Straights into the left at Surtees, then it's McLaren past the entry to the Grand Prix loop. A little bit of a slide there from Charlie Lower through towards Clearways, then the long right of Clark Curve onto the Sir Jack Brabham Straights, and it's going to be a win in our first of 21 races across the course this weekend here on BARC TV for number 21. Charlie Lower comes up to take the checkered flag over the line, takes the win. Ben Timmins comes over in second.
Look at this.
Harry George is third, and the rest of them charge home over the line. Too quick for me to call them. It was George third, Empson fourth, Ryan Wilby got fifth ahead of Nick Bryant, Theo Theato seventh ahead of Dan Hope, Zach Lower and Megan Bruce completing the top 10. 24 cars go the distance, and thanks to the safety car they were covered by 15 seconds.
Amazing stuff. Starting Caterham action as we mean to go on. Charlie Lower jumping in this 270R class and immediately putting himself at the top of the timesheets. Timmins will be happy with that second because it's going to be full championship points for him as he charges his way towards that championship. Harry George again jumping into the 270R class, and last time we saw him he was in the 310R class, wasn't he, before he then went off to British GT. Nice to see him back here in the 270s. Empson will take second place for championship points, but fourth place out on track will Wilby did make the best over the top of Theato, who also lost out to Bryant just in that last little bit. So Bryant there in 6th place, Theato and Hope. Everyone having a good race. Jack Lower, the second of the Lower brothers, into 9th place, so top 10, and Megan Bruce rounds out that top 10. Here are the official results then.
There is the result confirmed then. 0.7 of a second, the winning margin for Charlie Lower over top point scorer Ben Timmons. Fastest lap went to Harry George at 53.935 in 3rd place. Emson ahead of Wilby, who came through nicely from the 7th row of the grid up into 5th. And Nick Bryant, Theo Theato, Dan Hope, Zach Lower and Megan Bruce, the top 10. Rob Kennelly dropped down the order midway through at 40's way back to 11th ahead of James Moon, Ollie Kibblewhite and Craig Boyle dropping back in the closing stages for 14th ahead of Toby Boys, who completed the top 15. 24 cars went the distance that way. We lost Craig Story and Gary Cross in that tangle coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. So the first race of the weekend comes to a conclusion then. We've got a lunch break coming up next before we head into 8 more races this afternoon, scheduled to start in about 1 hour's time.
Yeah, plenty of Caterham action though throughout the course of the day. Like I say, all 5 steps of the Caterham Motorsport ladder are with us. So we've got the 270s we've seen already. Next up will be the Academy Green Group, so the first step of our Motorsport ladder. And then we'll have a first opportunity to see the Classic Formula Libre class racing out there before the Road Sports, the other Academy White Group, and then we have the Motul 7 310R Championship, 7 Championship UK, the fastest Caterhams we've got here this weekend, before another chance to see the Formula Libre cars, and then ending with a second race today for the 270s. So the 270s have had a qualifying already, and we'll have 2 races by the end of the day, so they've been busy, and they will look forward to seeing the second race for them later on. Hopefully it'll be as drama-filled as that one.
Yes, and it's all Caterhams today except for the CRCC, that's Classic Racing Car Club, Classic Formula Libre races. Now they are 2 very special races indeed, single-seaters from the 1960s and 70s. There are some very special cars in that field new. We've got cars from Formula 2, Formula 3, Formula Ford 2000, Formula Atlantic from America, organised by a new club, the Classic Racing Car Club, which was formed to organise races at the historic meeting of Thruxton in Hampshire, the headquarters of the BARC, for the Jochen Rindt Trophy in memory of the Austrian, the former Formula 1 world champion. So they've got 2 races here today. The Classic Formula Libre, meaning Formula Free, so you can use just about any single seater you want. We've got pretty much everything below the level of Formula 1 racing. A couple of cars on track at the moment in our lunch break doing their mandatory laps because they had problems in qualifying earlier on. So you have to do a minimum number of laps to be eligible to race, and then start at the back of the grid. 3 laps to be precise, so they're out on track. A couple of cars that had problems in qualifying earlier on, so they have to do their laps now. But after lunch we will have the Caterham Academy, the Green Group, the Caterham Academy for novice racers who've never raced anything before. They're split into 2 groups, green and white. They have a race each today. We've also got the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship, mainly for graduates of the Academy from last season, the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship, and then the very top level, the Vertex Caterham 7 UK Championship, the fastest Caterhams of them all. And they are going to be very, very special, very rapid indeed. But hopefully, over the course of the lunch break, we'll hear from our ace reporters Ian Waterhouse and Sam Parker, who are down in the Paddock and Park Ferme.
Well, excitedly, Sam will be in that Caterham Academy Green Group race, the first out after the lunch break, and some exciting news there, so do stick around and come back and watch that, because we've got some exciting coverage to bring you on that. But yeah, so Sam won't be out there initially because she'll be strapped in her car and ready to take the green flag in what is going to be a 4th race out there this season. So exciting times for all our Academy as they head towards the end of their first season of racing.
Okay, a few comments coming in on the YouTube feed already. Don't forget, let us know what you predict the number of lead changes in our Caterham races across the whole weekend is going to be. There's a lot of Caterham races this weekend and probably a heck of a lot of lead changes. Organised by our paddock reporter Ian Waterhouse. There is a little bit of a prize on offer. A Caterham Motorsport baseball cap is the prize for the person who gets the closest guess. That's how many lead changes we'll get. So we're keeping an eye on your comments on the YouTube feed this weekend. So thanks to those who've already played along. Do get your comments in on there. So we'll be heading into our lunch break now for about an hour before our next race for the Caterham Academy Green Group. and we'll see you back a little bit later on.
So we are finally ready for a podium then. The first one on the weekend here at Brands Hatch for the Caterham Motorsport Caterham 270 Championship. We'll welcome the drivers up in reverse order. Starting with third place, Harry George. Well, Harry, onto the podium he comes. He heads down the end, and the CEO of Caterham will hand out the trophies to him as well. Some taking champagne very shortly for the drivers. Second place onto the podium comes Ben Tiller as well. Ben, championship leader coming to Brands Hatch this weekend. So Ben will take the second set on the podium for the 270 yards, and then the top step for the first time this year. Charlie Darrow, well done Charlie. Many congratulations to him. So he first of 3 races this weekend here at Brands Hatch on the circuit. So he gets his first place trophy and stands at the top of the podium. They'll all gather together for Mr. Snappy himself. John Staples finishes this weekend for Caterham, and they'll all be very happy drivers, I'm sure. For this first race, we're going to work with them in due course once all the podium has been done. And all the champagne going to go. Well, that's unusual for the first race of the weekend, especially with another one to come later on today as well. So we've got the champagne that's been sprayed by the drivers, and then once that has all happened, I will bravely work my way back on to the Grand Prix podium, and we'll have a chat with our top 3 as well. I think they're done, hopefully. By the Braves come back out. Yeah, right. So let's have a word first off there with Charlie. Well done, Charlie. Is this the first time we've seen you this season, please?
Yeah, I did a few races in 420 at the beginning of the season. Massively ran out of budget. Someone offered me a drive this weekend, so yeah, I'm going now.
And it was a nice way to come back, wasn't it, to Caterham with a win there. How did you see that race? You kind of got the gap, didn't you? Then they started spacing out, then we had the safety car, and then you kind of got a good jump.
Yeah, I got a good start and managed to break that toe, which is really hard here with this such a big headwind. I was constantly worried, but yeah, I got a good start. As soon as I saw the safety car roll on, so I know these guys are super fast behind me, so I managed to get a good start again. I'm not sure how or why, but I managed to get a good lead and just held on for 2 laps. So I saw the squabbling behind me, so that was a perfect race for me.
You kind of come into this weekend, do you know that there's a championship on the line, so you've got all that kind of plan around you as well?
Well, I'm only a guest, so I don't take any points away, but Tim has obviously done a very good job all year, and he has been winning every single race, so I thought I would...
Did he make it face behind?
No, Ben Timmons, so you're a right one. Obviously, he's doing very well, and I just came to come see if I can take up the order a bit.
So, Charlie, congratulations on your winning for the first weekend. Not here, you are the championship time, aren't you? You're 11th so far this year. Could we possibly say this weekend?
Wow, fantastic race for the 270R guys. That was awesome, and great to have Charlie Lower back in the in this championship, and of course Harry George. But I can't find Charlie at the moment, so I'm going to come straight to you, Harry, first. Wow, what was it like being back in the Caterham paddock and obviously getting on the podium as well, which is brilliant?
Yeah, no, it's great to be back. Starting third, yeah, it's nice to finish on the podium. Nice to have made a couple of places, but got 2 more races for that. Yeah, it's so physical. It's reminded me how intense it can be. You know, you're on it for 20 minutes straight, and my hands were starting to hurt towards the end, to be fair.
That car's quick, isn't it?
Yeah, can't complain with third, I guess.
Yeah, that's it. You're in Charlie Lower's car as well.
Thanks to him for lending it to me, yeah.
But you know, you're in British GT4, and you're doing very well in that. And
yeah.
you know, that must be such a different race and car and feel and everything, isn't it, compared to Caterham's?
Yeah, exactly. This is basics, and in GTs you're sort of relying on all the aids like traction control, ABS. So from a learning point of view, I've said to everyone I can't recommend it enough. You know, it teaches you the fundamentals of how to control a car, and yeah, it's just great place to start. So
yeah, well, congratulations, good luck for later on.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Harry. Right, I'll come and speak to Ben next. Ben, congratulations.
Hello, Sam.
That was tricky with the safety car as well. You've got to monitor that, haven't you, going through? But you did great, and obviously, but Charlie got a good lead, didn't he?
Yeah, I'll be honest, the race, I was already fighting for second place after my start. Again, I might as well put it in reverse. I just did not move. And I did the same thing on the formation lap, just didn't learn. So straight away I was on the back foot. But look, congrats to Charlie, done very, very well. They did a great job of the restart as well. I just did, my focus is very much on winning the championship. It was just bring it home. For me, that's a win on the road, because Charlie's not registered for the championship, and to be honest, that's all I really care about this weekend. So no, well done to him, but yeah, very, very pleased with that. Points. So go again this afternoon and then tomorrow. So long day today, but yeah, hopefully we can have another good result this afternoon.
Well, wish you all the best. Well done. And then to Charlie, let's come and speak to Charlie. Congratulations, and wow, lovely to have you back in the paddock.
Thank you very much. It's been a very warm welcoming, and yeah, these boys are really fast, but I definitely wouldn't be in the paddock without Giles Perry and Team Perry Motorsport, because they've given me the opportunity to come drive, like a full arrive and drive. So we got the setup pretty nailed in. They're a new team, but their mechanics are definitely very experienced. So yeah, it shows they can run a really fast car, and all we need to do is pedal it.
That's it. Well, you got a great lead as well, didn't you? And again after the safety car.
I think we got a good start. I closed Timon off into turn one, and then it was just about maintaining the gap and trying to break the toe a bit, because it's really strong here. We've got a really strong headwind, so I knew that would be a nightmare. And then the safety car restart, he must have been sleeping a bit, because I managed to get a good gap on him there. So yeah, no, extremely happy.
Excellent, happy days. Well, roll on this afternoon for race 2.
Let's see what we can do. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Well done.
Cheers.
Right, so there you go. I'll head back to Cheesy and Dave in the commentary box. So you've heard from our first podium position people. Oh, and Ian has sneaked up next to me. How's your day going? We've got
Sam,
a lot of racing, haven't we? Yeah.
I just wanted to say hello. It's great to see you. We didn't quite get a chance to do the introduction. It's been a hectic morning, hasn't it? Can I also say as well, forget that Manchester band, right, who've just got back together again, because the real reunion takes place today. Yes, it is great to be back with you, Sam, and of course Caterham for a collaboration with the Classic Racing Car Club today. That's going to be special, but what's even more special is that you're racing today. I
am racing. We are the next race straight after lunch, so yeah, I'm excited, very excited. I qualified P3, which I've never done in my life before. That's the best, qualifying I've had, so I'm excited. I'm with a few different people at that part of the grid, but there's Aaron Oliver in second place. I've raced a lot with him. We race really well together, so I'm really excited.
Now, I saw you going around in qualifying. You were supersonic. You are so quick. I'm so impressed. Now, of course, in the race, you've only got a couple of cars in front of you, so don't look back in anger, will you? And if you make it onto the podium, you'll, of course, be spraying the champagne like a supernova. So I'm really, really looking forward to it. But it is motorsport. Anything can happen, so all you can really do, Sam, is roll with it. We're going to get ourselves, if we get a chance, we'll bring you to the podium now. And, Sam, we'll be with you shortly in the assembly area ahead of your race. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, everybody, how would you like to win a cap just like this? Yeah, courtesy of Caterham. Now, we know the Caterham races, they are full of action. Simple question for you, how many times today do you think the lead is going to change in every single race? In the comment section with the BARC on the YouTube channel over at Caterham, please put the number that you think. The number of overtakes are going to take place across the day just for the lead change. So remember that, just for the lead change. What we will do then, Caterham will pick 3 at random who are the closest, and they will send you out one of these caps. How nice is that? So just to confirm, that competition today running across the BARC YouTube channel and Caterham Motorsport as well. How many times do you think the lead is going to change throughout the course
course of the day. Put a random number in, have a think. If it's an educated guess, have a think. Feel free to watch the races as well and make note if you really want to. Get a little notebook out and make a note if you like. And then next week, Caterham will have a look at it. They'll tot up what the actual number is and the 3 who are the closest. And if there's a tie, then it will just be picked at random and you will get sent one of these Caterham hats. Good luck, everybody, and enjoy the day's racing. It's going to be a cracker. Hello everybody, welcome to the assembly area. Just like that, the lunch break is almost over, and look at this weather today. It is terrible. It is blowing an absolute gale down here as well. No sunshine, casting no shadow at all. But what we're going to do, because it's the Caterham Academy green section here, what we're going to do, we're going to talk to Sam. Now normally of course Sam does the interviews. We've got 1, 2, 3. How good is that? Sam, third on the grid. Let's go have a quick chat with her, see how she's feeling ahead of this one. She was going to do these interviews, but of course she's got to get herself ready. Sam, you're absolutely electric, aren't you? You were flying out there in qualifying.
Do you know what? I was absolutely loving it. I was just enjoying it. So, you know, I thought, well, whatever place I've qualified, you know, it is what it is. And then I saw the cameraman as I was going up to Druids after the checker flag, and he went like that to me, and I thought, what's he doing? And I had no idea I was third, but I'm absolutely like ecstatic about it. So happy.
What's the master plan from here?
Just enjoy it again. Like just try and stay, you know, just concentrate on my race rather than worrying about what other people are doing, and just enjoy it.
Sam, congratulations. Best of luck for the race as well. Whatever happens, Sam's a winner today, isn't she? She's going to conduct the interviews after the race as well. Let's go have a chat with Harrison Cavers here, for the person starting on pole position, just getting themselves strapped in. And it is very, very windy here today. A lot of racing action coming up for you throughout the course of the day as well. After this, we do have the Classic Racing Car Club, the Classic Formula Libre. That is going to be something special as well. If you've ever seen the Jochen Rinkt Trophy, that took place at Thruxton in June. It's the same sort of cars. You're not quite comfortable there, Harrison?
I'm getting there.
You're getting there.
It's a bit tight, these Caterhams, so
yeah,
takes a bit of getting used to, definitely.
It's a bit windy today as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not been as nice as the past couple of days testing, so it's a bit unfortunate, but just get it done.
No, I think the sun's just coming out for you as well, but look, you're in the position everybody wants to be in, but we know these Caterhams, the tow, the overtaking, it's going to be a hectic race, isn't it?
Yeah, it's massive, especially with a small track as well. Should be interesting, but hopefully no crashes, and we'll see how things go.
Top man, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. The cars are starting to line up. What I love about these Caterhams as well is that you have a number of number plates. In fact, sorry to turn you around like that, John. We've got OAP1 over here. Let's go down and have a quick chat. We've got my 07 car there as well. Scott, wonder who's behind the wheel of that one. Scott Darling, of course. We've got Chris here. Let's have a quick chat with Chris, who's got his visor on. Chris, are you ready for this one?
Yes, hopefully better than practice.
Talk me through your season so far. How's it gone?
Surprisingly consistent.
Yeah. And
you see the position I'm in. But that's not the whole of it though. It's fun at the back. It's just as much fun at the back as the front.
It doesn't really matter where you're on these Caterhams, do you? The racing's tight absolutely everywhere. You're always in a battle. How do you stay on it for so long?
I think the young guys have an advantage on that. But yeah, it's a new experience and it's worthwhile doing. And yeah, can't complain at all.
Top man, Chris, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck out there as well. Really do appreciate it. Let's move around a little bit, shall we? Let's go chat to Scott Darling here. We've got, in fact, I was just talking about the next race. They are some of the cars that are going to be taking part in that next race. That is going to be fantastic. We'll be chatting to some of the drivers there. Scott, how are we doing?
Yeah, all good, all good.
You tell me about Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. So where does it rank for you and all of the circuits you've been to?
Favourite so far. I think the positions are staying the same. We're still at the back, but the times are getting tighter. So we're getting closer. I feel we're getting closer.
So that is success for you this season?
100%, yeah.
What have you made of these Caterham cars this season? They look so much fun.
Brilliant fun. So with Louis doing it, I'm only here because Louis doing it, and instead of watching it, why not get behind the wheel? I encourage everyone to do the same.
Top man, best of luck. I really appreciate it, Scott. Really do appreciate that. Almost time to get going. It may as well stay with us a little bit longer. We did just have the whistle go a few minutes ago, so hopefully we should be getting these cars out of track. We are running well ahead of schedule today, by the way, as well. So if you are looking at the timetable, wondering what on earth is going on, we should be in a lunch break. We're just coming to the end of that. We are motoring through. We've got number 44 here, Andrew Davison. Now I've seen Lewis Hamilton come through the grid many times. Can Andrew replicate Hamilton and do the same? Andrew, what are you expecting from this race?
Lewis Hamilton move and finish P1 hopefully.
Yeah, I love it. I love the confidence. Tell me about the car. What's it like to drive around Brands Hatch Indy?
Oh, it's amazing. It's such a lovely car, such a lovely circuit, and it's brilliant around here.
Top man, look, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Almost time to get going. Just before we do that, quick reminder, we did play a little video out, didn't we, about the competition to win one of these hats. How cool is that? Courtesy of Caterham. Now, we know there's plenty of overtaking action. How many times do you think the lead is going to change across the entire day today? Just have a guess. Put it in the comment section at the BARC YouTube channel or Caterham Motorsport. And the three who are the closest, Caterham will send you one of these. How nice is that? Right, almost time to go racing here for the Caterham Academy. It's the green class. I'm going to hand you over to your commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Ian. Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome back to Brands Hatch after the lunch break, running a little ahead of schedule, as Ian said there. Sun starting to burn through the earlier cloud cover now as we get ready for the second of our 21 races across the course of the weekend. 8 races coming up this afternoon. We've got all our Caterham Championships plus the Classic Racing Car Club Classic Formula Libre series. This is the Caterham Academy. It's the green group. They have a green group and a white group, the corporate colours of Caterham. And this is for novice racers in their first season of motorsport. Harrison Cavers has set pole position in car number 51, fresh from his first win at Knock Hill, alongside number 10, Aaron Oliver. Second row, number 7, our very own Sam Parker, her best ever qualifying effort. She's on the second row alongside number 21, Alex Coombs. 24 is Oliver White, not to be confused with the former Formula Ford star of the same name, now racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB, alongside number 3, a man who could take a giant step towards taking the championship today, Bruno van Dijk. Row 4 is Louis Darling, number 25, and 46, James Hall. Completing the top 10, number 8, Ben Snape, and 33, Brian Thornton. On the 6th row, we've got Charlie Nern, number 77, the grandson of one of the founders of the Caterham Cars Company all those years ago, alongside number 17, Dan Crawley. Row 7's 56, Dean Burden, and 38, Jimmy Y. Row 8, 44, Andrew Davison, and 20, Steve Loriman. Number 9, Wayne Howell on row 9, alongside 19, Chris Morling. Completing the top 20, we just heard from Chris Hicks, number 52, and 60, Mark Stancer. In the final row of the grid, Scott Darling, number 29, and number 4, Alistair Kinnear. So the Caterham Academy open to drivers who have never held a race licence before. They are all novices. The season started with a sprint at Kerborough in Staffordshire. That was won by Bruno van Dijk. He went on to win the first 2 circuit races at Croft and on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuits. Then he was beaten at Cadwell Park by James Hall, who also won the first race at Knock Hill. And then Harrison Cavers scored his maiden win in the second race in Scotland in the reverse direction at Knock Hill. Harrison Cavers comes from the family in charge of the Valuga Racing sports car team. They've regularly run Porsches, among other things, over the years, and he is on pole here. Aaron Oliver looking for his first podium, starting alongside in the maroon coloured car. They head off for their green flag lap then, ahead of what will be a 20-minute race.
Yep, Caterham Academy, absolute beginners at the beginning of this year, but there are several races through into their main championship this year, so we can't call them novices anymore, and actually some of them will be able to soon get rid of their novice cross that you'll see on the back of most of these cars as they complete 6 races or 5 races plus a marshalling day to remove their novice cross. So that'll be a nice thing for them to do, but fantastic to see the drivers all here. Harrison Cavers coming alive in the latter part of this race and part of the season with the win last time out, and now also putting it into that pole position. And as we said, Aaron Oliver alongside him, but Sam Parker, our very own Sam Parker, in 3rd place. How delighted she was after that qualifying. We heard for her just before the race, and she'll be seeing what she can do from 3rd place on the grid, ahead of Alex Coombs, Oliver White, Bruno van Dijk, our championship leader and likely championship elect after this race, in 6th place coming into this race. So he had 1 lap disallowed in qualifying, but didn't quite get it all out there on the track, so he'll be fighting his way through, but he has been well up there on every single race weekend that we've had so far this year. I expect him to come through the field, and as long as he finishes strongly up and near the top of the field, then there's very little that anyone can do about him in the championship, and he may well have sewn this all up before we get to our final event next time out at Donington. So Bruno van Dijk, watch for him on 6th place, watch for Sam Parker in the Dutch Barn Vodka car, who will be lining up in 3rd place, just behind Cavers, who is the man on form at the moment in the number 51 car on pole position, the left of your screen as you look, and alongside him Aaron Oliver in the sort of maroon coloured cars. Exciting out to watch them, how they're all going to get on then. Louis Darling had a bit of a pit lane, a number of pits, I'm not saying pits, grid penalty he's got to serve, so he's a little bit further back down the grid than maybe we expect to see him as well. But here we go then for the Academy Green group. It's ready to lining up there, ready for our first action. 20 minutes for them out on track, and yeah, can't wait to see how they're getting on.
So Harrison Cavers, the blue and black car on pole alongside Aaron Oliver's maroon machine. The turquoise and white of Sam Parker on the second row alongside the metallic, more metallic aquamarine sort of colour, the number 21. The revs are up for our first Caterham Academy race of the weekend, and they are away and making a great start with the third row. And who's that coming up on the inside? That was Oliver White, I think, in the 24, has gone from the third row into the lead. The first three cars on the grid seem to bob down. Well, that's even more impressive if it's Louis Darling that's come through, because he was on the fourth row of the grid. What a start.
Also, Bruno van Dijk had an awful lot of speed and nowhere to use it with the three cars in front struggling. Look, contact there. That is Louis Darling making contact. We've got plenty of cars then off into the gravel trap. Let's see whether they can get them unbogged from that. Is that the number?
Brian Thornton, the 33, 56, possibly Dean Burden in there as well, and the 21 of Alex Coombs with the three involved there.
Some fast cars out of position off the start, and that's caused them all to concertina up into there. It is Lewis Darling. It is into the lead then from 7th on the grid. The cars in front just had a little bit of struggle off the line, and they had a lot of speed with nowhere to use it. They sort of all concertina and come to a head. It looks like we're still, I know we've got a safety car deployed, so just to tidy that all up. Louis Darling though did get the jump, and everyone else has sort of slid quite a long way back down the field from that front row of the grid.
What an incredible start that was by Louis Darling. He was off like a greyhound out of the trap from the inside of the fourth row. The front row seemed to bog down, and he just squeezed up the inside of everybody. I couldn't work out which car it was at first that was leading into Paddock Hill Bend there. So he leads. The 46 car is up into second place, which is
James Hall from third in the championship, and he had a bad qualifying for him, and he needs to get ahead of Bruno van Dijk, and he's managed it all the way from back there. You can see the couple of cars there stuck in the gravel then, and that is Coombs off of the second row, isn't it? And yeah, so
red flag is
so they will
out.
do a complete restart then, and that will be a complete restart as if that first opening lap hadn't happened. So everyone who has lost out and moved further down the grid will get moved back to their original spot, and obviously for someone like Louis Darling, he will then get moved back to 7th place again.
Yeah, well, he gained 6 places, James Hall gained 6, and Charlie Nern in 77 gained 7 places off the line, and he's 4th, so
what a crazy
they won't be very pleased there.
No, and further back, even further, Morling got 8 places off the start, so they will be disappointed that didn't count. But obviously, if we do have an incident on the first lap, especially when it calls multiple cars, then, and we are running ahead of schedule for this very reason, so that's why we do run ahead of schedule. The marshals out there, you can see the Orange Army plenty on our screen right now. So on behalf of all of our drivers, let me say thank you ever so much to all our marshals that are out there, volunteers that help us go racing and allow us to do what we need to do, and work hard to get cars back out of the gravel traps and get us racing as soon as we can. You can see the flat loader ready to start moving these cars around. But yeah, sort of premature starts after our sort of shortened lunch break there, and it all kicked off, didn't it, in quite a spectacular way.
It certainly did, yes. The big loser off the grid that time was Aaron Oliver. He dropped 9 places around that first lap. He's down to 11th from the front row of the grid, but it's all academic now because they've got to line them up in the original grid order for this one. This is just the first of 2 Academy races today. We've got the other half of the entry, the white group, coming out. That's race 5 on the programme. This is race 2, so the safety car has brought them to a halt. Let's have a look again at that rather crazy race start. Watch Louis Darling from the inside of the 4th row of the grid. The car in front of him doesn't really go anywhere. Louis Darling up the inside. It's like the M25 on a bad day that started. Look at him up the inside there. And round the outside, who's that coming up? That's Hall in the 46. Just goes round the outside of everybody. But what a bizarre start.
Bruno van Dijk also had a fantastic start, and he had nowhere to go. He was faced with 3 cars in front of him. Yeah, we had a similar amount of speed as Louis Darling, but just had nowhere to use it. So yeah, it was very much the front 3 cars of the grid just didn't quite get us a spectacular start, and that was the contact then. Louis Darling did career into the side of other cars, and the chain reaction then off of the back of that caused.
I'm not sure that was Darling, because he was already in front.
Of course, yeah. So it wasn't Darling.
So who was that? That it might have been Van Dijk actually, who went into the side of Burden.
Van Dijk is a black car, but I don't think it's got a gold stripe, which I thought I saw on that car. Let's keep an eye out anyway. Certainly, like you say, regardless of who that was, there was a concertina effect. And
there were so many cars out of position, it was impossible to tell who was where there.
Yeah, absolutely was. There you go.
It was the bizarre start I've ever seen at Brands Hatch, I think.
Often, weirdly, in a Caterham, so it's a bit of knowledge here, local knowledge, the 4th place grid spot is actually incredibly good to start from. It's one of the flatter ones, and with the cars that are nearer to sort of starting on pole position, nearer the pit wall, the camber of the track is such that it's really difficult to get the cars off the line without sliding the rear of the car towards the wall. So it did show that some of the positions a little bit further back. Watch these cars again. Watch Darling from sort of the middle of your screen, and also Bruno van Dijk. They both got off the line very well, but Bruno had to get on the brakes to avoid, and Darling just had a little bit of a gap down the inside. And I think you might be right that Bruno may well have been that black car we were watching as we went up into the Druids.
We'll have a look as he goes up into Druids. There's Bruno on the inside. It's Harrison Cavers, the pole man, in the middle. 3 into 1 isn't going to go. That is Bruno on the inside. He jinked across to avoid the back of Harrison Cavers and didn't realise the other 2 cars were there. That took Brian Thornton. He was the innocent party, got taken out as well. Burden up in the air in the 56, and the 21 of Alex Coombs getting fired off as well.
Case of 5 into 1 doesn't go kind of thing, isn't it? He was down the inside, had to take to the grass. That stopped him actually being able to slow the car, and he did make that contact with 2 cars that were on his outside, and then can see Ian waving at us out the window. On the pit lane, but
I think he wants to have a chat down there. So we'll see if we can.
He's with Sam, so maybe we can go down to Ian.
Well, we managed to make our way onto the track, a lively start. Of course, we are catching up with Sam Parker. Sam, can you hear me all right, first of all?
Yes.
Quite a hectic start there, but you managed to stay out of trouble.
Just about. I don't actually know how. There was so much that went on literally those first 2 corners, and I had the worst start ever. I just dropped the clutch and just sat there wheel spinning. So the good thing is I get another go at practicing this, doing the start in a minute. Obviously we're doing a full race restart, so because it was less than 1 lap, so that's great for me. Get another chance at it.
I was going to say, it does propel you back, so it is as it was before at the start of the race then.
Yes, exactly right. So we're doing another green flag lap and then form up and then another restart, and it is the full 20 minutes at the moment as well, which is good.
So what are you going to do differently this time, Sam, that you didn't do about 5 minutes ago?
Well, I got my revs up to where I normally have them for a good start, but I think as soon as the lights go out, you put the throttle down more and then drop the clutch and you just sit there wheel spinning. So I'm just going to try and pull away normally. I'm not going to, because it's, I just don't want to sit there wheel spinning, because you're going nowhere and everybody's, swamping you, so there's no point.
Exactly. Well, actually, it probably benefits a little bit, doesn't it, having another crack at the whip here. It's going to be a cracker. Look, good luck, Sam. Thank you for talking to us. I'm sure little by little he'll make our way further up, shall we? Let's move down. I think we've got a little bit of time. You can probably see the cars at the back. They've got to re-grid him, so there was a bit of chop and change, wasn't there? It's quickly talk to Oliver. Oliver, it's not often we get a chance to do this actually on the start grid, do we? But you managed to stay out of trouble, and another go.
Yeah, another go. Looking forward to it. Hopefully a better start this time. Yep. But to be fair, I think that poor start kept me out of the trouble. So
yes,
double-edged sword.
Every cloud and all that has a silver lining. Conditions aren't particularly great today, though, was it quite difficult to get the tyres going?
Yeah, it was very slippery, very slippery. Getting away from the start line, too much gas.
Top man, look, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck, mate. I hope you have a better start, shall we, as well. Last couple of cars are getting crowded. Let's just have a quick word with Lou before we get chucked off. We're going to get chucked off very shortly, but nice that we get to have a quick chat, isn't it, like this on the grid? How was your start?
Well, I was first into the first corner, but then the red flags, and I'm back here, so I've got to do it all over again. So
you can do it, can't you?
I'll get them. I'll get them.
Look, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. We're going to have to get ourselves off the grid here. It looks like they've got the final car in place. Hopefully everything's sorted down around at turn 1 and up into Druids as well. Listen to that. Give us a rev, give us a rev, give us a rev. Sorry those of you who had the volume whacked up there, we probably burst your eardrums. Right, we're going to get ourselves off track. I'm going to hand back to your commentators and let's go racing hopefully very soon. Thanks guys.
Okay, let's have a look then. Thanks Ian. If we've got any gaps on the grid, Alex Coombs isn't there. Further back on the grid, 5016 Burden's not there. I think they're the only 2 cars we're missing. Brian Thornton, number 33, has made it back out after his trip through the gravel. Meantime, Steve and the team at Trackside Recovery just plucking Alex Coombs' car out of the gravel. That won't be restarting.
The rule is if you are moving and up and mobile at the point the red flag is thrown, then you can rejoin the race. If you are stuck and the reason for the red flag, unfortunately that is why those two cars won't be rejoining us. They won't be able to get back on the grid.
Excluded as the primary cause of the stoppage, as they'd say in Speedway, another of my sports.
Yeah, absolutely. But looks like we're just about getting there with the recovery. The truck will take about a quarter around the lap, and then they'll be able to pull it into the paddock area, and therefore we'll have this track nice and clean. You can see all the cars in front of our commentary position ready to roll, so they've got a little bit of sitting around and waiting before they can get this race. Again, in the driver's seat, you have no idea what's going on, so you just have to try and keep yourself as calm as possible. They will have a full green flag lap to reset and check around. We have got one car, maybe.
Yeah, Dean Burden's making his way towards the end of the pit lane. I don't know whether he's going back to the paddock or whether he's going to start from the pits.
Well, they should go into Parc Ferme if anywhere, so unsure and uncertain at the time. I'm sure he'll be directed by the marshals as to what to do and how to deal with that situation. But like I say, and they will get the recovery truck all back into a position where they need it for the start of the race. All the vehicles out there and official vehicles need to be in the right place before they can get racing underway. But they'll have a full green flag lap before then reforming on the grid and seeing if they can get a better start. And I don't think it was just Sam was telling us about the amount of wheel spin that she got. I don't think she was alone in that wheel spin, and it sounds like she and the two on our front row will just have to adjust their revs a little bit to make sure they don't get quite that much this time around. And bit of an untidy rear end of that car now, isn't it, as it's been clipped and went through the gravel, but it will be shined and reconstituted, ready for the next and final round out at Donington in a few months' time. So yeah, as we see this grid then slightly depleted, but we're still ready to go then. So it is Cavers on that pole position in the blue car on the left of your screen. He is alongside Aaron Oliver in the maroon number 10. Sam Parker now alone in the Dutch Barn Vodka car, number 7 on the left there in the turquoisey and sort of brown colours. Then we've got Alex Coombs and Oliver White, Bruno van Dijk in the number 3 car, and it was Louis Darling then in the number 25, sort of deep in your picture there, the middle of your screen, who made the screamer of a start alongside Bruno last time out. Can they repeat that? Certainly going to be interesting to find out. They have a full 20 minutes race today, and that will be then done for the Academy Green Group, but we do have another Academy Group race a little bit later on, and that will be the White Group. They're two completely independent championships, exactly the same specification car, exactly the same requirement that you cannot have raced a car and held a race license or a kart license before to enter this championship. And if you're interested in what you can do to get into motorsport, if you're sat at home watching saying, well, I want to get involved, well, it is the Caterham Academy is a spectacular package. You buy this Caterham car and you go racing for a whole season, including in the price of purchasing that car. And then later you can choose at the end of the year to carry on your racing for up to 4 years in the same car but with upgrades. And all the other championships we're going to see here will be upgrades to this Caterham Academy car right up until the Seven Championship UK, which is a different car. So the 310R cars, which you'll see a little bit later, are all based on this exactly the same model with just upgrades and parts added as they go through their racing career. It's a spectacular package, and CaterhamCars.com is the place to go if you're interested. And I know that there are a number of Caterham Academy signees here this weekend, looking to see how it all runs, looking to see how race meeting operates, so they can get and then see what's involved in being a racing driver, which they'll all be looking forward to doing in 2025.
So they make the way around then on their green flag lap, another 20 minutes complete restart, following that pile up at Druids at the first attempt caused by a little bit too much overlapping off the grid. Reminder of the championship points. Bruno van Dijk, number 3, leads on 145 points. Alex Coombs second on 131, and James Hall on 130, just a point behind him. They're realistically the only two who can stop Bruno van Dijk from winning the title. There is a round to go at Donington Park in October as well. So Alex Coombs, one championship contender already removed from this race.
Indeed, and James Hall then is the only remaining person that can do anything about that. There is an official going to speak to Bruno van Dijk there on the grid, just checking something about his car, maybe checking his helmet after the contact, but is just checking out. Looks like it's all good. But yeah, Bruno van Dijk very much in the firm seats for being able to take this championship here, and being championship-elect before the final round. That's an honour indeed if you get to do that, and as long as he gets a good race under his belt and finishes ahead of James Hall, who's behind him on the grid, he will complete that. But we're getting ready then for the first 20-minute race for the Caterham Green Group. The second attempt at this. Let's see if they can get a better start off the line this time through.
Okay, the marshal's just clearing the grid then. We'll get the green flag from the marshal at the back. The red lights come on, and as they go out, the race will get underway. The revs are up, and away they go. Better start this time by Aaron Oliver from the outside of the front row in the number 10. Not a good start from Harrison Cavers again from pole position, and up into second place there looks like has gone Bruno van Dijk from the third row of the grid. He had no car in front of him with no Alex Coombs, so let's have a look who's in front as they head up into Druids for the first time. It's Aaron Oliver, but only just ahead of Bruno van Dijk, and Louis Darling is up into third position. Cavers looks like he's down into fourth place. They've all made it round Druids this time through, so slightly less frantic off the grid, and it is Aaron Oliver, yet to score a podium in his debut season, who leads the way from Van Dijk in second place. Darling up to third from the fourth row of the grid, with Cavers in the blue car down into fourth. And it looks like Brian Thornton, also from row 4 with the orange roll cage there, is up into fifth ahead of Sam Parker in sixth, and James Hall, our other championship contender, in P7 as they come around to complete the first lap.
Sam Parker again got a boot full of wheel spin as she pulled off the line. I think these front 3 rows of the grid are just not giving that natural grip that the further back had, and it was again Lewis Darling and Bruno van Dijk who got the screamers off of their sort of third row starting position, and that is Van Dijk then going around the outside and taking the lead over the top. Lewis Darling now seeing whether he can also push Aaron Oliver a little bit further back. Then we got Cavers and Thornton with Parker in sixth place, just holding off against Hall. Hall, that championship rival of Bruno van Dijk, so he's seeing Bruno van Dijk disappearing off down the road at this stage of the race. Side by side, Louis Darling and Aaron Oliver as they go into Graham Hill. Louis Darling can see whether he can go all the way around the outside. That's not going to work, and he's going to lose out, I think, to Thornton.
Cavers up the inside there in the number 51, trying to take P3 away. Thornton just behind him. Aaron Oliver moves to take the inside line for Surtees and McLaren. He's missing a rear wheel arch from that initial start, I think that was. Cutting to the inside now is Louis Darling, trying for second place through Clark Curve. The black and gold machine goes through up into P2, a driver who certainly knows no fear. He proved that not only with that race start, but at Knock Hill as well. It could be 3 wide here for third place. Look at Brian Thornton, the blue and orange car, going for the outside. Aaron Oliver's going to be squeezed out on the run into Paddock Hill Bend. It's Cavers who comes out in P3. Oliver does hold P4. That's brave move. Didn't quite work out for Brian Thornton. But still your leader is Bruno van Dijk on his local circuit, the man from London. Bit of a lock-up there, the 24 car. That's Oliver White, nearly clipping the back there of James Hall as they came out of Druids Hill Bend.
Louis Darling is being as spectacular as ever sideways around Druids that time through. Sam Parker still holding off against Hall into that 7th place. Is Van Dijk just getting a little bit of a gap now over Darling as he was exuberantly driving, although I think that gap is starting to disappear as we watch Aaron Oliver losing out a little bit to Cavers, or Cavers back into that 3rd place then as he went through. More tyre squeal in the background there, and maybe even a bit of dust.
There's a spinner at the back. I'm just looking out of the commentary box window coming into Surtees. A spinner towards the back of the field. We'll identify that in a moment because it's side by side now up over the line. Harrison Cavers going for P2 on the outside of Louis Darling, who holds on just up on the curb briefly there out of Paddock Hill Bend, up Halewood Rise and into Druids, but Cavers will have the inside line here. He's not close enough though to attack. Brian Thornton's gone through into 4th place. Sam Parker's stuck on the outside for Druids, and James Hall goes through. Oliver White in the green car trying to go through as well. It was Jimmy Wine, number 38, the car that spun. He's come through at the back of the field.
Yep, still side by side for Parker, so she's still out of line, still getting shuffled a little bit backwards. So she needs to get that back in the row and then moving forward again. Still plenty of time left to do so. There's Van Dijk over the top of Darling, but only by 0.75, and it's Cavers absolutely fighting back. Our pole position man then looking to see what he can do about Louis Darling after that spectacular start from the 4th row of the grid for those 2 drivers out in front. Cavers now using his natural speed, and he's got a little bit of a gap behind, so he doesn't have to look in his mirrors. He can concentrate on moving forward. He's trying that outside line with the wind in their face. Not quite as stiff a breeze this afternoon, so that the toe will have reduced slightly, but it is still Darling holding on. Cavers got a nice run up him. He's going to go down the inside of Druids, and this time he should have that move stuck. Indeed, then we got a little bit further back there as Oliver still fighting with Thornton and Hall.
I can tell you Dean Burden did take the restart. He's up into P14, having started from the pit lane. This is the fight for second. They are nose to tail, absolute, out of Graham Hill Bend. Harrison Cavers and Louis Darling. So Cavers has got through there at Druids up into P2. They're over a second behind Bruno van Dijk, the Londoner. Could he be heading for the championship here today? With James Hall only in P6, and Alex Coombs having not taken the restart with some damage. It is looking more and more likely for him. Could he sew it up with a round to go at Donington Park in October? Over the line they come. Up on the outside there is Louis Darling. Cavers holds that second place. Brian Thornton now in fourth, and it's Oliver Hall. White, the number 17 of Daniel Crawley, has taken Sam Parker. She's down to P9, and Charlie Nairn, number 77, rounds out the top 10.
Yeah, Hall has to beat Bruno van Dijk, and by a number of different positions with fastest lap as well. So Van Dijk's certainly doing everything he needs to right now, and Thornton's got the fastest lap of the race at this point, but that might come into effect. But at the moment, Van Dijk's certainly got one hand on that trophy. He's still got 14 minutes to hold on to it, and Louis Darling and Cavers, if Cavers gets through and pulls them across that gap, they could see some some extra points there in the mix as well. As we watch this midfield battle, as we've got one driver there out. Is that Darling?
Darling, I think, yes, running wide. He did that a fair few times at Knock Hill as well. He might get pinged for track limits for that. He's a little over exuberant at times, Louis Darling. He's lost 3 places there down to P6. This is now the battle for third there between Thornton and Oliver. Down Paddock Hill, then down the drop they go. Less than a car length in it between the two of them. Van Dijk leads by nearly 1.5 seconds over Harrison Cavers. And the fight for third between these two. Hall is 5th. Darling has lost another place because Oliver White goes through as Darling runs wide into Druids. He's trying a little bit too hard there, I think. That's Dan Crawley, the number 17 in P8, the yellow car in behind them.
You can hear the squeal of these Toyo tyres as they head around the track then, and the Academy specification tyres. And I understand that as soon as they get overheated and angry, then they do really drop off a cliff, and I think that's what Louis is suffering from. He's pushed them a little bit too hard. They've cried enough, and once they've given up some of their grip, they give up even more, so you're over that sort of cliff edge. And we've seen that before, but he's in that 6th place at the moment. Clearly got speed in the car, as Thornton, though, is having to defend from Aaron Oliver this time across the line then. There's a little bit of a gap between them. Oliver looking to the outside. We have seen that work, as this gusty headwind down that back straight is going to give them the extra miles an hour. If you've not watched Caterham racing before, then the draft is highly effective, up to maybe 7 miles an hour difference on a gusty day between the car leading and the car following. So you really do get a nice overtake boost, like Auto DRS if you're a Formula 1 fan. But Thornton holding on in that lead. Brands Hatch is one of the tracks you can defend at. You can take a defensive line. It slows you right down, but it is possible to hold cars behind, and that's why we see these little groups and gaggles of cars holding on as they go side by side there through 30s. That's always a little bit of a close your eyes and hope for the best type moment. There is the number 17 of Crawley just ahead of Sam Parker, so she's got a nice significant gap behind her now, so she can re-evaluate, refocus, and get trying to get that car moving forward.
So over 12 minutes of this 20-minute race for the Caterham Academy green group to go. As they head through Paddock Hill then once again. Thornton and Oliver still nose to tail for third position. Brian Thornton, the man from Ireland, under heavy pressure here. Aaron Oliver wants a first podium. James Hall back in P5, seeing his title chances beginning to slip away. Darling's back ahead of Oliver White up into 6th position. Crawley moving up to have a go at White in turn. Sam Parker and Charlie Nairn rounding out the top 10. The lead gap has come down a bit because Cavers has done the fastest lap of the race, 56.838. His last lap time was a 57.0. About level with Bruno van Dijk. He's just trying to close him down to less than a second, as Oliver's still all over the back of Thornton, so that will prevent these two from moving up to challenge Harrison Cavers for second place, completing 9 laps, I should say, through this time. Van Dijk over the line. He's got the gap back up now to 1.37 seconds at the line, as Oliver has a look again on the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. This is a good run by Brian Thornton, who currently sits 4th in the championship. I think the best finish he's had this year are a couple of 4th places.
Indeed, that is the case. He's had a fastest lap, though, also a little bit further back in the season, so he's clearly got speed in that car. Just needs to work out, as all these academy drivers do. They're learning their skills as they go through the season. This their 5th race, so they've got this race and one more to go after this one before they complete their season. They also had the sprint event at the beginning of the season as well, as Louis Darling Again, Louis Darling sideways as he goes through there, so that car really isn't compliant. That's Thornton out wide.
Yes, he's gone wide towards the Grand Prix loop over there. I think that was coming
behind Darling now, so he's lost a handful of places there. So it's Cavers who has got the speed in that car, and Aaron Oliver is free now to fight forward.
Try and see what happened there, Brian Thornton. Oh, he got wide coming out of Surtees. That was nearly a catastrophe for both of them there.
Yeah, there was a little bit of I don't know what to do with your car sliding out. He just took too much speed through the beginning part of Surtees, took him all the way out to the curb, and the car was really unsettled over the curb, and that meant Oliver just managed to hold on to the edge of the track with a tiny bit of grass. But he will have been breathing heavily after that one. Louis Darling now back in front then, looking down the inside Thornton to see whether he can start recovering those positions. He's got 10 minutes of this race still to go.
So it's now Van Dijk from Cavers, Oliver up to third, and James Hall is in fourth place, the man who's third in the championship. 2 wins for him this year at Knockhill and Cadwell Park. Just behind Aaron Oliver there in the turquoise liveried car. Got a small gap back to Darling, who's back up to fifth as a result of that mistake from Brian Thornton. He got over the curbs coming out of the left at Surtees, went across the nose of Aaron Oliver, who had to lift off, and then ran wide onto the grass towards the Grand Prix loop.
Cavers round the outside then, looking to see whether he can demote that lead. So he's caught across the gap to Bruno Van Dijk. He's now going down the inside, so Cavers has really got speed in that car. He's come right across that gap, straight past Bruno Van Dijk. So we've got another lead change then to the front of this green group race.
Well, they were virtually equal on lap times the last couple of laps. So that's come from nowhere for Harrison Cavers. He suddenly reeled Bruno Van Dijk in. Maybe Bruno's tyres are started to go off. You can see he's falling back there on the Cooper Straight. It is a warm day here at Brands Hatch today, despite the fairly high breeze.
Cavers comes in here in 9th place in the championship after what was a fairly pedestrian start, I would say, but for the last 2 rounds at Knockhill he absolutely came alive, second and a first, and now he's right back in the lead of this group then, and over the top of Van Dijk, who has had it all his own way pretty much this whole season. You can see the draft though, Van Dijk's car accelerating back up to the outside. Can he return the favour? He's going to the outside now of Paddock Hill, and doesn't look like he's going to sweep around the outside of Cavers then. Cavers will carry a little bit more speed through the middle of the corner, but if Bruno goes to the inside and defends into he's not going to, so Cavers is going to have a look back down the middle of Druids, and it's going to be tight. There's a millimetre to spare on those 2 cars. Ooh. Van Dijk holding on to the outside of Druids, which turns itself into the inside of Graham Hill, so Cavers will sit back, a little bit of grass, he's going to slide sideways. Great car control to keep that all facing in the right direction. That was a close moment there.
That was a super move coming through paddock by Bruno Van Dijk there to go around the outside. Harrison Cavers tried his hardest, but then got that wheel onto the grass coming down Graham Hill, and the car snapped sideways on. That was a good save, so showing Harrison Cavers' undoubted talent in the Caterham Academy this year. Still got 7.5 minutes of this race to go. These two have pulled clear of the battle for third place. Now Harrison Cavers comes out of the slipstream. He's going to try and play Bruno Van Dijk in his own game here into paddock. He's got the move done earlier, and he retakes the lead around the outside into Paddock Hill Bend, and he's now putting clean air between himself and Van Dijk as they head up the hill. Harrison Cavers, the man from Nottingham, leads Bruno Van Dijk, the Londoner,
and locked up and sideways around the middle of Druid, so that's not going to help his speed. He's clearly got the speed in that car, but at the moment he just can't hold it all together. It was Bruno's time to take to the grass that time. Oliver is on the grass on the inside, looking to see whether he can do anything about the drivers behind him. So it's all change again. And Parker also getting a place up there from 9th to 8th as she overtook White that last time through.
Yeah, Aaron Oliver for a split second was heading for the old rallycross course here at Brands Hatch. That used to turn left just after Druids and go through a gap in the barriers and through what is now the South Bank parking area. Then they used to come back on the end of Cooper Straight, got Cooper Straight the wrong way back in the 80s and early 90s. Here are the 2 leaders. Here comes Bruno Van Dijk around the outside in the number 3, side by side with Harrison Cavers almost. Cavers gets his foot down the hill out of Paddock Hill Bend, then up Halewood Rise into Druids. It really is like a roller coaster, that section of circuit, but is Cavers going to run wide on the exits? He'll set himself up nicely if he does for the inside at Graham Hill Bend. They've been watching our first race today when a couple of drivers were doing that.
He's not got that section hooked up yet, has he? He's never made the apex of Druids for the last 2 laps, and you can see that if he does, suddenly he will have the speed in the car. At the moment, the draft down the back and the start-finish straight is enough that Bruno gets drawn back towards him as he goes on. Bruno knows, though, he doesn't really need to fight too much with Cavers out there, because he's not really part of his championship battle, and he's doing everything he needs to by staying ahead of Hall, who's only made it to 6th place off his start position. So he's not making the moves forward that he needs to happen to stop Van Dijk taking that championship.
Here's the battle between Aaron Oliver and Brian Thornton, a little bit further back there behind Louis Darling now has pulled away into P3, side by side for 4th. Behind them is James Hall, and that's Dan Crawley, the number 17, in just behind them as well. Got somebody stopped on the outside of the entrance to Druids. It was a silver car. Try and identify who that is that's had a problem there. As the 3rd and 4th place fight heads down the hill, it's the number 77 car. That's Charlie Nairn. Has hit problems there. He's got some muck on his tyres. I assume he's gone wide through the gravel at Druids and then pulled up with a bit of damage.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Sometimes the inertial switch gives you have a bumpy ride. Safety cars being deployed to protect. And with only 4.5 minutes, that might. It looks like the car may be free to move, but whether the inertial switch is to protect the car should it ever sort of experience big bumps to cut the fuel pump off. We do see that occasionally. Sometimes it can be a mechanical, for example, something like a broken A-frame, or maybe even a gear knob that's let go. That can cause these similar things, but at the moment unidentified why. But what that has done meant we've neutralised the race with 4 minutes 20 to go, and it might be that we get back underway, or it might be that we just don't quite have enough time to clear that car. Let's wait and see. As you can see, the safety car has then picked the drivers up.
Okay, let's wait and see if they can get that clear. There is Charlie Nairn.
Dropped his gloves out there.
It was his grandfather Graham Nairn, who was one of the founders of the Caterham Cars Company all those years ago in Caterham in Surrey, just to the south of London, building cars based on the famous Lotus 7 design of the great Colin Chapman. And then it was, I believe his father Robert Nairn was a regular racer for a number of years as well.
Yep, so I don't know if he's going to go and pick up his gloves in his hands device. I think the marshal was pointing back there, but 3.5 minutes to go. We may well finish this under the safety car. Then he's going to get back, let's put his equipment back in. I think they will hook up the tow line to his car and drag him to a position of safety. Give him the signals and everything he needs to do. But this is, like I say, the first of the Academy grids that we'll see today. They're completely independent, but we've got the Academy White coming up a little bit later for their 20-minute race. Charlie Nairn's going to get his front of his car hooked up, the tow rope hooked up to the recovery truck, and will be pulled to a position of safety.
Yeah, the Academy Championships, the two groups mix together for the non-championship race at the end of the season at Donington, don't they?
Yeah, this year they had a kind of preview of that at Silverstone, because they did run both grids together, although they were earning in completely independent championship points. But yeah, the Autumn Trophy at the end of the race a year at Donington.
That's what it's called. I don't remember the name of it. But
we'll see them all competing, not for championship points, but for certainly for bragging orders. And then they all get to do it all again next year if they choose to upgrade their Academy car into Roadsports, and they do that just by changing to the Toyo AAAR tyres and adding a rear anti-roll bar and having a sort of slightly different options into things like brake bias, but very, very minor changes between the Academy and Roadsport. But it means that the Roadsports are about 2 seconds a lap quicker around the average track. And yeah, they will all move to their 2 races per race weekend as well. So exciting for them to have additional things to do over a race course. So once they finish this race today, that will be their racing done for this weekend, and they'll be looking to next time out at Donington. 2 minutes to go then. That car looked like it was being scooted to one side. I think we might have another couple of laps of end to this race. Let's hope that they can get that car out of the way. Hopefully we'll have the safety car with its lights out, and we can get this race back underway and have a 2-lap fight to the end.
Fastest lap of the race, incidentally, is with James Hall in P6, 56.731 seconds so far. Pace is beginning to pick up. I think the safety car is coming in. There's a car going into the pit lane just in front of it, which I think is the number 60 of Mark Stancer, the white and orange car. So he's dropping out of the race just in front of the safety car. So he's had a problem somewhere, but we are ready for a restart. Harrison Cavers from Bruno Van Dijk. Oh, he hasn't come into the pit lane. Look at that. Well, they can't pass him until they get to the timing line. The leader's gone round him. That's complete confusion. Why did Mark Stancer not go into the pit lane if he's that slow off the line?
Unsure what was going on there, but like you said, they did all hook up their brakes as you get told they can't overtake until that green flag lap. So yeah, that means Cavers has got away and free, and he did overtake that car, and I think the stewards would take the view that no, you can. It's a car off the pace and out of position, and therefore you would be able to overtake it. But that's not clear, is it? And all the other drivers having to react to that. That has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons, and this has really kicked off as drivers. That's Louis Darling round the outside then of all these cars. Sam Parker also seeing what she can do round the outside of the track. But there's lots of confusion here in these last couple of laps then of this race. 26 seconds to go, so they will come, and Bruno van Dijk will take it. In fact, there was a car off there. That was Oliver going across the grass. I hope he hasn't made contact there.
I think he may have done, actually, because there was so much confusion there. Everybody just concertinaed into each other because of that slow car, and the red flag has come out.
The red flag, I think that means they will dial it back those couple of laps, and that will be the end of the Caterham Academy green group. So they will dial it back to a lap before, in fact, to where we kind of have the safety car restart. So I think it will just neutralise that confusion at the end of that race then, and move everyone to as they were behind the safety car.
Yes, that would be, I think, the sensible thing to do, in my opinion, there, because that restart was thrown into complete chaos because the number 60 car of Mark Stancer, I saw him going slowly in front of the safety car. He obviously had a problem, and I thought he was going to pull into the pits just before the safety car did, but he didn't. He kept going. Harrison Cavers decided just to take the risk and go round him, because otherwise he was risking getting hit from behind. Nobody else did. They took the ruling that you can't pass until the line, even if it's a back marker, and that's caused chaos behind.
Yeah, it has that. That's exactly how I describe that. That's a very complex manoeuvre. It would have probably been, like I say, solved if everyone had just determined that was a slow-moving car on the inside. But as you say, the regulations don't really allow for all that. You have to stay and don't overlap with the car. So they were only doing what they've been told to do. So an unfortunate end then by a slow car out of position with that safety car being released, and a sad way to end the green group's racing for today. But that should mean that Cavers is awarded that win then over Van Dijk. I think Louis Darling will be back further back from where he's showing in the timing screens. It'll be a little while before we get a confirmed start, but this is the second start. Then you can see Sam Parker bogging down with wheel spin again as Louis Darling, and again Bruno van Dijk making great starts from their positions on track.
Yeah, that was the first start of the race, which ended in a bit of confusion. It was a confusing race all round, this one was. Bruno van Dijk trying to get up the inside into Druids Hill Bend. He clipped Harrison Cavers, had to go onto the grass to miss him, and that shoveled a couple of other cars off, and it was the car of Dean Burden that was sent into the air there. There's Louis Darling running wide, which dropped him back. A little bit of over-exuberance from him. This was Brian Thornton and Aaron Oliver. Aaron Oliver was in the thick of everything in this race, I think, with Brian Thornton going off towards the Grand Prix loop. We then had the lead duel between Bruno van Dijk and Harrison Cavers. Fantastic manoeuvres being made by both drivers, especially round the outside at paddock. This was a highlight for me. Bruno van Dijk going right around the outside of Harrison Cavers. Then Cavers tried to play him at his own game the next time around. He got the move done just before the end of the straight as opposed to in the corner itself. Further back in the order, Aaron Oliver again being forced wide by James Hall towards the rallycross course. And this was the confusion on the restart. There was a car that wasn't really moving coming onto the Brabham straight, and the other drivers didn't know what to do.
I mean, they did everything they were supposed to do, as in they didn't overlap. They did end up starting to overlap because it got to a really position of danger, and actually they did really well to minimise the impact of that. That could have been really, really nasty. So it's a right decision, I think, to throw the red and get them back to as they were following that safety car. But it will take a little while for that to get called and to sort out the order.
Yes, I think we can hand down to Parc Fermé in the meantime.
Well, that was eventful. Goodness me, but amazing work from these guys to stay in one piece. There was quite a lot of carnage out there. I'm going to come and speak to you guys.
How are we doing?
Oh my gosh.
How'd you get on?
Ninth, I think.
Okay.
My start was horrendous,
yeah.
And it wasn't that great the second time round either. But anyway, you did amazingly well, but it was carnage.
It was carnage, yeah. Super confusing with the safety car and the red flag at the end, and the timings going down. I got super confused on that. first time for everything, you know.
Yeah. And I think with after the safety car, people started to overtake before the finish or the start line.
But there was a back marker there, and I was like, shit, I'm going to overtake, and then I was like, oh no, I can't, you know. So backed off.
No.
So
Tricky. It's quite unusual
way to finish a race.
Yeah.
But a good race.
But nevertheless.
And a shame for Alex and Dean, who were out on the first corner. So I hope they're all right.
Yeah. But well done though.
Thank you very much.
Good. More points for you, Harrison, well done.
Thank you.
I think I was behind you at the start of the first time round, and the start didn't go well for me, and I know we got a little bit swamped, but second time round, pulled it out of the back, didn't you, and kept it up there. It was great.
Well, first time the start worked great for me, and the second time worked great for me either. Louis super quick off the line, so we got right in front. It was just a bit of a weird race, to be honest with you. A lot of kerfuffle,
Yeah, it was. There was a lot going on, a lot of things that we've experienced for the first time, like red flags and safety car. We had one at Knock Hill, but still, it's with the back marker right there as well. It's quite confusing.
Yeah, I don't know whether I'm going to get done for that, overtaking back marker or what.
Normally with a safety car though, he's already caught up back round, so it's an unusual situation.
Green flag, go. We'll see what.
We will see. Well done anyway. Congratulations. And then I'll come and speak to Louis. Louis, congratulations. Another podium for you, and fantastic. It was quite chaotic though, wasn't it?
The most chaotic race we've had so far, but the first start I had was really good. 7th to 1st in the first corner, and a red flag, and it was back to where I started. Then I made it the places again in the second start, so it was a good race overall, but confusing, very confusing.
Particularly at the end there.
Oh, I know. I thought I'd lost the podium, but then I came in, they put me in here, so I was happy.
Good.
So, yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's it. Well done. Fantastic. Right, there we go. I'm going to go and change out of this outfit now and cool down, and we will have some more Caterham racing up soon. But next is the Formula Libre, so hand back to Cheesy and Dave. Thank you. Oh.
Yes, thanks very much, Sam. That concludes her racing for this weekend. Now, we haven't got a confirmed result through yet, so we'll pick that up later on when it comes through, with a bit of confusion by that late red flag. Next up, we're going single-seater racing. It's the CRCC Classic Racing Car Club Classic Formula Libre race. Now, if that sounds unfamiliar, that means Formula Libre means you can use just about any car you like. And this is classic single-seaters from the 1970s and early 80s that have competed in historic racing across the UK. The Classic Racing Car Club formed to organise the Jochen Rindt Trophy races held at Thruxton every year in memory of the former Formula 1 world champion. Ian Waterhouse caught up with a few of the drivers a little earlier on down in the paddock.
Well, welcome to the assembly area, everybody. The next race coming up. I'm so excited for this one. It is something I've never done before. The Classic Racing Car Club, the Classic Formula Libre race. If you've ever experienced the Jochen Rindt Trophy, that took place at Thruxton. It's the same people who organise it, the same cars, a lot of them as well. Look at them. Just look at all of these cars. And we're going to move around and have a quick chat with Luke Townsend over here, because he's got quite an interesting story here in the number 37 machine. Let's have a chat with him. Luke, we were just chatting off camera a minute ago. You've got quite an interesting story. You're about to take part in your first ever race in a car, but actually you do a lot of sim racing. That's how you got here, isn't it?
It is, yes. I've done a couple casting days with Stephen over in the Ayrton Senna car, but mostly sim racing, and I've ended up here. It's truly a journey.
I mean, of all the cars you could go racing in for the first ever time out on track, this is something special, isn't it? Tell us more about it.
This is a Formula Ford 2000 RF82, and it's built in 1982, so plenty of years older than me, nearly over double my age.
Can I ask how old you are?
I'm 16.
16 years old.
So wow. Quite literally, I passed my ARDS 2 weeks ago, nearly to the day. I've done a test session here before. Yeah. That was last week on Friday, and now I'm here racing. So
what is success for you today? Is it just get some laps, get a little bit of experience, and just enjoy yourself?
It is indeed. I'm not looking for position, and I know I've got only about 5 laps before I get laps, but it is just be here, have fun, get the experience, and hope to just finish. Really, is the main objective.
Just back to sim racing, what sort of things were you doing on sim racing? People watching this, we get a lot of people tuning in who do sim racing as well. What was your pathway?
A ridiculous amount of Assessor Corsa, some iRacing, whatever I could get my hands on. I've probably done hundreds and hundreds of laps around this track in the sim.
How did you find it? How different was it from computer to actual car?
Very. I mean, you get it. You get a lot in the sim. It's taught me a lot. This car likes to snatch on you. It likes to bite. But catching it is something that you don't know how to do unless you've practiced it, and that sim's great for that. You just don't get the G's. You don't get the being in the car almost. But I'd say it develops the fundamental skills that allow you to get out and race.
And track knowledge as well will help.
Pardon?
And the track knowledge as well.
And that's the best thing. The Nürburgring, for example, I do a lot of laps of that as well, and I know the Nürburgring now, so I could go there. Me and my dad we did a trip to Germany earlier this year, and we did some laps on the Nürburgring, and I was co-driving him around the track. It really helps with all of that. I would definitely agree. I mean, just learning the track before you get there is the biggest thing, I think, for sim racing.
Well, look, thanks so much for talking to us. Best of luck out there. Enjoy it.
Okay, here we go then with the first Classic Formula Libre race of the day. There are 16 cars out there. It's Martin Wood, number 94 in the March 73B in pole position. Alongside him, 57 Robin Lackford in the rare GRD 272. Second row of the grid, Ian Rowley, number 44. He's in a March 79B. 82 Paul Smith in the Rolt RT36. It's a rolling start. We're about to get underway. The revs are up. And away they go, and one car a little bit eager offline. I think that's Paul Smith, the number 82. So a bit of confusion there off the line. 15 minutes of racing for the Formula Libre cars then, as they head down Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. What a magnificent sight they make, these classic single-seaters. We saw them contest the Jochen Rindt Trophy, as we said, at Thruxton over the last couple of years at their historic meeting. We've got Formula 2 cars, Formula 3 cars, Formula Atlantic cars that raced in the United States in period, Formula Ford 2000 and 1600 machinery as well. The cars really are the stars in this classic form of racing. As we said, the Classic Racing Car Club formed in memory of Jochen Rindt to organise his memorial trophy at Thruxton, the man who sadly lost his life at Monza in one of Colin Chapman's Lotuses in 1970. Well, they complete the first lap, then it is Martin Wood, number 94 in the orange X-Works March, who leads the way. Let's say a big thank you to the head of the Classic Racing Car Club, Rob Manger, who's provided plenty of background information on these fabulous cars. Through Druids they go. Martin Wood in the March 73B X-Works machine. Martin was racing this at Silverstone at the festival last weekend, won his class, the Atlantic class, in the Classic F2 race. Martin used to compete in British Formula 3 in the early 80s against the likes of Martin Brundle and a certain Ayrton Senna. He leads the number 57, which is the rare GRD, Group Racing Developments. Was GRD, they built a small number of cars in Norfolk back in the early 70s. Rare to see a GRD racing these days, and man behind the wheel, Robin Lackford, was a mechanic on this car when it raced in its heyday back in Formula Atlantic. There's a battle over the line. That's Rhys Wood in 5th position. He's in a Reynard SF81, just ahead of Richard Sturmer, Matthew Sturmer I should say, in his Rolts RT3 at the ex-Eddie Jordan racing car. Tiffany Dell drove that car in period, the Flux Formula 1 racer and Top Gear presenter, of course, among many other talents. That's the number 44 car. That's Ian Rowley. He's at the wheel of a March 79B. That's also a Formula Atlantic car. Won the American Formula Atlantic Championship, driven by Howdy Holmes. Ian Rowley is racing just about every form of historic single-seaters you can think of. Having to give best there to the number 82 for 3rd place. That's Paul Smith. Paul Smith at the wheel of a Rolt RT36. Rolt, of course, the company founded by Ron Taranak, the great Brabham designer. A 1986 spec car, that red machine. Try not to get carried too much away with the nostalgia and ignore what's going on track. I do apologise. Those who watch our broadcasts regularly on BARC TV will know my obsession with historic machinery. The 63 car there, that's Matthew Sturmer. Passes the 89 of Rhys Wood. That's for P5 at the right-hander at Druids. Matthew Sturmer in the Rolt RT3. That's the ex-Tiffany Dell car, the orange and white machine. You'll notice some Japanese sponsors on that machine. That's because that car appeared in the 1983 Macau Grand Prix on the streets of the Chinese enclave. Matthew Sturmer, a regular in historic Formula Ford and also at the Formula Ford Festival. There's the 28 car. That's the car that was a bit eager off the line at the start of this race. Number 28, George Fowler in his Reynard 83-84 SF. That's one of the top Formula Ford 2000 cars. There's the Formula Ford 1600, the wingless car there, the number 1. That's Will Arif. Well, he's raced everything over the years. Just battling with some of the Formula Ford 2000s. The number 11 car in behind him is that of Stephen Connor with a Van Diemen RF82. He gets past Will Arif. They're battling over the lower reaches of the top 10, and are in front of them there corkscrewing a bit. The number 27, that is, of Bruce Bolchin. Bruce in his March 743, originally raced by Indonesian driver Hani Wiano, raced in 1974 and 75, as the sister car to the great Welshman Tom Price. Still the only Welshman ever to win a Formula 1 race, which I believe was here at Brands Hatch in the mid-70s. Just in front of them, the car that started off the back of the grid, number 30, Simon Langman in the oldest car on the grid, the Brabham BT30, the ex-Rolf Stommelen Brabham. Classic Brabham shape in the colours of Eifeland, which was a caravan manufacturer, the sponsors of Rolf Stommelen, a German who sadly lost his life at Riverside in California in 1983. There's the Formula Ford 1600, the classic shape. Of course, we see cars like that in the Formula Ford Festival at the end of every season here at Brands Hatch. Sadly, one of the drivers entered today, two-time Formula Ford Festival winner Rory Smith, couldn't be here. So the lead is with Martin Wood. He's 1.3 seconds ahead of Lackford and Rowley. There's the ex-Rolf Stommelen car. You can see the German's name on the side of that beautiful Brabham BT30. The race action really is secondary with all these stunning cars out there on the grid. The cars really are the stars. And there, the number 30 of Langman powers around the outside of Connor, Stephen Connor in the Van Diemen RF82. There's a rare car in behind this lot as well. The number 144 car there on the left of your picture, that is a Pilbeam MP52. Now Pilbeam, much more famous for their hill climb and sprint cars Mike Pilbeam has built over the years. But in the early 80s, this car raced in the British and European Formula Ford 2000 Championships. It's been driven today by Alan Lancaster, number 144. So it's still Wood from Lackford up front. Then Rowley. He's about 7.5 seconds back in third place in his march. Paul Smith in the Rolt in fourth place. Matthew Sturmer in the ex-Tiffany Dell Rolt F3 car is fifth. Reese Wood in sixth. There's the leader. He's coming up to lap number 150. That's Jago Keane. He's in a rare car known as a Palliser WDB2. That's a US Formula B chassis from the late 60s. Jago Keane's also raced in the historic Formula 5000 in his career and in the Pirelli Ferrari Formula Classic Sports Car Series as well. A very multi-talented racer is Jago. Martin Wood, the orange march, the colours of Beta Tools, used to sponsor the March Formula 1 team in the 70s. Vittorio Brambilla took the only Grand Prix win for the Beta March at the Österreich-Ring in 1975. He's being chased by the number 57, that's Robin Lackford. As we said, Robin was a mechanic on this GRD 272 when it was new and now races it. Robin Lackford's raced a whole variety of historic machinery, everything from MG midgets up to these high-powered single-seaters over the years. There's the 27 trying to make a move. Bruce Bolchin in the March 743 on the back of the treble one of Jeff Williams with his Van Diemen RF82. Another of the Formula Ford 2000 cars. Leader laps Will Arif. A couple of weeks ago I was at Snetterton, he was racing a Honda CRX. He really will drive anything as long as it's got four wheels and an engine, Will Arif. Wood just under a second clear of Lackford. He's done the fastest lap of the race as well, 48.872. Good to see all 16 cars are still running. Luke Townsend, who we heard from earlier, the Man in his first ever car race is at the tail end of the field. He's already been lapped by the race leaders. Luke, the sim racer, in the car run by Stephen Connor, who's currently running 13th. Over the line goes Martin Wood. Another driver who sadly couldn't be here this weekend, but was entered in a Swift DB4 single-seater, is the Scotsman Jim McGaughey, who raced briefly in the British Touring Car Championship with the BMW in the early 90s. Leader now lapping Jeff Williams, who's in P9. And the 28 of George Fowler will shortly be a lap down as well. Big speed differentials between the Formula Atlantic and F2 cars towards the front of the field, the Formula 3 and the Formula Ford 2000 cars like this one, the treble one of Jeff Williams, the classic shape of the Van Diemen RF82. They sound beautiful out there as well, these spectacular machines. I think everybody up to 8th place has now been lapped by our race leader. 7th is the number 10, which is Richard Cook, the former Sports 2000 sports car racer. There's our 2nd place man, that's Lackford, in the GRD Group Racing Developments. They were bought out by Van Diemen midway through the 70s, the famous Formula Ford manufacturer, by the Furman family. Ralph Furman Jr. later made it to British F3, where he won the title, had a season in F1 with Jordan. Matthew Sturmer's car in this race is an ex-Eddie Jordan racing car. There's the 144, that's that rare Pilbeam. He said Mike Pilbeam, very famous for his hill climb cars that won many British hill climb championships in the hands of the likes of the great Roy Lane. The Moran family started their career, still going strong in hill climbs, and even a certain Andy Prio MBE was a British hill climb champion in a Pilbeam back in the mid-90s before his stellar touring car career. Pilbeam currently running in the hands of Alan Lancaster in 11th place. There's the car ahead of it, Bruce Bulchin in the March 743, originally a Toyota engine cars, entered by Richard Jones in 1977. The specification it is now, with a rare power plant that's got a Triumph Dolomite engine in it, the number 27 car. Now, not many cars raced outside the UK with the Triumph spec engine. No, Nigel Mansell raced a Uniparts sponsored Triumph engine car in F3, but it was not a major success. Martin Wood continues to lead. 4 minutes of this race to go. There's another race for these cars later on today. The first two nearly 12 seconds clear of Ian Rowley in 3rd place. There is the number 10 car we mentioned of Richard Cook. That's the March 793 classic F3 car. Living history here on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. The only thing it needs is the voice of the late legendary Brian Jones on the PA system. We still miss you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones would have seen all these cars in period, I think, race here at Brands Hatch, the voice of this circuit for over 50 years. In front of my commentary box roars the number 44 car, that's Ian Rowley in 3rd place, the white March 79B, the ex-Howdy Holmes Formula Atlantic car. That's the 89, that's Reese Wood. He's down to 6 now behind Matthew Sturmer. Reese in the Reynard SF81. It's Adrian Reynard, the great racing car designer. This is a Formula Ford 2000 car run by Lifetime Racing, the team run by Dan Eagling, regular in historic Formula Ford among other things over the years. Great to see all 16 cars are still running, 15 laps completed by the leader. Although the 2nd place car of Robin Lackford has just done the fastest lap, 48.415. There's just over 2 minutes of the race to go, less than a second in it for the lead, so Lackford could be about to launch a late challenge. This is the fight for 4th place. Matthew Sturmer has caught the newer Rolls of Paul Smith for 4th place. Leaders have already gone through. These two are nearly 17 seconds behind Ian Rowley now. in 4th and 5th places. Fastest lap of the race by Lackford was 48.415 seconds in the GRD last time around. Average speed of over 90 miles an hour around the Brands Hatch Indy circuits. Not quite as quick that time, but he is getting the gap down over Martin Wood at the front of the field. There's only 0.8 of a second in it for the lead. So could we see Robin Lackford make a late challenge here? There's Rhys Wood in 5th position. In 6th, I should say, behind Matthew Sturmer. There are the leaders. You can see there's only a few car lengths between the two of them. There's Martin Wood, the Beta March. Beta Utensili, Beta Tools from Italy. And Vittorio Brambilla's sponsor before moving on to Arrows when March changed sponsors. Riccardo Patrese was sponsored by them as well. 1.2 seconds in for the lead, so Martin Wood has responded to the pressure. We may get one more lap out of this, I think. It's first CRCC Historic Formula Libre race of the weekend. There's a car slowing there, I think, just to let the leaders through. I think that might have been the Pilbeam. Either that or the number 11 of Stephen Connor. Similarly coloured cars, those two. Coming round to start their final lap this time. Martin Wood has controlled this race from the front in the beautiful March 73B. Had a race win at Thruxton at the Jochen Rindt Trophy meeting this year. Rhys Wood lets him through. Drew Druids for the last time comes our leader. There's another race for these cars later on, of course, so we'll get to see and hear these beautiful machines in action again. New fastest lap for Lackford, 48.112. He's closing up, but he's going to run out of time to catch Martin Wood. Just between these two, around the final couple of corners, and Lackford is closing up. Will he get close enough there through Clark Curve to challenge on the run to the line? I don't think he's quite going to. It is going to be Martin Wood in the march, comes up over the line, takes the checkered flag. Lackford second in the GRD, and they're well clear of their opposition. Third place is going to be Ian Rowley, the number 44. Only 5 cars on the lead lap in that race. Across the line comes Jago Keane in the 150 car. Incidentally, the number 28, George Fowler, that was the car that was a bit over-enthusiastic on the rolling start. He got a 10-second penalty for that. It'll be added onto his race time. I thought I saw a car bursting through the middle. It was George Fowler in the Reynard. There's the battle for 4th place into the final corner. The 82 of Paul Smith, the red car, and Matthew Sturmer. They're about to come over the line. I think Smith will hang on for that 4th position. Yes, he does. And there is our race winner, number 94, Martin Wood, in the March 73B. Various subclasses in that race as well. We'll bring you the class winners when we give you the result in a moment. Hopefully Ian will be down there to have a chat to Martin Wood after his victory by 0.688 of a second. It was close with Robin Lackford there. Robin, a very experienced historic racer and preparer. The provisional result then, Martin Wood completing 19 laps, finishes 0.68 of a second ahead of Robin Lackford. Ian Rowley completes the podium in his march. Lackford wins Class A, Wood Class B. 4th place goes to Paul Smith, he wins Class F. And Matthew Sturmer just behind him wins Class E in his Rolts. Rhys Wood in 6th place, another class winner, that's Class G. And it was Richard Cook, Jeff Williams, Bruce Bolchin and Alan Lancaster in the Pilbeam rounds out the top 10. Simon Langman in that gorgeous ex-Rolf Stommel and Brabham in 11th place. George Fowler, despite that 10-second penalty, finishes 12th and wins Class H. Will Arif in 13th in the more modern Swift Formula Ford 1600 car wins Class D. And Jago Keane, Luke Townsend and Stephen Connor completing the 16 finishers. What a wonderful nostalgia journey that was. Classic Racing Car Club, Classic Formula Libre. Ian Waterhouse is down there in Park Fernley.
Well, welcome down to Park Ferme, everybody. These are special. Martin, that was a special race. And actually, before we do that, I think you want to put the garland on, don't you? Here we go, put that on.
Well done. I feel very privileged.
And a nice hat.
Thank you so very much.
And you get the bubbly as well.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
Non-alcoholic, I'm sure. Congratulations, Martin. I'll tell you what, Robin made you work for that, though, didn't he?
He really did. And I thought I got a couple of seconds lead, and then there was a bit of traffic, and then maybe I went to sleep a little bit. But then, no, he kept me very,
you went to sleep? How'd you go to sleep driving one of these?
Well, you don't sort of smash it as you might, let's say. You just roll off just a fraction early, and yeah, thought at one time I was going to be stroking at home, but obviously I wasn't. And Robin caught me and put me under pressure, and I was looking in my mirrors all the time, to be quite honest.
Congratulations anyway. You got to do it again a little bit later.
Thank you so very much.
How are we doing? All right?
Yeah.
It's good to see. It's good to see you again. Actually, worn out from that. Yeah. Look, these are special machines, aren't they? What are they like to drive under racing conditions?
It's fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. It is so fast, but it is so planted. But you have to be really smooth.
I'll tell you what, the racer come out of you though, didn't it, Robin? Because you wanted him, didn't you?
Oh, well, I was going to have him. We got caught by a back marker a couple of laps from the end, and it just pulled me away by a couple of foot, which was enough.
Do you know what though? Got to do it again a little bit later. You're going to get him.
Don't know if I've got the energy.
Yes, you have. Go on, have a rest. You don't have to do it for a few hours. Yeah?
It's not bad for an old age pensioner, is it? Eh?
Robin, it's great to see you again. Well done as well, by the way. Congratulations indeed. Top three as they started. Actually, Ian Rowley as well. Let's have a quick chat. Ian, congratulations.
Yeah,
how was that?
Yeah. Well, it was great. I just got spooked at the start when George. In his what and he just suddenly it unfortunately it completely threw me, and I thought, but anyway I lost a few places, and then I thought got to get my head down, but these two went away, and fair play to. It's about time he beat me. So.
It's about time. The nerve, he says.
I just want to say, Robin Latford. If just imagine, Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, and you look at Robin Latford. But he's a top bloke, and he's a bloody great racing driver as well. Yeah. And well done, mate. Well done. Thanks, Brandon.
But nobody loses today.
Sorry?
In this. Nobody loses. Everybody wins. It doesn't matter where you finish. Driving these around.
Well done, that man there as well, Rob. So
yeah, congratulations, Rob.
We wouldn't be here. So.
There he is, Rob.
Great fun.
In fact, I think we've got time, Rob. Can we just have a very quick word, because you're man sort of behind all this, organising it. How much work goes into it?
With these lot, actually, not very much, because they're all so, as you could just gather, they're so enthusiastic. I don't know if you know the background to this, but we started this thing really for the Jochen Trophy at Thruxton, and then we thought, well, why don't we go and have an away day? And everybody seemed up for it. At this time of year, it's hard to get a big grid, but I think with what we've brought, or what these guys have brought, I hope that they're cars that the people on the banks don't see very often, and we've now got some momentum to let this grow, and with the help of the BARC, we're pretty confident that we can get these spectacular cars out for people to see all over the UK.
They are super. Thanks for bringing them out to play. I hope there's a few more away days coming up next year as well. We'd love to see them. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Next race about to go out. As you can see, we've got even more Caterhams coming up for you. Is the Caterham Roadsport Championship, as you can see. I don't think we're quite going to have time, unfortunately, to chat to some of the drivers. They are literally about to head out on track, but here they go. In fact, whilst here, look at this. I was talking about number plates a little bit earlier, wasn't I, with the Caterhams? Look at that one and beyond. I hope the front says to infinity. That would be pretty cool. I can't see the front from where I am, of course, though. That is Gertie Desu's car there as well. Let's just move down a little bit, shall we? See who else we've got. I can't get through. Like, I'm trying to do what this bottle's trying to do and jump through, but by the time I get around there, they'll literally go out on track. In fact, come around here with me a little bit. In fact, the whistle's just blown, so they are heading out on track. I just want to show you this number plate here. Anne Hall. We've spoken to Anne before, because we were with Caterham in Zandvoort a little bit earlier in the year, halfway around the world, weren't we? Giddy up. There you go. How cool is that one? Right, the cars are making their way out on track now for the Caterham Roadsports. I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
We certainly will enjoy, yes. Thanks, Ian. Next up it is the Bilstein Suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship, the second rung on the ladder for Caterham Motorsport. All these drivers pretty much are graduates of the academy from last season. The grid lines up like this. Istvan Demesh, the Hungarian descended driver, number 55, is on pole alongside number 8, Django Jones. Second row, the championship leader, number 12, Paul Goldstein. in his gold liveried car alongside his championship rival 43 Jono Emery. Row 3, 31 of Ben Stewart and 37 Henry Speaks, the Hong Kong-based racer. Monty Hine, number 76 on row 4, alongside Nick Heighton in 78. Completing the top 10, the number 5 of Henry Morris, who, if memory serves me right, he won the Three Nations Championship this year, starting alongside Orlando Morris, the number 21. On the 6th row of the grid, we've got number 20 Will Jarvis and 89 Patrick Cunningham. Then on row 7, Giles Hansen, number 14, and 10 Harvey Ashmore. Behind them, number 16 Andrew Miles and Gerthe Ducey, who we just saw there, the number 30, the purple car. I have to check the front number plates on that one for Ian's benefit. Miles Ain on number 15 and 52 Bali Nijar on row 9. Row 10, Tim Payne, number 26 and 13 Jack English. The 11th row is 22 Neil Bell alongside 25 Chris Coates. Row 12, number 40 Dean Pollen. He ended up in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend in qualifying, bringing out the red flag. He'll start alongside number 4 Neville Sykes. Row 13 is 96 David Jarvis and 62 Graham Handy. Row 14, 6 Anthony Nichols and 92 Howard Ashmore. Craig Jarvis, number 3 on row 15, and Reuben Hunter, number 75. 63 Anne Hall is on row 16. We've got a couple of cars with a 10-second penalty at the back of the field. Number 73 Brian Joyce and 65 Andrew Mackay, and that's because they're running on non-declared tyres for the championship, so they have to start at the back with a penalty.
Yep, the Road Sport race then. They have got 2 races this weekend. This is the first of their 20 minute of those 2. And we've got another couple of, almost imposters at the front, haven't we? Esteban Demes and Django Jones. We've seen them fighting near the front. But our championship battle is Goldstein and Emery, who are lining up on row 2 in the purple and the gold machine that you can see on your screen. No one's going to be able to do anything about claiming that championship, certainly not in this first race. And we'll see tomorrow whether anyone can take away that battle. But at the moment, I think it's close enough that we're just going to be seeing them go, the battle going down to the final round next time out at Donington. But it's Van Demes getting it on pole position then over Django Jones. Paul Goldstein has been on pole quite a number of times this season, but he finds himself in that 3rd place. John Emery. And then Ben Stewart is one of our drivers who didn't do the Academy last year, and he's jumped straight into the Road Sport race. So to join the Academy, you mustn't have held a racing licence or a kart licence. To join Road Sport, you must either have done the Academy the previous year or have a limited amount of running in a real car. So for example, if you've held a kart licence before but not raced in a car, you can come and join the Road Sport race racing, or if you've perhaps done 1 or 2 car races before, you can also validate your entry into the Road Sports. The second step, so this is last year's Academy graduates in the majority, and they will have just put on the Toyo AAAR tyres and off they go. You do get a rear anti-roll bar, which does help with rear end stability on these cars, and but the tyres make the significant upgrade. And they're a bit, say, on a longer track than Brands Hatch, it's perhaps 2 seconds a lap difference in track time. On Brands Hatch, it's probably something like a second difference between that and the Academy car. And let's just see how the qualifying got on. Again, about the top 15 there. All within a second of each other, so you can see how important. There's one car stopped out on track there on the left hand side of our screen. I hope he can get that car moving again, otherwise we might have to have another green flag lap. If the whole field passes him, then he will best to be starting from the back of the grid, but he is in a place where they can drag him round to the Parc Ferme on the exit, but unfortunately doesn't look like he's easily able to get that car moving, and the rest of the field has just passed him, so he won't be able to retake his position now, but he is stuck there. Marshall is going to
Orlando Morris, number 21. He was due to be starting from the 5th row of the grid.
Yeah, so not good for him. Looks like they're going to have a tow away. They will have a delayed start, so I'm sure the drivers will be shown a delayed start, and that will mean they will have to do a green flag lap, I believe, unless they can move this car pretty quickly. It's going to be a bit touch and go as to what they choose. They can't leave the drivers sat here too long on the grid, though.
Yeah, delayed start. The board has gone up above the start line next to the lights now. So let's wait and see.
It can still go straight into a race start, depending on how quickly they think. So let's get ready for, in case this is the race start rather than a green flag lap. I think it still will be a race start.
It's Van der Mesch, the blue and white car, on pole position, alongside Django Jones's maroon machine. Demesh down in 10th in the championship. Jones is 7th, and it's the gold car of Paul Goldstein, number 12. on the second row with his championship rival, the purple car with the white roll cage. That's Jono Emery. Third row of the grid, number 31, Ben Stewart, the grey car with the green stripe alongside the orange and blue of Henry Speaks, number 37. And number 76 is Monty Hine, the blue car with the Dayglow yellow stripe. Starting alongside the blue with the white stripes is Nick Heighton, number 78. And then we got number 5, another grey and green car is Henry Morris from Cobham in Surrey, and a gap alongside him where Orlando Morris should have been.
The delayed starts board has been withdrawn then, so let's see whether it's the 5-second board going out to present to the drivers. They're giving another minute board, which normally means there is a green flag lap then. So the if it would have been the 5-second board, it would have been another a race start, but we are going to have another green flag lap then. They'll give the 30 seconds and then the green flag will wave. I can see the marshal getting that ready now, so they will get their second green flag lap. So these drivers, the road sports, in the second step of this ladder then, and will have a good understanding of what's going on. If it's the academy, it can get a little bit confusing there, as it might be the first time they've ever seen it, but road sports will be seen enough over the years to be able to understand what's going on at the first time. As the field then will head round then for another formation lap, a green flag lap, a chance for the drivers to make sure the car's happy, all the brake has got the temperature in the brakes, temperature in the tyres, everything feels normal. Give it a chance to see all the track conditions that are out there. Obviously there's been some racing out there, we've had some historic cars which might have dropped liquids and fluids out there, so it's a good chance to see what the grip levels are like, especially after they were qualifying in the morning there. So also it had a slightly sort of greasy track after the rain that we've had overnight, so it'd be good to get that, and that's what these drivers will be focused in on. But yeah, 20-minute race for them, as it is for all the Caterham races this weekend. Some drivers in the academy, they get one race at 20 minutes. The road sports, in your second year, you get 2 races at 20 minutes, and then all the other classes from then on, you get 3 20-minute races over the course of your race weekend.
Well, to answer Ian's question about Gerthay Ducey's car, it doesn't say to infinity and beyond, it says track limits and beyond. Very good.
Yeah, very good, yeah. Yeah, like Ian said, there's some really good number plates out there. It's worth, if you're on the banks here, doing number plate spotting for sure. As they head around then, Surtees, we've seen plenty of action today up into Paddock Hill. The stiff breeze that we had earlier on has abated very slightly, and the direction of it is just very slightly different, but it is still a headwind as they go along the start-finish straight, which will mean the tow is powerful. And with these road sport cars and their windscreens on it, it means that the tow is even more powerful than maybe we see in the 270R class. What are they going to do? How are the grip going to be for the front couple of rows? We saw a lot of wheel spin from the academies. These tyres do offer up a little bit more grip in the road sport level, so they should be able to get away a bit better, but certainly with the front 2 rows looking a bit greasy, all the cars just about lining up. What a fantastic sight this is to see all these road sports all the way back down this Brands Hatch circuit. 1.9 kilometres, 1.2 miles around this track. We turn an awful lot of laps, and the drivers enough to get them dizzy, but the final drivers are just about getting in place, so let's get this racing underway.
33 cars we have here in the Bilstein Caterham Roadsports Championship this weekend. This will be a 20-minute race. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. The red light's about to come on. The revs are up. It's Van der Mesch on pole position alongside Django Jones, and they're away. And again, it's the outside line that makes the better start. Not a great start by der Mesch or by Goldstein. There's been a bit of contact off the grid. Someone's lost a rear wheel arch already. The number 10 car, Harvey Ashmore, struggled to get going, which is possibly the catalyst for that problem. We'll pick up who's leading then as they come up into the right-hand Druids for the first time. It is Django Jones ahead of Jono Emery into Druids for the first time. A couple of cars running out wide towards the back, but it is Django Jones who leads the way. The number 8's from Lydney in Gloucestershire, for the first time in his career. der Mesch around the outside of Henry Speaks, then it's Goldstein in 5th place, and then Heighton and Hind battling it out just behind them. But Django Jones, I think for the first time, leads a Bilstein Caterham Roadsports Championship race.
And he has got a little bit of a gap over the Emery, who's in 2nd place, so obviously coming from that 2nd row on the grid, he had a bit of work to do, but did make short work of it alongside Goldstein. But Goldstein has slid further back. You can see his gold car now in about 5th, fighting for 5th and 6th. Jono Emery's got a little bit of work to do, but it's Van der Mesch didn't get that start off the line. A lot of wheel spin again, like we saw from the academy. So those front 2 rows of the grid not offering up very much grip at all to these drivers. John O'Emery and Goldstein firmly ensconced in the championship battle, but Django Jones and Istvan Demes are going to see what they can do about getting some trophies to take home and spray some champagne as they go through the course of these 2 races over this weekend. It is Django Jones then leading with a little bit of a comfort gap over Emery, but he's having to fight hard from Demes. And then following on, Speaks made some initial progress early in the race. Well, we got some, that's at the exit of Paddock, isn't it? So who've we got in the gravel there?
Hard to see through that little dust storm at the moment. Towards the back of the field, I think we'll see who doesn't come through. Hopefully it's not number 40 of Dean Pollins. That's where he ended up going off in qualifying. The 52, Bali Nijar, attacking number 4 of Neville Sykes. That's a little bit further down the order. The leaders go through over the line. Monty Hind has moved ahead of Nick Hyton in the battle for P6. That's the 2 blue cars there. He's done the fastest lap of the race as well. Goldstein having go up the inside of Henry Speaks for P4. The dust is clearing. I can't see any cars off, so whoever that is has recovered.
Just touching the grass there, and the gravel there can throw up an awful lot of dust even if the car does manage to get out. Goldstein making a place back up over Henry Speaks then, so he'll be up into 4th place, making good progress in the second phase of this. Behind him, Hyton as well there, trying to move forward, and Ben Stewart, our kind of new driver, hadn't raced the car before, or hadn't raced a big car up until the start of this season, did very well to inject himself and get towards those podiums, and he's in the top 10 firmly here as well. Paul Goldstein though will see quite a few cars in front of him, which he's not used to doing this season. He's been sitting out front comfortably in quite a number of races, but Django Jones, can he hold on? He's still got a little bit of a gap over the field, but not too much, and certainly not enough to be disappearing off down the road at the moment.
Here comes Monty Hind around the outside on Henry Speaks into Paddock then. This is for P5. Side by side, Speaks up on the curb. Monty Hind, who set the fastest lap of the race last time round, 55.552. Certainly on the move here. Paul Goldstein trying to move around the outside as well. Hind's up to 5th. Nick Hyton in 7th place. Battles all the way down the order. There's number 30, Gerthay Ducey on the tail of Jack English. Number 13. They're starting to close up on Django Jones now. John O'Emery in 2nd place, can still very much challenge for the title. 2 races for Caterham Roadsport here this weekend, and 2 to go at Donington after this in October as well. Henry Speaks on the back of Monty Hind, trying to take that 5th place back again out of the right-hander at Clark Curve onto the Brabham Straight. Jones continues to set the pace ahead of John O'Emery. Istvan Demes in 3rd place. Here comes Goldstein on the inside, the championship leader, looking to move up into P3. Emery's got the inside line on Django Jones as well. That's a late move by John O'Emery. Goldstein's made it stick up into 3rd position, but Django Jones keeps his foot down. He wants that first victory. Came close in the last round at Knock Hill in the 2nd race, where he inherited 2nd place with Barry Hanif, who's not here this weekend, being promoted to the victory. I think it was after John O'Emery got a penalty in that race for some contact. 52 car goes through there, the blue machine, that's Bali Nijar. That's the leaders head along the Cooper Straights, almost side by side for 2nd place. This could get interesting here. Jones has escaped a little. Goldstein's got through into 2nd, or has he? Sideways a bit there as John O'Emery has a go back up the inside. Istvan Demes has gone down into 4th position. A frantic fight between these 3 for 2nd and 3rd.
It's all certainly coming back together. Emery then has got the good run back onto the straight, and Jones is able to disappear off a little bit further down. Can Emery go to the outside? Chooses to sit in line. That's going to leave the other cars ready to catch up with him, so he chose not to go for an overtake that time to see whether they could settle it all down and maybe get moved clear, and that's meant that Demes and Hind are now stuck fighting each other as they go up into Druids. Don't think that's worked out for our lead 2 though, so Emery not choosing to go around the outside of Goldstein there may have actually cost them some time rather than gained it to Jones, who's again slowly threatening to disappear out the distance in front. He's certainly still within tow distance at the moment, but if they have a couple more of those times where they hesitate a little bit, he may disappear off down the road. Again, they're not too concerned over Django Jones though out front. It's Emery and Goldstein who really do need to take the points off each other as they sling these road sport cars through Surtees into McLaren and then round clearways before dispatching themselves over to start another lap.
Somebody had a bit of a near miss there. I think I'm on him, Patrick Cunningham, the number 89, who got over the curbs down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Monty Hind could have a go at the slingshot move on Istvan Demes up the inside for P4 here. Up the inside, yes, he's got it done. Monty Hind is certainly the man on the move from further back in the pack early on in this race for the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. There's Henry Speaks battling it out with the 78 of Nick Hyton as well. This is great stuff. Jones is being reeled in now by Paul Goldstein.
Really quickly.
Championship leader, has already had a couple of wins at Brands Hatch this season in various Caterham series. He's closing up on Django Jones now. He's done the fastest lap of the race, Goldstein, 55.271.
Emery's decision then to not overtake was the right one. So it was a short-term loss, but actually longer-term gain. Goldstein has easily got the pace to catch back up with Jones then over the middle part of this lap, and therefore by the time we re-saw them and as they go over the line, they are absolutely nose to tail. Then Emery again deciding whether he's going to make a move. He's going to shove it to the outside. Goldstein looking down the inside. He's really persevering with it, but Jones is going to hold on round the outside and swoop up and stays within track limits, so all good. Goldstein having to now protect up the inside. So as soon as they caught up, they had one little battle, and then suddenly the whole field are back with them, with Hind and Demes right back on their tail again.
Monty Hind is the one to watch here. The way he's flown through from, I think it was the 4th row of the grid he started. He's up to P4 now, and he's going for Jono Emery, who's just done the fastest lap, 54.828 last time around for the purple car of Jono Emery. Van der Mesch, the pole sitter, has been relegated down to 5th, and it is Hind who is the man on a mission here, closing up on Emery for that 3rd position. Emery, of course, got that penalty, only picked up 21 points from the last round at Knockhill, which has put a slight dent in his championship hopes. It was Barry Hanif who inherited his first win. Jono Emery having won the first race. Now Goldstein's going to try again up the inside of Django Jones. He must get the move done this time into Paddock Hill Bend. He's going through, takes the lead into the first turn at Paddock, but Django Jones is fighting back on the run up towards Druids Hill Bend. Who's going to be later on the brakes? Here they come. Jones got the inside. Emery had a brief look as well. Goldstein covers it off on the outside through Druids. The almost gold-plated looking car leads down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend, moves to cover off Django Jones and keeps his lead.
Yep, great sequence of events there. So Goldstein showing that he's learnt over the course of his fairly short racing career, because he was in the academy last year, now in the Roadsport, but he also races for the graduate, so he is building up his experience in racing and loving it. Certainly likes being at the front of this grid in the gold coloured car, as you say, really shiny, and if you see it in real life it's even more spectacular, I can promise you. But he is now firmly in the lead of this race over Jones and Emery, who go in when they're not fighting with each other. They are pulling a gap. Jones looking to the outside, though. He's worked the outside line quite nicely.
Yes, he said he was pulling a gap there, but he wasn't, because Django Jones got into the slipstream and he's really going for it here. He wants that first victory. He's up on the outside as they head into Druids. He'll try and get the cut back on the inside, but he'd do well to stay to the outside there, because he'll get the run on the inside into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. We saw a couple of drivers do that earlier on. He doesn't get it done this time. Emery still third with Monty Hind all over his well, I was going to say rear bumper, but there's no bumper on there. All over his rear panel, all over his number plate for that's third place. Behind them, Demesh and Henry Speaks. They are line astern for the lead. There is Henry Speaks in the number 37 car. Not sure what his number plate is all about there. He's being chased by Nick Heighton in the 78.
Yeah, and it's the front sort of 9 cars all running line astern then, as this race is failing to spread out. So it's a great action here from the Roadsports. Jones looking to the outside then, but that is a late move. He's just taken that natural racing line. Such a game of chess in these cars out here, especially with the toe being powerful down the start-finish straight. They've got to work out when it's worth putting a move on. A little bit of move there between Heighton and Speaks, and Speaks, Heighton is going to go up the inside of Speaks then into Druids.
That was for P6 as they head into Druids, coming up to half distance. This is lap 11 of this Bilstein Caterham Roadsport's first race of the weekend. Gurthé Ducey running a bit wide there, coming out of Druids Hill Bend. And Graham Hill Bend goes this little group further ahead of them. Jack English ahead of number 14 of Giles Hansen. Will Jarvis in this group as well, the number 20 car. He lost a couple of places on the last lap. There's Gurthé Ducey in behind him, the purple number 30. Still Goldstein leads by only 0.03 of a second from Jones at the end of the previous lap. Here they come. Jones having a look up the outside again into Paddock Hill Bend, and again he can't quite get up onto the shoulder of Paul Goldstein. Emery under fire as well. Here comes Monty Hind, and here comes Istvan Demesh on the outside as well, the blue and white number 55. He cuts back in. Hind holds the line for Graham Hill Bend. He does not want Istvan Demesh to get up alongside him, and he does hold that 4th position.
Demesh, our pole sitter as well, so had plenty of speed in that car, trying to work out where he wants to position it to try and fight back through. So he's clearly got a single lap pace through in that blue and white car, but he's got nowhere to use it at the moment. He's got to figure it out, but as soon as this front group start battling, it's when this chase group they immediately catch up and they immediately start battling once more. So it's a real decision by Emery as to whether and when it is a good time to try and start fighting with Jones. Jones looks like he's tucked in the wheel arches of Goldstein this time through. He's going to go to the outside again. He doesn't leave it late enough. From a driver's perspective, you need to get the slingshot a little bit later, so he needs to hold on in the toe just a touch longer, as then it gives Emery a little bit of a chance to dive back up the inside, but it didn't work out that time.
Yeah, Jones went a little bit too wide there, as did Emery, coming through Paddock Hill Bend. Demesh side by side with Hind now as they make their way out of Druids. Demesh went over the curbs there on the outside. This is going to allow Nick Heighton to move into attack. 6 of them line astern. Jones a little bit wide through Graham Hill Bend. If any one of them makes a false move, there will be a dramatic change in the race position. I'm reminded of the Spanish Grand Prix back in 1981, where it was Gilles Villeneuve heading a line of 5 cars in the Ferrari for what turned out to be his final career victory.
A couple of back markers already coming into play, so where they've tripped over each other a little bit earlier in the race, you can see the blue flags out. It's not what Goldstein wants to see, but we do see it around this Brands Hatch circuit quite a long gap back then to that chase group, but the lead group are going to come up on back markers, and that can throw the spanner in the works. And Goldstein currently leading over Jones and Emery Hind, but they're going to catch up, probably going round Paddock Hill and up into Druids this time through. Let's check out how they're getting on. Goldstein, though, in the lead of that race.
73 there, moving up on the outside. Brian Joyce, one of the cars that started from the back. He's up into 25th place. Leaders heading down Graham Hill Bend now. Goldstein leads it from Jones, Emery, so still no change over the last couple of laps in the main lead positions here. Hind and Demesh still fighting over 4th position. In fact, Demesh has dropped back a bit there, so whether he's made a mistake somewhere we didn't quite see.
I saw the back marker did get right out of the throttle, but it meant that he was quite slow on the way into Graham Hill, and I wonder whether he sort of tripped up him, Demes, on the way in. Let's see him over the line then this time through. Speaks is right up behind Demes as they come over the line then, and it is still just holding on. Speaks to the outside, trying for the swoop around the outside, loses the rear of the car, just stepped out on him. He then had to get out the throttle, and that's ruined his charge on the way through that time, but he lives to drive another day. So we watch this battle then. Heighton, Demes and Speaks going around Druids.
Yes, Demes running wide. You could say Demes made a bit of a mess of Druids there, running out wide, and kicking up the dust there was Jones, and that's allowing Monty Hind to close up onto his tail. Jono Emery has got through into 2nd place. We missed that. So Emery has taken Django Jones. I saw Jones very wide at Paddock trying to go round Goldstein, so I reckon Emery must have got up the inside on the run into Druids, and he's up to P2. So the championship contenders from the 2nd row of the grid are now in 1st and 2nd. 6 minutes of this race still to go here on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit.
Jono Emery, though, is going to have to deal with Jones trying to recover back through, and that's going to let Goldstein potentially have a nice little gap as we go with the last 6 minutes of this race. More back markers to deal with as well down the inside. Complicated out there on the track. It's a small track, and therefore the speed differentials of these drivers mean that lapping is part of the skill you need. Goldstein losing the rear end of his car in the way into Druids that time, as he's got another back marker to deal with. He will do that. Emery's managed to hold on so far over Django Jones in that 3rd place. Great result for him. He was wide there last time, and he was wide there again. He's just clipping that sort of dust on the way in. Can Heighton make his way through? It looks like he might be able to have at least a look.
Jones will be frustrated after making that minor mistake a couple of laps ago, and the frustration is showing now as the leaders lap the number 3 car of Craig Jarvis, the white car. Jono Emery goes through, chasing after Paul Goldstein. The lead gap was just over half a second. I think it might be a little bit more than that this time through. Monty Hind was briefly stuck behind the backmarking Craig Jarvis there. He now sees the blue flags and lets him through. 0.8 of a second is now the lead for Goldstein over Emery. There's Jones, then Monty Hind in 4th place. There's Nick Heighton still ahead a little bit further back of he's got ahead of Istvan Demesh now. That's the battle for 5th position. Coming up to lap Craig Jarvis now, and behind them is Henry Speaks. He's had a bit of a yo-yo of a race up and down the top 10 in the 37 car.
Yeah, but Goldstein still has that comfort gap. It's still Emery having to look in his mirrors rather than get drawn forward. He will certainly feel the effect of the toe, but Jones behind you. We've got a red flag, so something's happened out there on track that we haven't seen in our commentary box, but we have got a red flag thrown. So that with only 4 minutes to go, I think that will be the conclusion of this first 20-minute race. Can't see it around this side of the track, so maybe something around Paddock and into Druids.
Okay, the car that's dropping down the timing screen is number 16 of Andrew Miles. Can't see that car. I can't see anything else.
The car, there he is on track.
He's in the gravel at Paddock. That's a shame.
It's right in the firing line there, unfortunately. It is literally where all the cars end up, so if it's buried in there, he can't move it, and the live snatch considered too dangerous at that point. Therefore, we have got 4 minutes 29 to go. It'll be close. I think they could declare it at this point. We've done 3/4 distance, but let's see whether they do restart it for the final 4 minutes.
So Andrew Miles, number 16, he comes from Woking in Surrey, so not too far to go if he needs any bits for the car. A quick blast around the M25 from here.
Looks like what he needs right now is a spade and a digger, doesn't it, to get him out of there rather than any damage. It does just look like his car's drifted off the edge of the track and buried. The gravel is exceptionally deep down there. But the looks...
I think the cars are coming into pit lane and into Parc Fermé, so I think that will be race declared.
Indeed, yeah. 3/4 race distance, so full points allowed, but it will be the end of the first race. They have got a second race tomorrow, so great racing while it's been on there, but I think we can go down to Ian in Parc Fermé.
Well, welcome everybody to Parc Fermé, and some might say having a gold car is a bit of an omen, but it's certainly a good one for Paul Goldstein here. Paul, let's have a quick word. Can we you just tried to, we didn't see this on camera actually, almost tried to run me over, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. All Formula 1 drivers hit the marker board, so yeah, to be fair, I had it still in gear. Sorry. But you are my lucky charm, mate.
I am your lucky charm.
It's
so good to see you again. Congratulations. Talk us through the race. I mean, we never want to end it on a red flag, but you were leading at that point anyway.
I was. Yeah. Real tough to get past Django. He was on it. Surprisingly good. Eventually managed to get past him. And yeah, I managed to gap a little bit, and then obviously the red. I know from the earlier race that as soon as someone goes in there, that's 8 minutes worth. And we had 5 minutes left. So when it came as red, I was like, oh, really? And then obviously they called it early. So
it certainly seems even harder around Brands Hatch Indy, doesn't it? I know, because it's such a short circuit. You go round and round and waiting to get going again. But I've got to say, by and large, Marsh has done a pretty good job today.
Yeah, no, ecstatic. This is exactly what I needed to do today. I've had 3 poor non-podium runs in Roadsport, so I'm really pleased to actually get a race win here.
Well, it's great to see you again. Congratulations, buddy. It really is. Let's grab. We've got Django here. Let's just have a quick word. We will come to you, Jono, as well, so don't disappear. Paul was just saying how difficult it was to get past you there.
Yeah, I mean, fucking driving well. I mean, it was quick. I saw them coming, and Jono came around the outside and Paul went on the inside, and there's just nothing I could do at that point. But it was good racing out there. Hot. I was looking at my time. I wishing it went a bit quicker, as I still sat in P1 about 10 minutes left to go, going kind of wish it was all over now. But no, fair play. They did me both. But bit of an underwhelming finish. I think we all agree. Kind of wish there's 3-4 minutes left, and it would have been an intense 4 minutes. But you know.
That's
got the win we got tomorrow as well, so
exactly. You're on the podium. Come on, you're on the podium
now.
Jono, it's great to see you again, mate. How are you anyway?
Yeah, I'm good, buddy.
Right?
I'm good. Last time I saw you, it's my birthday. Do you remember?
I do. Yeah, I think I sang "Happy Birthday" to you as well, didn't I?
I think you did. You sang. Yeah, it's quite embarrassing back then.
Yeah, no, it was. Yeah, look, P2, happy?
Yeah, do you know what? It's Paul's backyard, so I'm properly chuffed. Really hard to overtake round here. You've got to get your elbows out and defend really well. So yeah, chasing Django for most of it, just keeping in the fight. That's all I needed to do. Yeah. And when I saw them scrap down Paddock Hill Bend, that's it. You had enough momentum around the outside, and
that's what we love about these Caterhams. There's always an opportunity.
Oh, it's wicked fun. Always. Yeah, it's wicked. You know, somebody's going to drop the ball at some point, whether it be you or somebody else. You just got to be there to pick it up. That's it. It sounds easy, but it's bloody hard.
We've got another race tomorrow, I believe, as well, haven't you? But look at this. How nice is the sun has just come out as well, so you can go enjoy the rest of the day now.
It's beautiful. Yeah, we're going to watch some racing this afternoon, so maybe having a beer later on. So
I'll see you later. Let me know where you are. I'll come over. There you go. There we go. That's the Roadsport's done for today. They're back tomorrow, of course. We've actually got the Academy, the white group in. They're about to head out on track. We might be able to make it around. Just a quick reminder as well, the competition we're doing to win one of these Caterham hats. How nice is this, by the way? It's so cool, isn't it? Look at that. Now, it's very, very simple. We know with Caterham and all of the action, there's a lot of overtaking that takes place. So all we simply want to know is how many times you think the lead is going to change today. You can come in, boys. You come in if you like. Come on, come have a quick chat with us. How's it going?
I survived another race.
I know you do well, aren't you?
I'm well. I wouldn't say it was well. I did more mileage on the grass and in the gravel than I did actually on the tarmac.
This isn't rallycross.
Oh right, that's what it is. Absolutely unbelievable that was.
Yeah.
I'm just amazed I actually finished it.
Yeah.
and that it wasn't me that caused the red flag, for a change.
Well, it's great to see you again, and don't forget you got to do it tomorrow as well. So just
heavy night tonight then.
Get out on a booze. There's a bit of a theme here with the Caterham lot, isn't there, about being in the bar all the time. Sorry about that, everybody. The competition to win the hats. Yes, how many times do you think the lead is going to change across every single race today? So one total number for how many times do you think the lead is going to change across every single race taking place today. So you've got up until the checkered flag falls in the final race to get your comment in. The best place to do that is with the BARC at YouTube, with Caterham as well. In that live chat, the live chat is open. It's been open for a long time, and a lot of you have been getting involved. Just pop a number in there, and if you're one of the top 3 who get closest or even spot on, Caterham will send you one of these hats. How good is that? Right, perfect timing. Caterham Academy, the white group, they're just making their way out on track. So let's hand over to your commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Yes, thanks so much, Ian. This is the other half of the Caterham Academy for 2024. The white group, a separate championship, separate points chart. It is the man who leads the points who has qualified on pole position for this 20-minute race. Number 18, Paul Oglesby. He will start on pole alongside number 88 in the Rothmans liveried car, Luciano Caruso. Proper racing driver name, that, isn't it? Second row of the grid, number 14, William Harris, and 15, Nick Sampson. Third row, 97, Cal Short. He currently sits third in the championship alongside number 96, Charlie Harris. But Charlie Harris is on the inside of that row with number 12, Alistair Morton alongside him. So have we got an amended grid here? Has Cal Short not appeared?
Cal Short has, I think he has 10 grid penalty from the last time out after accumulated penalty points throughout the season. That's why Cal Short will be out of position. He's further back down the grid.
Let's see if I can find an amended grid then. Just bear with me 1 second. Yes, Charles Harris 96 and 12 Alistair Morton row 3. The fourth row, 42, Scott Helm alongside 36 of Chris Buck. Scott Helm currently second in the championship, completing the top 10, 86 Craig Evans and 16 Benoit Cane. Row 6 is where you'll find 22 William Coop and 69 Eduardo Pontes. Row 7, 58 James Platt and 97 Cal Short on the 7th row. Row 8 is number 6 Tim Hardcastle and 2 Charles Chapman. Row 9 is 99 Oliver Plunkett and 32 Ivan Searle. Row 10 Steve Harris, number 5 and 26 Zina Al-Jalili. Row 11 92 Greg van der Gast and 47 Gary Fry. And at the back should hopefully have the qualified out of session. Yes, number 71 Richard Haig is there.
Oglesby certainly a man firmly in charge of this championship. He really does just need to finish in a reasonable way today to claim it. The only person who can overhaul him is Scott Helm, and he would need a win in this race and a second place in the next time out even to get a chance, and even if Paul Oglesby does not finish. Such as Cal Short is third place, but penalty points and this 10 grid penalty that he's got today do mean that he is going to struggle, and I don't think he can now overhaul for the lead. He might, I think, still be able to take that second place, but again, quite a long shot. But it is Oglesby who is going to likely to be champion-elect at the end of this race. Right now it's not guaranteed, but it will take a reasonable result for Oglesby that he will get that done. And just to update you from earlier, Bruno van Dijk is champion-elect in the green group as well after their race, although there's still discussion about the end of that race going on right now, and I'm not sure the official result has been declared. So let's hope this one we can get to the end of this race. 20 minutes for the Caterham Academy white group, exactly the same structure as the green group that we saw earlier. They race for entirely different championship and entirely different independent points, so the results of the other races don't mean anything for this one. They are going for their own trophy and their own championship winners. As I see Paul Oglesby then just lining up in the green car on the left of your screen, and alongside him in the Rothmans colour, it's Luciano Caruso and Harris. And I saw there's a Will for Harris fan club there waving the board up on the banks on the right hand side of our screen now, looking to see them all get underway. Exciting for friends, family and everyone else who gets involved in this academy as they're lining up this grid of 22 cars here in the Caterham Academy white grid. 20-minute race, their one and only race this weekend.
Okay, getting ready then for the red lights to come on. It's the brightly lime green car of number 18 Paul Oglesby in pole position. The Rothmans lookalike car, 88 Luciano Caruso alongside him. The revs are up and away they go. Not the best of getaways for Caruso. Great getaway from the third row by Charlie Harris, the green and yellow liveried car, and he's going to go up into second place. Will Harris is in third place as they go into paddock, but Paul Oglesby has already checked out at the front of the field as they go through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Behind them, the 15, the red car, is Nick Sampson. Didn't get much chance to go through the colours. That was a fairly quick start there to our Caterham Academy Whites group race. One car already cutting the grass on the inside there. That was the number 92 machine, Greg Vandergast, towards the back. Charlie Harris has now gone wide. Caruso recovering through into second place on the inside in the number 88, into third place, I should say. It's the two green machines out in front of Paul Oglesby and William Harris. The rest of the pack streams its way through behind there as the number 15 of Nick Sampson didn't make the best of starts there, dropped down a few spots from fourth on the grid, but it is Paul Oglesby already with a clear lead over Will Harris in second position. Caruso is third. The rest of them head over the line to complete their opening lap. It's the 36 of Buck in fourth place. Completing the top five is Charlie Harris, number 96, after his fast start.
The Alistair Morton got an absolute bogged down start. Again, wheel spin. It's the story of the starts today. It's you don't get the heat into your tyres in the warm-up lap. As we got a little bit of a lock-up there as we go around Druids. But if you don't get your heat in the tyres on the warm-up lap, you are liable to have multiple wheel spin incidents off of the line. That's really bogging down some of these cars. We're seeing the front of the grid seem to be affected more than potentially the midfield as they're flowing on round. Oglesby, though, had no such problem off of pole position and really fired that car off into the distance, so he only has to have a reasonable result. Well, he's got a very big result at the moment. There's Cal Short, and he has made 5 places up after his start, where he was demoted 10 places because of that want of those penalty points over the course of the season. Though it's jumping on to join already starting lap 2 or starting lap 3 of these cars as they head over the line. Then Oglesby Harris is behind Oglesby, ahead of Buck, Caruso, Harris, and then Helm.
Charles Harris under fire from the number 42 there. That is Nick Helm, the championship, Scott Helm rather, the championship challenger from up in Clitheroe in Lancashire. Harris holding on in the colours of the old Team Lotus. Number 71, Richard Haig, has come into the pits incidentally from the back of the grid. The car that qualified out of session, so more problems for him. Nick Sampson on the tail of these two. This is the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. It's Oglesby who leads by 0.8 of a second ahead of Will Harris. Up to third is the 36 of Chris Buck, and he's done the fastest lap of the race. There he is, the car with the yellow wheel trims and mirrors. He's got ahead of Luciano Caruso. Charles Harris in the old Team Lotus green and yellow in 5th place behind them. Then it's Scott Helm, the 42. Leaders heading up over the line. Once again, the first two beginning to pull away from Chris Buck in third in the number 36. They're just over 1.7 seconds clear of the third place man. To the fight for 5th between Harris and Helm. Sampson in behind them, then a gap back to Cal Short, who already on lap 3 is up into 8th position ahead of Hardcastle and Evans.
There's Helm just losing or trying to take that position over Luciano Caruso, but Caruso managing to hold on, so he got that bad start and he's just starting to get everything back under control in 4th place, but is having to defend from Harris, who's looking at to see whether he can go down the inside of Surtees. You have to have a compliant car. Here our lead 2 are closing up then out front. Oglesby hasn't got it all his own way because the other Harris is closing in then on him quite significantly, and Buck's just disappearing off a bit further back, so first and second are definitely clearing off into their own race. A bit more tyre squeal as we go round clearways that time through, and Caruso is now up away and clear from Harris. So where is the other Harris gone, or is it I think he has dropped back a little bit. No, they're going side by side once more then into Druids then, as Buck in fact was the car in between that I misidentified that time through, but Oglesby and Harris are coming together out front.
Cal Short has caught up to this group, the number 97. He hasn't had a huge amount of luck this year. Going to the outside on number 15, Nick Sampson there, the man from Chichester in Sussex. Holds him off there as they come out of Druids down towards Graham Hill Bend, but Short will have the inside line for the left-hander, and he goes through into P7. His next targets will be the number 42 of Scott Helm, his rival for second in the championship. They're only separated by 4 points, those two, but they're 15 points behind Paul Oglesby, the race leader, who's just on the fastest lap of the race with a 56.82. Charles Harris now under fire from Cal Short, so that means that Scott Helm's got ahead of him coming through Surtees and McLaren. These four having a terrific scrap as the leaders head over the line. Past our commentary position, it's going to be 3 wide potentially in the pack. Charles Harris on the inside, and good move of line there by Nick Sampson, but there wasn't quite enough space to attack Charles Harris on the inside.
Another position then for Cal Short, who is making short work of coming through the field from deep on that grid, and he's going to look around the outside then of Helm as he goes up into Druids this time. Not going to be able to make it stick, but he's certainly putting his car in all the places that other drivers don't want him to, so they put them offline, and it does mean that he can then try and make his way through. It is this car, the number 97, that is on the move through the field then. He's currently in that 6th place and looking to see whether he can come over the top of Helm for 5th.
Still plenty of time to go, 14.5 minutes near enough. That's my new favourite number plate on Scott Helm's car. Help me, written upside down. That's brilliant.
Absolutely, there we go. So he's in the tow as they come onto the start-finish straight. The wind was up last lap. It's died off again a little bit. It really is gusty here at Brands Hatch. So you can see the tow isn't quite as powerful. Cal not able that time to get drawn into and up to the car in front. But in front of them, it is come together between Buck and Caruso. Everything is closing up again. It does mean our lead to disappearing off up into the distance.
I think I spotted a yellow flag there going out of Paddock Hill Bend, possibly. So we'll keep an eye if anybody's come to grief there. Yes, safety car's coming out.
So again, it looks like maybe someone else deposited himself into that paddock, and if Cal Short hasn't seen that, so he'll have to give that place back to Scott Helm, as he did overtake after that safety board has been displayed on our timing screen, that's for certain. But yeah, there is the safety car. So again, safety car in every single race so far, so we haven't had a clean 20 minutes of action from Caterham's today, but Paddock Hill seems to be just taking its victims, and another car firmly deposited then near the edge of the track, and you can see how deep that gravel is in Paddock Hill.
Yeah, just trying to identify who that is. Can't see the number at the moment. I'll have to wait till the pack comes over the line again. Going back to that number plate on Scott Helm's car, reminds me of the Ford Puma Jeff Windsor raced in the old Blue Oval Saloon series. He had written upside down on the boot lid, "If you can read this, I've run out of talent." I was quite impressed with that one.
So that lead two then, their lead gap, which was looking a little bit comfortable, has now disappeared, and they will have to firmly look in their rear view mirrors. Buck and Caruso were hard at that battle. I think the order has now been, in fact, Short is still showing ahead of Helm on our timing screens that time through, so it might be that he does get a penalty after this race to reverse that position, unless they can sort that out as they're heading around behind the safety car. But the marshals will be doing their job as quickly as they can. Again, once time to say thank you to all our marshals as we watch Snappy John in the background there, our resident cameraman for the series, just walking to the middle of Druids, and he often sees all the action with his telephoto lens. He'll certainly have got the picture of that car in the gravel as they all head round then to 12 minutes, so not even at halfway point of this, so it's taking about 5 minutes or so to clear those cars, and then we should be able to get this action up and running again.
The car that's in there is number 92. That's Greg van der Gast, based in Altrincham near Manchester. That's the end of his race. You can see he's still got the novice cross on there, which is almost de rigueur, this being an Academy Championship race, as we said earlier. The white group out there this time for their sole race of the weekend. So it's Oglesby who leads the way, the number 18, ahead of number 14, Will Harris, in second. The fan club's still over there on the far side. We'll try and get a shot of that banner that one of his friends or family members has got over there just opposite our commentary box if we can, and it's Chris Buck, the number 36, in third ahead of Caruso, and Short up into 5th place ahead of Scott Helm, but that may have been after the yellow flags came out for the safety car. I'll have to wait and see on that.
It looked like it, but then again it depends what the actual marshals are showing to the drivers on those boards, so that the drive Van der Gast is now extracted from the gravel. His car will have quite an amount of gravel sort of held in the chassis and around the bodywork, which hopefully he will get to deposit on the grass rather than on the middle of the track as he gets his car back up and running. That should mean he's being asked to wiggle and get rid of the gravel off of the racing line there on the exit of Paddock. He will then be able to make his way back through to the pits, and then we can get this racing up and running hopefully. So he rolls just gently back down the hill. He's going the wrong way around the track at the moment. The marshal will then wave him on as this group all go past and through. He'll be then free to go and take up his position.
Yes, don't roll backwards into the pickup truck, whatever you do.
So he's been asked to go,
damage. Yeah, he's getting off the track.
Perfect. So that's is the quickest way we can get that done. There is our Snappy Racers made it all the way to the inside of the track now. Let's take the photo of the car there. And yeah, 10 minutes of this race to go, and they should be able to get it going pretty quickly. So we'll keep an eye out whether that safety car, whether the lights are out. They're still on at the moment, as they've got to remove that vehicle, not just and the tow truck, back into the paddock. I think they might have one more lap, but let's keep an eye out for it just in case there's a really late call. The lights are out on the safety car, so we are going to go racing. Oglesby takes over the mantle as the pace car. All the other drivers are following along, and they will get this race up and running again, this time through.
We're just past halfway, 9 minutes and 40 seconds to go as they come up towards the timing line, ready to resume. Paul Oglesby under fire from Will Harris as they head towards Paddock Hill Bend. He's got a good restart here, and look at moving to the inside. That's Chris Buck. This could be interesting into Paddock Hill Bend. Oglesby, I think, has just about held it as they swing their way down into the right-hander, then up Halewood Hill. Side by side for second, it's Chris Buck who's got a good move there in the blue and white car on the inside. And here comes Caruso. Oh, I think he just clipped the back of Chris Buck there. Through to second goes Buck. That's unsettled Will Harris, and Luciano Caruso is up alongside him there, side by side. Doesn't quite manage to get around the outside. And oh, the second place man's gone wide onto the grass. Chris Buck, he's blown it, I think. Also in there is Cal Short. They've got 4 cars going for second place into Surtees. This could be very interesting indeed. It has ended in tears. I thought it might there. I think that's Chris Buck that's gone off. Oh dear. Well, 4 into 1 was never going to work through there.
No, and Cal Short through the middle had a real slide on as well. Did manage to make it through, but he's got that he's got something hang over his head after that overtake that will look like it happened under the safety car. He's going to see whether he can get past Harris. He's going to go to the outside. He's made such progress through this field. It'd be a shame if something does get into the steward room after this, but he has made good progress through. Now looks like he's trying for that second place. Chris Buck just looked like he was trying too hard, didn't it? Didn't have everything back up to temperature. Cal Short down the inside, slides the car around Druids, but does make the position up. Luciano Caruso, after a rocky kind of couple of corners, has managed to get it all back under control, just ahead of Helm.
Buck came through in 14th place. He lost a lot of time there with that off at Surtees. This is the battle now for what is second position, with Short having got ahead of Will Harris. And look at the lead that Oglesby has got here, nearly 1.5 seconds up on Cal Short in second place. Will Harris is in third. They swing their way towards clearways. Caruso is fourth. Scott Helm is up into fifth position with that mishap for Chris Buck. Could have been a lot worse. I thought we were going to have 4 cars flying in all directions there.
Yep, you can certainly maybe go, well, you can go side by side if you want, but if you try and make it 4 wide, it's just never going to work. There's Harris to the outside once more, though, of Short, but Short didn't manage to hold on down the inside. The outside line is really working nicely with that momentum, and in a Caterham you can certainly make that outside line work, and proof there from Harris that you can do that as the rest of these field flow around Druids once more. Then it's a hairpin corner, but it's not that tight up here at Druids. If you've ever driven it, a lot of these corners are faster than you might imagine. Druids taken at around 40 miles an hour, so imagine going 40 miles an hour and going around a hairpin, having just gone around Paddock Hill Bend, which you take at just about 77-ish miles an hour, so over motorway speeds as you head down Paddock Hill Bend. Really is an exciting track as Harris is bouncing over the curves, and here comes Caruso, seeing whether he can go down the inside of Short, and he can. He tucks it to the inside, so Short's going to lose another couple of places. He's gone from second to fourth in quite short order.
Oh, very good. Across the line go the leaders then. Will Harris up there in second place. Here comes Caruso. Short's going back towards the outside, taking a few risks here. Cal Short in fourth place. It's Caruso round the outside. He's up into second. Great move. He's been watching the green group earlier on, the battle between Cavers and Van Dijk, I think, for tips on that line through Paddock Hill Bend. But Will Harris now under fire from Cal Short for third place. Nick Sampson got up into fifth on the previous lap. He's got ahead of Scott Helm. 5 of them fighting for second place. Caruso just did the fastest lap of the race as well, 56.578. But Oglesby leads by 1 3/4 seconds, and he is certainly marching towards the championship for this year. He won't seal it today, but he'll put himself in prime position ahead of the finale at Donington Park on the 19th and 20th of October as Cal Short runs wide again. Nick Sampson having a go up the inside now. He's going to try and go through into P4, and he's done so, has he? Moves back across. No, going back up the inside now is Short as they head towards Paddock. Will Harris is going to have a go at Caruso. I keep going to say Michael Caruso, the Aussie supercar racer. Luciano Caruso loses out on second place as Will Harris comes through. Caruso's got the inside again here for Druid. Sampson's up on the outside. In the middle is Cal Short. I can't keep up with this.
It's changing all the time, isn't it, as they head down there, and I can't keep stops looking at these flags outside my window. really is gusty out there, and it's why we're seeing sometimes the toe work really powerfully into paddock hill, but other times not. Cal Short round the outside of Sampson then, and Helm going down the inside. God, that's going to get awfully tight as they go down into Surtees that time. It looks like from my window they all made it through. They did indeed, but that would have been tight and exciting. But it is now Helm ahead of Sampson then, so there's a reversed once more as they head through, and then it's the other Harris in 7th place currently behind this battle. But Oglesby sailing off onto the distance at the moment as Caruso and Harris try and work out who's going to be second. And we've got more change there as Harris comes short. Helm and Sampson now in that 6th place after all the shenanigans of that lap.
Yeah, Sampson lost out there in that move into Surtees. He could lose another place.
No, he just gained it back.
Yes, he was up the inside there of Helm. I said I couldn't keep up with this. Goodness me. Up the inside now comes Helm, side by side on Nick Sampson. Sampson will have the inside line for the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Charles Harris has closed up on them as well. We saw him make a quick start, but then dropped back. And also, Chris Buck is back up into 10th place as well, so he's starting to gain ground after his off at Surtees a couple of laps ago. 4 minutes plus change for this race still to go, and Caruso still holding 2nd place ahead of Harris. Caruso, who is currently in 5th place in the points. I don't think he's had a podium yet. Yes, Kerbera, he was 4th in the sprint. I think he was 4th at Silverstone as well. So
he's got close. Here comes Harris once more then on Caruso to try around the outside. We've seen this line work for the drivers. He was early on the brakes though, so that lets Caruso get back in front of him. He's going to try and do the tuck under and head up the inside round Druids. It's quite close. Is he going to cover off? No, he has got the overlap, so he looks like he might well make it up the inside. He does indeed, and they're Short looking to the outside though. Caruso contact between the two cars, and that's going to take Short back out onto the track as well. They've had speed there, Caruso, that he didn't really know what to do with, and made a significant contact with the back of Harris's car there.
Bit of a curse to the commentator there for Luciano Caruso. I just said he was about to get his first podium. Nick Sampson now into a podium position. Although he's not finished in the top 3 yet this year either. He's had a couple of 5th places, his best results. Will Harris had a podium at Knock Hill in the last round in Scotland, so he's escaped now into 2nd place. It's Sampson up to 3rd. Caruso survived that in 4th position. They were lucky to survive that as they made contact into Druids. Scott Helm behind Cal Short next in the order. He's got Charles Harris in the 96 car behind them. 5 of them fighting for what is now 3rd place, because that bit of contact allowed William Harris to escape into 2nd position. But he's over 2 seconds down on Paul Oglesby, who is heading for victory. And up the inside, that was optimistic by Scott Helm. He's not going to get through there. Cal Short might get past Caruso though. He does so. There's a bit of debris on track there, I think, from one of those cars in the contact
the rear wheel arch from the last contact 1 lap ago. As Caruso looks down the inside, it's locked up once more. There were millimetres between his car. He's a little bit desperate as the time runs down. He's now got Scott Helm alongside. Let's have a replay then of that Druids moment. Harris down the inside of Caruso. Caruso tucks back in, tried for the undercut, but there really wasn't anywhere to go. He tried to tuck his car underneath, and Cal Short was ever so lucky to avoid him on the outside then. They all made it through and off. It was the wheel arch of Harris's car that we saw there that next time through.
If that had happened at a higher speed, perhaps on one of the straights, Caruso would have been lucky not to be flipped over there. That was quite a scary moment. He's still going. He hasn't damaged the suspension, luckily, too badly on that car, and he's really taking some risk here. He puts a wheel onto the grass on the outside of Paddock Hill Bend. He was lucky not to be sent spinning into the gravel there. Luciano Caruso needs to calm down a little bit here. He's fired up as a result of that contact. He's frustrated. He needs to curb his enthusiasm a little bit and just make a little more of a reserved attack on Cal Short here to try to take that 4th place back again. Nick Sampson ahead of them, the number 15 car, the man from Chichester in Sussex, is on for his first ever podium. Well, Oglesby's away and gone by 2 seconds ahead of William Harris. Harris is over 2 seconds clear of this little group of 4 now battling for that 3rd place with just over a minute on the clock.
Yeah, the Will Harris fan club on opposite bank here is still waving each time he goes across the line and cheering him on into that 2nd place. That I think Caruso, he had 2nd place in the bag at one point in this race, so he's just getting frustrated that you can see the podium disappearing off. Scott Helm's the next person looking to see whether he can go around the outside. Sampson having to defend again from Cal Short, who does fling it round the outside of Sampson, so that puts Short into that 3rd place again. But it's not going to be enough to protect that championship lead from Oglesby if he continues on with 38 seconds of this race to go. I wonder whether they are going to be on their last lap now. Certainly need to be aware of that. But Cal Short now ahead of Caruso, who's ahead of Sampson, who loses out once more. There's Helm and the 2nd Harris following along behind them. Certainly been the story of the race. 24 seconds to go. I think we've got one more lap in the bag yet, right?
Cal Short up to third place. I can see a bit of dust there in the background at paddock, so somebody's had a trip through the gravel there, I think. So Cal Short is now up into third place. He's had 3 wins this year, but a little bit of inconsistency elsewhere. He's got Caruso up behind him. They've relegated Sampson back to 5th. The leader goes over the line to start his final lap. Paul Oglesby, we've not seen much of him this race. He's been pretty dominant out in front, continuing his march towards provisionally the Caterham Academy Whites Group title this year. A little bit of smoke and dust in the air there, so somebody has been off, but it's Oglesby, the man from Kimbolton in Cambridgeshire. Has its own kart circuit at Kimbolton, quite famous in the karting world, and also used to hold sprints at Kimbolton Castle on the driveway many years ago.
Such a consistent year from Oglesby, and really does deserve this. He will be champion-elect as long as he finishes. Cal Short sideways as they go through here. We're still not agreed who is going to be second and third and fourth as Scott Helm goes down the inside. Sampson in the middle there is our leader. He is being closed in on by Harris, but I think he's done enough. Where are our other pack going to be? Are they going to make it through Surtees? It wasn't looking certain, was it? But Oglesby is going to sail to this victory, and he is going to be our champion-elect then for the Caterham Academy White Group.
Here comes Paul Oglesby, then he's led all the way from pole position up over the line to take the win. Will Harris comes in for a fine second place, and behind over the line, well, it's going to be anybody's race for third and fourth. I'll have to go to the timing screen for that one. Cal Short took third, then it was Caruso, Sampson and Helm all side by side, covered by a matter of a couple of tenths of a second. Charles Harris was 7th, Alistair Morton fighting back from further down the grid, the number 12 was 8th, and then Tim Hardcastle and Chris Buck, after his off earlier on, salvages a top 10 in 10th position. Excellent racing from the Caterham Academy. You wouldn't know, would you, to watch them? It was their first ever season of motor racing.
It's as the season goes on, it really does. It's incredible how everyone develops as a racing driver, from tentative starts back at Crofton for their first ever circuit race, through to this time, towards the end of the season. They really do feel like they are developing as race drivers as they head around. There is Oglesby, our champion-elect then in his green machine. Fantastic season for him. Fought all the way with Cal Short, who's actually got 3 victories, so Oglesby adding to his victories today. But Cal Short was his main championship, but he picked up too many penalties throughout the year to really figure. But here are the provisional results then of that race.
Paul Oglesby the winner by just under a second then, ahead of Will Harris, a fine second for him, his second podium of the season. Cal Short taking third. Caruso just misses out on a maiden podium, as does Nick Sampson. They cross the line 3 wide along with Scott Helm. Charles Harris behind, then Morton, Hardcastle and Buck complete the top 10 ahead of Craig Evans, James Platt, William Coop and Benoit Carney. Bad luck there to Greg van der Gust, who was the only non-finisher after spinning into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend, bringing out the safety car. Luciano Caruso does get the consolation of the fastest lap, 56.578 seconds for him. Moving on next to the 4th rung up the Caterham ladder, it's the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. That's been one of my personal favourite classes, I have to say, so far this year. Their racing has been amazing, and we've also got a special guest who we'll introduce to you in this championship making a return, but we can go down to Sam in Parc Fermé first of all.
Well, Caterham Academy Racing does not disappoint at Brands Hatch for entertainment, does it? Goodness me, that was almost as eventful as our race, I think. But Paul, congratulations! You had a nice lead there, didn't you? I think you're staying out of any chaos, but there was a lot of chaos going on behind.
Up to the safety car, Will was in my toe, and I just couldn't shake him. And then when the safety car came out, I thought, right, I'm going to hope that they start fighting each other. And literally straight after the safety car, they all started fighting. Every time I looked in my mirror, there was someone different behind me. So I thought, happy days. Yeah. Exactly. So I'm happy.
Yeah, it's a good position to be in because it was very chaotic and lots going on. And
Oh, it was all pretty calm at the front.
That's the best place to be then.
Yeah. No, I enjoyed it. It was really good.
Excellent.
Yeah, really good.
Well done. Yeah, brilliant. Right, let's speak to Will. Oh yeah, I was going to say, where did you I know your brothers, but well done. Congratulations. Fantastic. You've got to be happy with that. That was quite eventful. There is no respite around here, is there?
No, there's not. It was full on. There's so much happened I can't even remember what happened, to be honest. But yeah, I don't think I was quick enough to get first, so I'm happy with second.
Yeah, but you had all the battles, which actually slows it down, doesn't it?
Yeah, it did. I think that's what let Paul get away a little bit, but keeping Cal behind was my main priority.
And you managed it. Well done.
Yes.
Well done.
Thank you.
Cal, fantastic racing.
Have a glass of wine like you at the restaurant last night.
Yeah, you went to bed early last night, didn't you?
And there we go, the result.
There we go. That's what happens.
That's what drinking still water and an early night's sleep gets you.
Yes, well, congratulations though. That was a great battle as well that you were having.
Yeah, well, I had the 10 place grid penalty, so I started like 14th, 15th.
Yeah.
I think 14th. I don't know how many places I made up in like the first lap, but I managed to get quite a few. I didn't have a great launch. But then, yeah, like those boys, like top 5 are also quick. So trying to keep up and in that pack was difficult, but I can't complain, can I?
And you had a good. Chris Buck was up there with you as well, wasn't he, at one point?
He was, yeah. I've noticed a correlation between how much I like Chris Buck and how well he does in the races. And the faster he's getting, the more I dislike him. He's very quick at the moment.
Yeah. He is. No, it's good. That's what happens in motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah.
Might like people out of the car, but in the car, you've got to be quite selfish.
Exactly. It's great fun, though.
Yeah, excellent. Well done.
Thank you.
There we go. So then there's some more eventful racing coming up, no doubt. We have the Motul 310R Championship up next for you. So we'll hand back to Dave and Cheesy.
Yes, thanks very much, Sam. Well done to the Academy. That's the end of their racing for the weekend. But we've got an absolute cracker coming up next. The Caterham 7 310R Championship, sponsored by Motul Motor Oils. That's followed by the Vertex Caterham 7 UK Championship, the fastest Caterhams of them all. They had their Super Pole session earlier on today. Then we have a second race of the day for the CRCC Classic Formula Libre, the historic single-seaters. And then the second of the weekend for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. Well, the 310Rs had their qualifying session earlier this morning. The rung on the ladder just below the top line Caterham 7 UK Championship, and really the limit at which you can upgrade an Academy car to the 310Rs, isn't it, Chris?
That's right. Yep, you have, this is the 4th step of that ladder, so we've seen already today all the other steps of the ladder. We've seen the Academy where you start out, Roadsport where you add on the new AAA R tyres and a rear anti-roll bar. We go to the 270s where we remove all the lights and the windscreen. We give them a little bit more power, a little few more revs, and they have a wide track and uprated suspension all round. Then we hit this 310R. That's the final chance for you to upgrade your original Academy car. We give them more power again, we give them more revs again, and this time they also get a limited slip differential. So really is a significantly more race focused car by the time you get up here, and it's a very, very capable challenger out there, and something in the order of 8 to 10 seconds per lap quicker than the Academy car that it starts its life out of. However, if you want to go on to the final step of our ladder, which we'll see next up, is 7 Championship UK after the 310s, which we're going to see on track in just a few moments, then you need to buy a new car because it's got the 2-litre Duratec engine in it at that point, 6-speed SADF sequential box, and slick tyres, and they go an additional, around a long track like Snetterton, maybe 8 to 10 seconds again faster than the 310R. So it's a real development championship. You can really jump in at the Academy level and work your way all the way up through to what is the National Motorsport Championship by the time you get to the 7 Championship UK. But we got the 310R Championship up next, and they have been giving us some spectacular racing throughout the season. And what's better than having spectacular racing with all the drivers we've seen this year? Well, let's add some more faces into the mix, shall we? Because this weekend we have got Jack Sales, our reigning champion, but not taking part in the whole championship this year. So you'll see him with the number 1 on his car, and he has come in here and he's put it on 8th place on the grid. But we've also got Alan Cooper back and fighting up in there, 5th place on the grid for him, and Pete Walters, a multiple Caterham champion, ex-310R champion as well, down in 9th place as the start grid. But such was the pace of this field that I think it was the top 15 drivers all within a second, and the whole field just within 1.5 seconds roughly. So really is close action as ever for the 310Rs. It's Harry Cook on pole position though, and he comes in here as our championship leader. He can't get it all sewn up. It is going to go down to the final round at Donington Park 19th, 20th of October, but he's going to see what he can do to try and get his hand firmly on that the trophy. Taylor O'Flanagan, after having contact with Hugo Bush running into the back of Taylor O'Flanagan and stealing a a result from him last time out, he's going to find himself into that second place on the grid, and in the yellow machine he's certainly going to be looking to see what he can do. But he has got Hugo Bush lining up alongside him in third place. Tom Willis, another driver firmly in the championship battle this year, in fourth place. Alan Cooper, our sort of injected driver, he's always spectacular to watch. Hoffman, and also in second place in the championship, but he finds himself in sixth. David Yates back with us again, and he's in seventh place. And then it's Jack Sales, Pete Walters, Graham McDonald, ex-CEO of Caterham, loving Caterham so much that he couldn't help but keep his race car on and stuck around with the racing. And behind him we've got Murgatroyd, Mallet, Price, Bianchi. All these names are capable and have been up with the race winning group so far. But let's run through then the grids for this 310R championship race.
Yes, thanks so much, Chris. So it is the championship leader, Harry Cook, number 9, who is on pole position alongside 11, Taylor O'Flanagan. 22, Hugo Bush on the second row. His Knockhill weekend came to a sudden end with a collision in the epic final race up there, one of the most extraordinary races I've ever seen on the reverse direction circuit. He starts alongside number 81 of Tom Willis. 71, returnee Alan Cooper on row 3 alongside Lars Hoffmann, the German, in the red and white Motul liveried car. Fourth row, good to have David Yates, number 15, here alongside the number 1 of Jack Sales, the former champion. Row 5 is 88, Pete Walter. Some great drivers on this grid, as already said, alongside number 19 of Graham McDonald, the ex-Caterham boss. He's already won the Three Nations Championship this year, the round at Zandvoort, at Silverstone and at Knockhill, Netherlands, England and Scotland, and the top scorer over those meetings on aggregate wins the trophy, so Graham has already won that. Row 6, number 48, which is Andrew Murgatroyd alongside 4, Duncan Mallet. Row 7, 38, Jeff Price, and 92, Philip Bianchi, the Maltese driver. Row 8 is number 2, Mark Jones, and 16, Steve Metcalf. Row 9, 29 of Craig Denman, the ex-Lotus Elise star, and 68, Chris Welch alongside him. Completing the top 20, 33, Ryan Errol, and number 3, William Wood, and number 12, Ron Mancy, will go on the back of the grid. Is that a Spitfire that just flew over? Looked like one.
It certainly looked and sounded like one, yes. They were over the grid of our 310Rs. What a nice sight for our drivers. They would have spotted that out the corner of their eye, no doubt. But it is Harry Cook then in the number 9 car, the kind of black and gold liveried car, who is going to take our pole position ahead of the pure yellow car of Taylor O'Flanagan, as the car's in front of me. There's the podium from the previous race then. There's Oglesby taking his podium position over top of Harris, and then Cowshort in the third place. Snappy John there to take all the photos. Oglesby just about getting his champagne ready to fire. Cowshort is first off the mark though, and soaks Oglesby. He's going to have a stinking race suit to take to Donington Park when we're next going to see these guys in 19th and 20th. But congratulations to Paul Oglesby, our champion-elect in the Caterham white group.
Yes, it was Nicky Lauder, I remember, who hated the spraying of champagne on the podium because he couldn't stand the smell of it. He always frantically washed out his overalls afterwards.
If it gets stuck in your eyes, it's yes, like fluor acid burning away your eyeballs. It's really, it's fun, but only if you're giving the treatment rather than someone spraying it into your face. As they say, Cook then heading off around this green flag lap. The other drivers, again, we've seen how important it is to get heat into the tyres. Will these drivers have picked up on that? They are the most experienced drivers in this Academy car. They've certainly been pedaling cars for many years. There are multiple Caterham champions in this race going around here. They know enough to know that they need to get the temperature in their tyres, and hopefully we won't see too many people bogged down off the line. Can they reverse the trend of the curse of the kind of front 2 places? We saw Oglesby make it off the line last time out, but pretty much every other pole position driver has been swamped. Can Harry Cook get it off the line then in his black and gold machine? Can Taylor O'Flanagan do anything about it? Is he going to have to look in his mirrors and hope that Hugo Bush doesn't crash into him like it happened last time out? Tom Willis firmly in that battle. He can't afford to lose any championship points though, because he missed a round at Zandvoort, so he is stuck in that 4th place without needing to be. Got the Motul sponsored Lars Hoffmann second in the championship, just coming up to his grid spot. He's got David Yates and Jack Sales in his rear view mirrors, 2 very experienced drivers, and behind him Pete Walters and Graham McDonald, Murgatroyd, and then comes Mallet. A really high quality grid, and I'm really looking forward to this one.
This is going to be an absolute belter, I reckon. It's the black and gold of Cook, who leads by 25 points over Lars Hoffmann in the championship on pole. The yellow car is Taylor O'Flanagan. Third in the points is Hugo Bush, but he's quite a ways, almost 30 points further back in third place. So really the championship, I would say, is between Cook and Hoffmann now. at the top. The red lights are on for this 20-minute race. The Motul Caterham 310R Championship gets underway, and down towards the first corner, Cook gets away well. O'Flanagan tries to move across on him. Bush is in third place. Hoffman in the red car moving to the inside. Is it going to be O'Flanagan who leads around the outside? Yes, it is. They boxed Harry Cook in there, and it's Bush has come through into second place. He needs to make up for lost points for that third race, which he failed to finish at Knock Hill. Cook is down to third. Willis side by side with Hoffman, and David Yates is tucked in behind him. It's 3 wide in the pack behind Graham McDonald, getting hung out to dry around the outside. But it's Taylor O'Flanagan, the number 11 car, who leads the way. He's been a nearly man on several occasions this year. Finally got a win at Silverstone by the margin of about 3 inches on the line in the slipstream to the line. Most motor racing championships measure their winning margins in seconds. This class of Caterham measures it in hundredths of a second usually.
Absolutely, and sometimes thousandths of a second. So let's see what Brands Hatch is going to bring us this 1.2 mile circuit. It is quick as you like round here. We are going to go 3 wide immediately over the line. Hugo Bush down the inside, Harry Cook to the outside, Taylor O'Flanagan holding on down the inside. We can't go 3 wide round the corner, so Taylor O'Flanagan has to get out of it. We're only on to lap 2, so Hugo Bush holding Harry Cook out to the outside. Hugo Bush down the inside. We're going to go 2 by 2 then this time. Lars Hoffman making his way back up and looking to see whether he can hold on around the outside and turn that into the inside line. Cook looks like he's going to hold on down the inside. Hoffman going to go and see whether he can take 2 people really late on the brakes there. He is down the inside, but he's going to lose momentum and he will get overtaken back by the 2 cars following him. Action is already well underway.
You'd think this was a 3-lap sprint, not a 20-minute race. What an incredible first couple of laps. I really thought Harry Cook was heading for the gravel on the outside of Paddock Hill Bend there, but he gathered it all up and managed to get the lead into Graham Hill Bend. If this is going to be how they are for the whole 20 minutes, I'm going to run out of voice for the rest of the weekend. This is fantastic. Over the line they come then. Harry Cook it is who leads the way, the man from Dorset, under fire from Hugo Bush around the outside. Flanagan's up on the outside of Hoffman as well, the German having a go down the inside of the Motul car. He's up to third. 4 of them together as they head up the hill into Druids Hill Bend. Now Hoffman going for the inside on Bush for second place. They're absolutely together. O'Flanagan got too tight an exit there because he'll be on the wrong side for Graham Hill Bend. Bush holds the inside line, holds P2. He's going to force Hoffman out over the curves. Hoffman just sticks his foot down and says, OK, I'll go through on the curve into second place.
Yeah, he used some of that curve. I think he'll get away with that because he was side by side with the other car, therefore he had nowhere to go. Hoffman into that second place then. Hugo Bush has to give way. Taylor O'Flanagan had all the speed into Paddock that time and all the speed out of Graham Hill. He had nowhere to use it though. So that yellow car is fast today. Can he do anything about the rot that he's got set in? He's in 4th place rather than 2nd where he wants to be. Not far behind him we've got Willis. Then Yates was having a battle with Jack Sales. Again, so many years experience in these Caterhams. Hugo Bush looking down the inside. Hoffman will have the momentum around the outside. Hugo Bush has been compromised on the way out. That's going to give Taylor O'Flanagan the merest sniff of the inside line, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Hugo Bush just had enough power up the hill in this 155 horsepower engine then. 310 horsepower per tonne, hence the reason that we call this the 310R Championship, 310 horsepower per tonne. But our leader is still Harry Cook, as he has been for many laps this season, and it's Hugo Bush in that 3rd place, having to give way to our 2nd place championship protagonist, who is Lars Hoffman. Don't count out Willis though, he is carrying 3 zeros in his championship score at the moment. He comes right into a factor as long as he finishes the last 6 races of this championship season.
So Cook will lead as they come up over the line. Once again, Hoffman in 2nd place. They jink around to try and break the toe, decide which side they're going to go. Here comes Taylor O'Flanagan in the yellow machine onto the outside, nearly banging wheels with Hugo Bush through there. Bush in the DPR Motorsport machine holds the place. Up the hill they go, chasing Lars Alexander Hoffman in the number 70 car. Lead was 0.3 of a second at the end of that opening lap. 2 seconds covering the top 7 cars. There's Jack Sales, the white car with the green roll cage. He heads the 2nd group now into P6 ahead of the number 71, which is Alan Cooper. David Yates going side by side with Graham McDonald. He's dropped back a little bit there. David Yates in the number 15, not to be confused with the Group N saloon racer of the 1990s. Used to race Sapphire Cosworths. Up over the line they come once again. 5 laps completed this time. Cook did the fastest lap last time around, 53.017, but he's under attack from Lars Hoffman, who's going to the outside as they go up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Bush wants a piece of this as well, as Lars Hoffman takes the lead on the outside line through Paddock.
And if you watch Taylor O'Flanagan up into paddock next time through, as Cook goes right back down the inside, although Hoffman was late enough on the brakes there to maintain that lead. But there is the front three here, but the yellow car of O'Flanagan is so fast into Paddock Hill, he's just not had an opportunity to show where he can use that speed. Tom Willis is right on his tail. This front five have broken away very slightly from Sales just following on in the TN accountancy car. Very used to seeing him at the front of the grids last year. Can he do anything about the 5 cars that are just seeing disappear off up the road just a little bit this year? He was racing with all these guys last year, hence the reason he can run with that number 1. There's Hoffman though in the lead of this race as he comes across in the Motul sponsored championship in the Motul sponsored cars. Cook are going to pull out alongside him as across the line, and he is going to be overtaken by the time we get to the line. That's going to be important as we head to the tail end of this race. As Hugo Bush puts a wheel onto the gravel, that's going to send him sideways. He loses a bit of momentum, but he gathers it all together, and in fact didn't really lose too much time up the gravel there at the speed. Hoffman having to cover off the inside, such was the momentum he had out the corner.
Taylor O'Flanagan trying to go around the outside. That was a great save by Hugo Bush. He very nearly spun it going into Paddock Hill Bend, and if you spin it at that speed through there, you are history. But Hugo Bush holds third place ahead of O'Flanagan. Tom Willis in the silver car trying his hardest to attack, then a small gap back of about a second or so to Jack Sales, who's throwing that number 1 machine around. Alan Cooper, number 71, another returnee, is in behind him. Then we got Andrew Murgatroyd running well in the number 48, the green car. Yates and Graham McDonald rounding out the top 10. There's still over 13 minutes of this race still to go. What's going to happen this time as they head down towards Paddock Hill Bend? Hoffman's got the fastest lap of the race at 52.722. He's in second place at the moment. So Flanagan moving up onto the back of Bush through the roller coaster up towards the hairpin at Druids. No change in position that time through. It is still Harry Cook from Wimborne in the southwest of England who holds the lead ahead of Lars Alexander Hoffman from Neuwied in Germany. Third place is Hugo Bush, comes from Guildford in Surrey, not far from the home of Caterham cars. Along the Cooper straight they go. The gap was 0.32 of a second last time through. Can Lars Alexander Hoffman retake the lead? Cook looked a little bit unsettled there as they came through Surtees, and if Hoffman can get into the tow, Bush will try and do the same thing. Here they come up towards the Sir Jack Brown straight. Cook actually breaks away just a little bit there coming off Clark Kerr, but will it be enough of a little bit? And I don't think so, because going for the outside, here comes Hoffman, here comes Bush. He can have a look on the inside. There isn't room there. Might be room for Hoffman. No, he's not close enough to get the overlap. He'll try the inside line instead up towards Druids. He's going to try and squeeze up the inside there. Lars Alexander Hoffman side by side with Cook. Bush under fire from O'Flanagan as well, but again the Motul liveried car is going to be on the outside line for the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Harry Cook keeps his lead.
Going to bring everyone into contention though, because these two are tripping up each other. Therefore Hugo Bush has got to run down the inside. He's got nowhere to use that run, but he is going to be able to go down the inside of Hoffman, and he is going to take that second position back again. Then Hoffman still into that third position then, with Taylor O'Flanagan just behind them, and here comes Jack Sales, join the party. So as soon as they've started battling each other, we're now into a situation where we've got the front 7 cars and more experience added to that long line of Caterhams. Hoffman looking down the inside again. Wind not quite as powerful this time through. Cook having to go really defensive to the inside. We're going to go 2 by 2 as they go in. Cook and down the inside. Does hold on from Hugo Bush, but Taylor O'Flanagan has got the momentum around the outside. Hoffman's gone from 2nd to 4th. Willis is going to see whether he can demote him to 5th. It does look like he's going to be able to do that. Willis round the outside then. Hoffman's going to have to be patient and wait for his opportunities once more. Hope that they come to him. We're not even halfway through. Willis late on the brakes. Absolutely had to get locked up to avoid the rear end of Taylor O'Flanagan's car, who's going to the outside of Hugo Bush this time into Surtees. Then this action is absolutely frantic in the 310R race.
This is amazing, and the high angle of the camera above the Jack Brabham straight didn't emphasise just how much they were flinging those cars across the straight there towards Paddock to set them up. They're really throwing these 310Rs around here. They come around to complete their 10th lap. We're still not even at half distance. Taylor O'Flanagan pulls out of the slipstream to go for the inside. Hugo Bush leans on him. Cook is in there just ahead of them. O'Flanagan going for the inside. Someone's lost a wheel arch there on the outside. There's contact between Bush and O'Flanagan. Bush into the gravel. That's the last thing he needed in the first of 3 races this weekend, and that could have just spelled the end of his title chances.
So he was absolutely giving absolutely no room. He is backwards up at Paddock. That's a frightening place to be. Hopefully everyone can see him. He's just got to work out how can he rejoin safety, but that's going to put him right away to the back of this grid. He's got an awful lot of recovery driving to do before the end of this weekend then. He was giving absolutely no inch to Taylor O'Flanagan. I think Taylor O'Flanagan got pushed onto the curb, and that curb just meant that his car bounced very slightly. He was given not enough room to up the inside there, and I think that's what caused the contact and sent Hugo Bush into the gravel, and finally having a little spin. Taylor O'Flanagan, though, is still facing the right way and in front, but Tom Willis is the man on the move right now, looking to see whether he can do anything about Hoffman. He can't this time through. He got a wheel arch on the exit or entry of Paddock Hill Bend. That's well off the line and shouldn't cause any impact, but it is Willis who's making his way forward. Here comes Jack Sales. It's not too far back then to Cooper, and then Murgatroyd and David Yates are just hanging off the rear of this pack as well. It's a fast and frantic action, and we're only just over halfway.
Whoever went wide there to avoid Hugo Bush, that was a phenomenal avoiding job. That was too close there going through Paddock Hill Bend. That could have been a major accident, so I didn't see who it was, but well done to whoever managed to make the avoiding action there. Let's have a look again at that incident. Side by side, Taylor O'Flanagan got up on the curb. That's what caused that, unsettled the car. He tried to stop it getting loose, but he just tapped the wheels of Hugo Bush's car. Bush sent through the gravel and then sent spinning around. That has ruined his first race, and it's effectively ruined the rest of his weekend, because the result of the first race determines the grid for the second, and so on into race 3.
And with the penalty he picked up last time for the accident that caused by a missed braking point, he is likely to be well out of the championship running now. But I would say that's we work to the millimetres here, giving each other just about enough room. But that time I say the millimetres was just taken the wrong side of the dial, and unfortunately that caused the contact, which then caused the spin and the resultant accident. And like you say, thank goodness that everyone was faced and managed to avoid that. Well over 100 miles an hour by the time those cars were going past Hugo Bush's stranded car on the inside there. Jack Sales, though, head of Cooper still, and it's this chase pack. Willis has dropped behind these two drivers, so Willis has had a bad lap there, and he finds himself behind Sales and Cooper as they head over the start-finish straight. Harry Cook has had a great lap, though. He finds a nice gap behind him to Taylor O'Flanagan, who crosses the line just ahead of Hoffman. Then it's this Sales, Cooper and Willis battle, with David Yates looking to see whether he can join in the fun. Cooper currently leads it, but Jack Sales looking in the T accountancy car back up the inside. Hoffman chasing down Taylor O'Flanagan. Cooper going to be able to manage to hold on there. His academy car, he's still driving here. He started in 2014, I think, so it shows how long these cars are around and racing in the top flight of Caterham Motorsport. Jack Sales having to give way and give Willis a little bit of a watching brief in his rearview mirror at the moment.
1.1 seconds now the lead gap. Cook was able to pull away by 0.3 of a second on that previous lap. Here's the battle for fourth position. Looks like Alan Cooper in the grey car has gone through into P4, chased by Jack Sales, the former champion. Behind him is Tom Willis in the silver number 81. They're trying to catch O'Flanagan and Hoffman ahead of them. Sales moves to the outside, Willis to the inside. They're going to go either side of Alan Cooper into Paddock Bend, and Willis at the inside. He could get both of them here. No, he won't. Alan Cooper's grass tracking on the inside. He cut the corner slightly there. David Yates says, I'll have a bit of this as well. No, you won't, says Tom Willis. They are loving this as much as we are.
Yep, Tom Willis is there, but Jack Sales, Alan Cooper and David Yates, they started way back when with me, and they've been racing hard like this ever since. They know exactly what they need to do. Willis manages to hold on there, but like you say, Alan Cooper absolutely just went up and over the curb, but he's got so much speed around the outside, he's going to maybe get some more positions on using more grass again, but Willis holds on. There's a bit of smoke off the rear wheel arch, so where he got clipped that time through is just a bit of a tyre up. You can see it's folded underneath. Hopefully that's not going to be significant enough contact to cause a puncture, as I see the leaders going across, but there is significant smoke. It's going to causing a little bit of drag. Hoffman, though, and Taylor O'Flanagan still going hard at it. They are closing in slowly on Harry Cook, though. They're moving to work a little bit more together to close that gap even more.
Yes, the gap came down by 0.3 of a second. It's 0.8 of a second this time through O'Flanagan to Hoffman. Hugo Bush, incidentally, has pulled into the pits. He's out of the race. Another retirement second in a row for him, sadly, as the lead battle heads down into Graham Hill Bend. That gap is definitely coming down again with 6 minutes of this race to go. Sales is now fourth ahead of Cooper and Willis. We'll try and keep an eye on the right rear wheel of the number 81 car.
Still see quite a lot of smoke in the background there.
That's starting to get worse, unfortunately, for Tom Willis.
And he's dropped behind those cars. I wonder whether he's got a bit of drag as well. He'll certainly be noticing and hearing that there's something going on. Usually the tyre or the wheel arch will ping off or ping out of the way, but occasionally it digs in enough that it does cause a puncture, so hopefully that's not the fate as it comes along. He is, though, struggling for speed. I think it is slowing him down as they go down. We're going three wide then. Jack Sales to the outside, David Yates down the inside, and Cooper in the middle of that battle. David Yates drifted a little bit wide and offline, but he made that work. and Stick. He has come through, or both of them. Dan Jack Sales will be seeing, can he do anything around the outside? Bit of momentum there. He might be able to hold on enough to give him the inside of Graham Hill, but Cooper's wise enough. He will show him the edge of the track, but I think he's got enough to keep that overlap. Here comes Pete Walters, another multiple Caterham champion, in for a battle and in for the fun as well.
Superb move by David Yates there. You don't very often see the inside work 3 wide at paddock. That's like Ivan Muller did in the Vauxhall back in Super Touring days here. Tom Willis still with that smoke pouring off the right rear wheel arch. That is getting worse. If it gets much worse, he might get the black and orange flag. We can't see it on the start-finish line at the moment. Less than 5 minutes of the race to go. Tom Willis, can he afford another retirement? Because as we said earlier, he missed the trip to Zandvoort, so those are his dropped scores.
He's already got 3 zeros that he's carrying, so any other bad results or any other non-score, and that will be a 0, and it will be pretty terminal to his championship charge. And I can see battles all the way up and down this field, but here comes David Yates, then we got Jack Sales, Cooper, we got Walters, then Murgatroyd and Bianchi coming to join their battle as well. The front 3 have disappeared off a little bit into the distance, but Cook has been caught up now by O'Flanagan, and there's Hoffman with maybe a wheel arch pinging off his car as well, so maybe a bit more contact as they went through. Was that a wheel arch, or was that someone else's? I think they may have just kicked off of the racing line that time through then. But this front 3 have all come back together again with 4 minutes of this race to go. Still plenty of laps to go. And this chase back, who's going to get to the 4th place? Unfortunately, it's not going to be for a podium.
Good to see Philip Bianchi up there, because he had some problems in qualifying. He was only able to do a couple of laps. He's cured whatever the problem was. I think he hit the wall coming out of Graham Hill Bend after a spin as Jack Sales round the outside retakes David Yates for P4. There are the 3 leaders, and they've caught the race leader Hugo Cook. Now that's who lost the wheel arch. It's Hoffman. He's got a front wheel arch missing, so maybe there has been a bit of contact in that lead battle.
Can be. We only glue them on. We don't really hold them on with anything more substantial than that, because if they do get contacted, you don't want what's happening to Willis. You want them to ping off and away from your tyres, so you don't get that tyre rub. So that certainly we saw it pinging up in the air, but it's certainly a sign that there may have been a little bit of contact somewhere. 3 minutes to go then. Harry Cook has managed to hold on for the majority of this race. He hasn't had it all his own way. We've seen some lead changes already, but he did disappear off in the middle part of that race, and he'll be just wishing that clock to disappear and the time to disappear under him. But he's going to have at least 4 more laps of this 1.2 mile circuit around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, and Taylor O'Flanagan doesn't necessarily look like he needs another 4 laps to catch up.
This is brilliant stuff. It seems like Harry Cook has the straight line speed advantage, but into the turns, Taylor O'Flanagan's able to close up. You see he does there through Druids. He can get the better exit from Druids, but as soon as they hit the Cooper straight, you'll see Harry Cook perhaps pull away a little. Hoffman just lurking there in 3rd place. He knows he's in prime position should the leaders get caught up ahead of him. See, Cook's pulled away slightly there down Cooper straight. Then comes the battle for 4th position. Now who's ahead of that as they come towards Yates is back ahead. Jack Sales has dropped a couple of spots.
Well, is that Walters
either Walters or
Yates?
Cooper? That's Alan Cooper, the 71.
It's on there. As Cook comes then he's got a fight then with Taylor O'Flanagan. As they went down the straight that time, a gust of wind meant that O'Flanagan had that extra speed as well as the tow in from the car in front. Cook's going to have to go defensive. Taylor O'Flanagan looking around the outside. Hoffman seeing what's going to happen. Cook manages to hold on just for the time being. O'Flanagan's going to have to be a little bit more patient, but he knows if another gust of wind comes up down the start-finish straight the next time through, he is in a good seat here. But Hoffman is just going to see where he can act as interference, and that's going to be Taylor O'Flanagan's biggest irritant. He's going to have to look out his front as well as into his rear view mirror to figure out where it is he needs to position that yellow car. Can he make this win happen for him? Can Cook solidify another great result? 1 minute 24. We're going to have 2 laps of this circuit left to go. Can Taylor O'Flanagan do anything about it this time? He's quite significantly behind. There is another gust of wind as they go past my commentary box. Is it enough? He's going to have extra speed. He's going to have to go to the outside. He is going to go to the outside. Holds on late on the brakes. Cook looking down the inside. He's lost the rear. He's going to be Taylor O'Flanagan taking the lead, and Cook's going to lose the position to Hoffman as well. He tried to hold on. It just didn't work.
He was distracted, you could see there for a split second. He looked across at Taylor O'Flanagan, and now Hoffman's up the inside of O'Flanagan at Druids. He won't get through there, but Cook looked across at the crucial moment, and that's what I think is why he lost the rear. And O'Flanagan said, thanks very much, I'll go through, and Hoffman said, I will follow you. So there's 45 seconds left on the clock. They're going to get 1 more lap out of this. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be the yellow car of O'Flanagan, the red and white of Hoffman, the black and gold of Cook? These three over 7 seconds clear.
Taylor O'Flanagan's going to have to figure out how do you go into Paddock Hill without losing a battle here, because he's on the grass. It's not going to be the way to do it. So Hoffman is going to take the lead, and he's going to have Cook round the outside of him. That's all of his momentum gone. However, is it going to give him the momentum that he needs into Paddock Hill? He's going to get the draft. He's going to go down the inside, and he's going to fight all the way back into the lead of this race. Spectacular action for the 310s.
How did Taylor O'Flanagan get the momentum back to get back up the inside there? That's an incredible bit of driving. They're still at it as they head through Druids. These three could have three-way dead heat for the win at this rate. Down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend for the final time. O'Flanagan from Hoffman. Then it's Cook, the championship leader, in third place. I thought this might be the race of the day so far, and it has more than delivered. Here they come, up towards Surtees for the last time, up towards
still one
McLaren.
More overtaking opportunity, though. Hoffman will still have an opportunity to get by the time they get to this line. We've seen it happen before. He's going to have to get a great exit this time and see whether he can do it.
Here they come then. I think O'Flanagan has just about got the break, has he, ahead of Lars Alexander Hoffman. They're coming up towards the line. They're going to finish line astern. It's a second win of the season for Taylor O'Flanagan. Hoffman second. How he recovered that going into the last lap, I'll never know. Harry Cook comes over in third. There's several three-wide motor behind. Look at this Graham McDonald going around the outside. I can't call it as they come over the line quick enough once again. O'Flanagan the winner ahead of Hoffman and Cook. They were covered by 0.213 of a second, those three. David Yates gets fourth on his return. Jack Sales fifth. And Alan Cooper sixth. Then Walters, Murgatroyd, Bianchi and McDonald. The top 10. Murgatroyd, Bianchi and McDonald covered by 1/10 of a second. Less than that, the three of them over the line. Tom Willis ends up 11th with that bit of damage. Well, as we say in the West Midlands, where I come from, what a Boston race.
It was spectacular, wasn't it? Great from the 310R. We've had some spectacular racing throughout the whole of the season, and I hope you all enjoyed that at home, because we really wasn't clear who was going to win that, and it showed how powerful that toe was, that you could exit on the gravel, and actually it was to his advantage rather than to his detriment. Losing speed at the beginning part of that straight actually meant that he was able to go down the inside. Here then are the provisional results of that spectacular 310R race.
So Taylor O'Flanagan, provisionally your race winner by 0.13 of a second over Lars Alexander Hoffman, with Harry Cook just 0.08 of a second behind in third. David Yates just beats Jack Sales to the line in fourth, then Alan Cooper just behind them. They were almost three wide, with Pete Walters just behind them. Andrew Murgatroyd ends up 8th ahead of Philip Bianchi and Graham McDonald, and they were covered by 1/10 of a second. Tom Willis will be ruining that bit of damage. He ends up 11th ahead of Duncan Mallet, Mark Jones and Jeff Price. And commiserations to Hugo Bush on his retirement after that spin at Paddock Hill Bend. Right, I'm going to take a break to get my breath back. I think Chris is as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
And we'll wait for Park Thermic.
Wow, I was actually on the edge of my seat watching that. That was incredible race. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, I'm a little bit out of breath. Left my microphone. I was so taken with this race. It was just incredible. Taylor, amazing. I'm so happy for you. That was fantastic racing.
Yeah.
That was top notch from all three of you.
Yeah, well, I thought I had it second to last lap. Then I threw it off, and yeah, it was only was left was one very daring inside move, and I thought
very daring.
Yeah, it worked. Lars played very nicely, so yeah, super chuffed with that.
Yeah, I mean, there was great racing all throughout the whole grid, though. I mean, it's a really strong, you get to 310 and the competition is super hot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. The top 10 are all champions, ex-champions, it's super top runners, some of the quickest guys in the UK. So this is the biggest prestige, I think, for me so far, is to stand on top 10 here is amazing. So yeah, super chuffed for that.
Excellent. That makes up for Knockhill, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. I've still got some making up to do, but yeah, a little bit on the way. Same tomorrow.
Yeah, that was very well deserved. Well done.
Thank you.
Let's have a word with Lars next. Oh, he's just distributing the water. Lars, fantastic. That was really good. Well done. You must be so happy with that, because that was fantastic racing from the three of you.
Absolutely, yeah. Practice sessions ran good. So, yeah, I'm absolutely happy with this.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah. Well done.
Thanks.
And Harry, let's go and speak to Harry. Harry, yes. That was a fantastic race. I mean, great for us to watch. We were absolutely loving it. But, you had it, you were so there at, first place for the majority of that, and Taylor made some very brave moves.
He did, yeah. I thought I had the gap, but I noticed it just kept coming down like a 10th, and I was being very consistent. But I think with the headwind, it was just very strong today. It just he kept closing in, and then I defended a couple of times, but then he got that line around the outside, and I braked really late. But then as he was coming in, because it was so heavy, the rear went, so then I lost the place to Lars as well. But it was okay. I'm happy with third. Keep going the podium. So
exactly, it's what it's all about. Well done. There you go. But yeah, I loved that race. That was fantastic. I hope you did as well watching that. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. But we've got 7 UK cars next up. They are just heading out onto the grid. So let's see how exciting this one's going to be. We'll hand back to Cheesy and Dave in the comms box.
Okay, I've just about got my breath back after that last race, and now it's time for the quickest Caterhams of all, the Caterham 7 UK Championship, sponsored by Vertex watches. And the man who's been on top for the majority of this year is the reigning champion, number 1, Lewis Thompson, and he leads the championship coming into this round by 8 points ahead of Paul Donkin, number 24. They're both up there at the front of the grid, with William Smith with an outside chance of the title behind them as well. It really is between those three. They're 100 points clear of Harry Senior in fourth. It's Lewis Thompson on pole, the number 1, alongside number 28, Harry Senior. Second row, 24 of Paul Donkin and 27, William Smith. Then the third row, 19, Matthew Armstrong, and 93, Mike Evans. Fourth row, Justin Armstrong, number 23, and 17 of Mark Farmer. Completing the top 10, 11, Carl Jones, and 64, Tom Eden. And behind them, row 6 is number 8, Chris Fraser, in one of the Dutch Barn Vodka sponsored cars. 50, Wes Payne starts alongside him. Then number 9, Matt Dyer, and Jake Swan, number 66 on row 7, not to be confused with the classic touring car racer of the same name. On the final row, 22, Gary Curtis, and 29, Rupert Laslett. Lewis Thompson dominated the previous round at Knock Hill with a hat-trick of victories to move clear of Paul Donkin at the top of the points, making it 5 wins in a row in this championship. He won races 2 and 3 at Alton Park as well. Paul Donkin took the first race. Donkin was a winner at Donington Park as well. Wes Payne had his first win in the championship there as well, but a few no scores have dropped him down the points. Harry Senior on the outside the front row leads the amateur championship subclass, and he still hasn't got enough podiums, I believe, to move up to the pro class.
Unbelievable, he hasn't been on the podium yet in enough races to actually to take that away. But if he is on the podium today, he will lose his amateur status and he will have to move up into Pro-Am. So he will still be looking, and as he has said all year long, I am just looking to see whether I can take home proper champion, the top of this grid, take that win, and he has been close. Thompson, though, is doing what Lewis Thompson has done in previous championships and last year in this championship, just dominated last time out. Donkin had the early part of the season really under control, as did Will Smith. A little bit of a lock-up there, actually, as they are cold tyres. They are on slick tyres in this 180 horsepower machine in a car that weighs just about as much as a Mini does, so half a ton. They are on full slicks, 6-speed sequential gearbox. This is a serious piece of equipment. Very, very stiff dampers and suspension all round, and they lap this track in about 50, or just in the 48-second bracket. So we saw earlier the Academy cars going around in around 57, 58 seconds. So these cars 10 seconds a lap around this Indy circuit, and they generate all of that on the brakes and on the entry. And with these slick tyres around things like Paddock Hill Bend, they go around there at 85 miles an hour through Paddock Hill Bend. Think about what it feels like maybe one day if you've accidentally exceeded the road limit and going at 85 miles an hour, turn around a bend that is pretty significantly tight and also horrifically downhill. But they are brilliant cars to drive. I had the pleasure of driving one of these in the 2022 championship, and very, very happy to say that I have driven this car. It's a national level motorsport. These drivers are all competing for the title of British Caterham champion. Chris Fraser in that Dutch Barn Vodka car, just getting his tyres warm. We've seen how important it is to get the weight into the tyres. These slick tyres are even more critical to get this car off the line without bogging down and getting too much wheel spin. So one of the two, you didn't want either. William Smith's had such a good run in the early part of this season. He can now continue that off. He likes Brands Hatch. He's good round here. He's in the top 4. And then it's Mike Evans and Matt Armstrong, followed by Justin Armstrong, his father, just behind, and the rest of the field then lining up. We've had some great action from the 7 Championship UK cars. Bit of a gap there back to our next driver. I think that's Chris Fraser. Jones there in the next car. So a little bit of a delay while they get them on there. But all the drivers will be looking then for those red lights. Let's get this first of 3 20-minute races underway for the Caterham 7 Championship UK.
Yes, I'm really looking forward to this one. The Vertex Caterham 7 Championship UK. Lewis Thompson, the championship leader, number 1 in the green car on pole. The light blue car with the red cage of Harry Senior alongside him. The red lights are on, the revs are up. And the Vertex Caterham 7 Championship UK is go for the first of 3 races. Great start by Mike Evans through the middle there in the 93. Thompson and Senior side by side for the lead into Paddock Hill Bend. It is Thompson who takes up the lead, and through into third goes Mike Evans ahead of William Smith in the metallic orange car there, down into
Donkin
fourth
losing
position.
A lot of position, lock up from Thompson. Donkin is fighting there deep in the field, 3 wide. Justin Armstrong is just on his outside, so not the start he wanted in his championship bid.
Big slide for Carl Jones there, the black and green number 11 car as well. So it's Evans up to third, Donkin down to about 6th or 7th position. Running wide there, the number 8 of Chris Fraser, the LFP Motorsport car. It's Thompson who leads the way. Start to string out already. There's William Smith in number 27, the orange helmet matching the livery of the car. He's ahead of the number 19 of Matt Armstrong, the Team Parker run car. Lewis Thompson for DW Motorsport leads the way. Harry Senior might have a look here in the 28, the PT Motorsport car, trying to go around the outside the light blue machine. Thompson holds him off through Paddock Hill Bend for the second time as they go up towards Druids. Harry Senior tucks in behind, number a podium here, and he could well move up into the Pro-Am category. They can change division in mid-season based on their form. Holding third is Mike Evans.
Basically the Pro-Am, there are 2 classes here. Pro-Ams are for drivers who have shown and had previous Caterham success, whether that be a championship or successfully finishing the top quarter of the races in previous seasons, and because of the one that Senior is actually now finishing in the top quarter of the races regularly, he will, even though he is currently in a different championship to Thompson, by the end of this race he could well be in the same championship as Thompson. They are going to go nose to tail again as they head down the straight. This time he chooses not to go to the outside, he just gets out the throttle, lets Thompson do his thing. He can see that there's a gap being built back to Evans, who did what Evans does, which is great, make great starts off the line, and he found himself fired up into third place. Here's Matt Armstrong fighting with Paul Donkin and William Smith. So Donkin fighting his way back up after a difficult start. William Smith losing time in these early parts. Matt Armstrong there also got a fantastic start off the line, which is why he is up into 4th place. But he has now got Donkin, the championship protagonist, and very, very fast Caterham up there chasing him down quickly.
Well, Paul Donkin raced everything over the years, from Porsches to Ariel Atoms and Citroen C1. You name it, he's driven it over the years. Paul Donkin, he didn't make the best of starts, fighting back onto the tail of Matt Armstrong now for what is P4. The leaders going side by side down the Brabham Straight. Harry Senior, can he get the move done this time? Around the outside, yes, he's done it. Harry Senior, who's raced in a couple of different Caterham championships this year, is into the lead. And it's Thompson looking to fight back, trying to go around the outside. Mike Evans, the man from Birmingham, going with them in third position.
Cracking result from Mike Evans at the moment in that third place. He really is outperforming himself at the moment after the results. He's had a bit of unfortunate season, bit up and down, but certainly been fighting it out with the others, and this time he's been given that opportunity to be in that front 3, and it is now Donkin then ahead of Matt Armstrong. Donkin then, after that poor start, he has found that speed in the DPR sponsored car. He runs with DPR, and he is heading out then into that 4th place and looking like he is the man to take them across then to this front 3 battle. We're going to go for a lead change again, why not? Thompson round the outside. These 2 are working in tandem together to make sure that they are leapfrogging each other, drawing themselves clear and making sure that Donkin can't get back across to them. Neil Donkin will be seeing that happening and working out how can I make that happen. This is the 3rd time I've seen Thompson though locking up that right front into Druids. That's going to be causing a flat spot, and he has to use this same set of tyres throughout the course of this race weekend. He doesn't want that flat spot to develop any more than it has already.
Along the Cooper Straight they come then, still 16 minutes of this race to go, so a long way to go yet. It's time for Paul Donkin to catch up to the leading trio here. He's ahead of the Armstrongs, junior ahead of senior there. There's Carl Jones, number 11, the man from Northampton.
He's passed Will Smith as well, so Will Smith is really having a difficult early to this race, yeah.
So Will Smith with an outside chance of the title still, but that could be slipping away here for the number 27. He's down to 8th now, ahead of Eden and Fraser, rounding out the top 10. There go the leaders, Thompson and Senior, 1/10 of a second apart. Harry Senior trying to fight back on the inside. Mike Evans up there in third place. The rest of them go streaming through. Now, has Mike Evans had a podium so far this year? Just looking at my notes, I don't think he has. No, the best he's had is a 5th in the last round at Knock Hill.
Yep, so he's coming good, and he's certainly firing on all cylinders today, isn't he, in that third place after that fantastic start. He is looking at the Jaws music, though, being played loudly as the Donkin and Armstrong, that's Matt Armstrong, his father's not too far behind just in. There's Chris Fraser in the Dutch Bard Vodka's car, lost a rear wheel arch already as they head around and over. Senior's currently got that fastest lap. He's going to jink to the outside and take that outside sweep around. These two just working together at the moment. That's why you're seeing the position swap every single lap, as it's quicker for these cars to leapfrog each other as they go over that start-finish line. They use that sort of draft to get a few extra miles an hour and drag them all clear of the chasing Evans, although Evans is really not letting go. He's just about still getting the effect of that tow, and you can see he is still well clear of Donkin at this point. There's another 1.7 seconds about the last time across the line, and Matt Armstrong is looking like he's on Donkin's tail. And there is the bumpy ride for Thompson as they head across this. The light blue car then of Thompson heads the green car. The light blue car of Senior heads the green car of Thompson just at this point.
So here they come then up towards the conclusion of lap number 7. They're going to be side by side, I'm sure, over the line. We look a bit further back as Donkin holds off Matt Armstrong for P4. Over the line goes the red and white machine. Paul Donkin, an accomplished sim racer in online Caterham racing as well.
He has just taken our sim championship, so congratulations to Paul Donkin on taking that championship this year. Can he take the Seven Championship UK Championship as well? Well, he's got a bit of work to do, but he's certainly put himself in a good position. He's got to fight back after a disappointing start. He's done some hard work. He's now got to get across the gap. Will Smith very much involved in the championship battle, but this won't be a great result on that way. It'll be one that he's hoping to drop along the way as he goes through, but they do drop 3 scores just like we do in most of the other championships here, so he can get rid of this one and maybe an early one in the season where they all scored half points. So he's got one more roll of the dice with this weekend and the next weekend still to go, as we see that continuing leapfrogging then of our lead 2.
I hope you're counting these lead changes for our little competition, Chris, as Harry Senior moves back in front again up towards Druids. Here they go. Remember, predict how many lead changes there'll be in our Caterham races. There's another race coming at the end of the programme, the 270Rs. The 3 closest guesses win a Caterham Motorsport cap. Here's Justin Armstrong a little bit further back, battling with Carl Jones. Not to be confused with the ex-British touring car racer and from the days of the Sierra Cosmos. He was an instructor here at Brands Hatch as well, the Welshman. Still going in historic racing. Appears in Jaguar C and D types these days, along with the likes of Ben Eastick, the British sugar industry bigwig, who's got his collection of Jaguars and Bentleys. There's Tom Eden, number 64, he's in 9th. And here come the leaders. Okay, which side shall I go this time, says Lewis Thompson. I'll go up the inside and take the lead this time. And another notch on the lead change tally.
With 12 minutes to go, they can still very much just look after each other. Don't force it. Like I say, a slight difference of opinion there about going down the inside rather than around the outside. That is a bit of a change of psychology there, because it didn't work in quite the same way as it had previously. Donkin, though, is right across that gap, right on the tail of Evans now. So Evans has had a little bit of a soft run of it, but Evans is also in that Pro Amateur Championship, and therefore if Senior does finish on the podium and gets removed from that, he will be leading that Amateur Championship. Great for him, as we watch Swan Dixon in the number 66 car, very experienced powerboat racer, as well as now multiple years in this Seven Championship UK car. Very capable driver, and finds himself currently in 11th place last time across the line, as we do have that change once more then, as we have Senior ahead of Thompson once more, and just behind there is Donkin going side by side with Mike Evans then, so that battle is certainly heating up then as they head into the final half of this race. We're not quite at half distance. Mike Evans currently does hold on, and Donkin will want to quickly get past him so that he can try and get chasing down this lead 2.
I've just spotted out the commentary box window one of our academy drivers going home, because of course a few of these drivers do drive their Caterhams on the road to events. Meanwhile, Paul Donkin has caught Mike Evans after his slightly sluggish start. He's fought back and caught the 3rd place man, trying to move himself up onto the podium. Meanwhile, the 2 leaders go through, and Thompson's going to have a go up the inside, I think, this time. Is he going to get the move done? We concentrate on the 3rd position. Yeah, Thompson's gone through, so that's another lead change. They've changed the lead every lap into paddock, and up on the curb there, Mike Evans. He got the rear wheel hopping up onto the curb, and Donkin gets the run down the inside. and up into third place.
Great easy move there from Donkin. And I did speak to Donkin before this race weekend. He's looking forward to having a good race in the third place at the moment, but he's got to get after Thompson out front, and he's certainly got time to go and do that. Whilst he has got quite a long CV of race cars, he says to me that he's really not that experienced in any of them. He's more just taken great fun outings because he just loves driving cars. So he has driven an awful lot of race machinery, just not for many years. So he is not as experienced as we might make out, but he's certainly doing a great job in the Seven Championship UK grid, and he is ahead now of Mike Evans and Matt Armstrong trailing along. Then comes Will Smith. I think he's going to have to look at setup changes unless he's making a decision there. You can run on previous slick tyres that you've run at previous events, and I wonder whether Will Smith has taken the opportunity to run on an older set of tyres, thinking that the new set of tyres that he could have later in the weekend might give him an advantage, and then whether these old tyres, and this is just pure speculation at this point, are just really not holding on. Other than that, he will certainly need to look at setup changes for race 2 because he is not heading forward. He is certainly just holding on, trying to stop the plummet.
There's Fraser, the number 8, ahead of Jake Swan-Dixon in the number 66 car. They're battling over 10th place at the moment, with Wes Payne further behind them. He's already had the highlight of his season, taking a win a few weekends ago now. That was at Donington Park on the GP circuit. He's 8th in the points, Wes Payne, the number 50. Here comes the battle between Smith, Justin Armstrong, and behind them Jones. Justin Armstrong in the middle. It's alias Smith and Jones. Otherwise, that's a scrap as they head up towards Druids once again. Paul Donkin still holding off Mike Evans for third place. Donkin still looking for his first podium of the season. Now, are they catching the top two? Well, Donkin's done the fastest lap of the race, 48.953. He's 1 3/4 seconds down on Thompson and Senior, whichever way round they currently are, because they've been swapping virtually every corner. It's Senior who's got the lead at the moment. 8.5 minutes of this race to go. What's Lewis Thompson going to do this time? Which side's he going to go to try and attack? We've seen him go through on both sides. Senior prefers to use the outside attacking line into paddock. Now Thompson's going to go to the outside this time. Is he going to get the move done? I think he is.
Donkin's not being able to pull clear just yet, certainly not getting close. 1.43 last time through. Jake Swan-Dixon ever so close. On his way to third place though, Donkin, like you said, has set the fastest lap, but not only that, that is a new lap record for the Seven Championship UK spec car, so he currently holds 48.953, will be the lap record unless someone betters it during the course of this weekend, but it's certainly a very, very capable lap time, that not too far off a qualifying time as he fought back to that third place. 1.43 last time over the line. Let's see whether that gap goes down as Fraser, you can see the gap is now starting to stretch between him and Mike Evans, and in fact it is now coming down. What is the gap going to be this time over the line then? It is still Thompson and Senior going side by side. So Senior this time to the outside. Is that 1.43 going to reduce? Let's wait and see. It wasn't the quickest lap that time through, as he's still having to no-toe that time, so very much he's gone down by 0.003 of a second, so it's not moving quickly enough, but there are still 7 minutes, and if Senior and Thompson, when they decide they are going to start battling for the win rather than just ceding to each other each time they go over the line, that's the point at which Donkin will close in ever so quickly and he'll be right back in this battle, and it's what these two have been trying to avoid all race long.
Well, they'll see the red and white machine in their mirrors and know that Paul Donkin is starting to close in. They're going to have to start working together to try and stay clear of him as Thompson goes for the inside again. Maybe they're not looking at their mirrors. Maybe they don't know that Paul Donkin is closing up. I'm sure they will be. They're a lot of experience, these two. Thompson's going to go to the outside line again and take the lead back in. Now the gap's come down to 1.339. It's coming down by a few hundredths on each lap, but not so many.
It's not enough even with 6 minutes to go, but as soon as one of them puts the block on the other, that is when we'll see that gap just evaporate, and that will also mean that Mike Evans comes straight back into the mix, and he's got Matt Armstrong just on his tail as well. So all these drivers who are struggling to cling on or just clawing it back at the moment will suddenly come back in, and with 6 minutes to go, I think it's going to be 5 minutes before we start seeing the attitude of those two lead cars changing very slightly. The wind and the headwind is still gusting, so it does depend on that, but with the extra power that this 420R machine gives them, they actually do manage to push through the wind a little bit more efficiently. But we're going to have another lead changes. Senior to the outside then. There is that lap record, fastest lap by Donkin then. Average speed of 90.59 around this circuit. What a spectacular sight that is. Donkin seeing if he can he get back? just over 5 minutes of this race to go. The leader's still cooperating. You can see that gap has now come down to 1.1 last time, and it's going to come down ever so quickly now because he is going to pick up a significant tow.
He certainly is, yes. Now he's starting to get within range. No DRS on these cars, of course, but he is almost within range now for an attack, and starting to make Lewis Thompson and Harry Senior just a little bit worried here. And nose to tail through clearways this time. Donkin's up with them now. Now he's pushing on. And he knows there's not long to go.
This will immediately change the psychology of the lead two. They know no longer are they trying to keep themselves clear of this. They're trying to now get out in front because they don't want Donkin to be fighting them, because that's going to give an opportunity for the leader to stay out there. So Thompson will now be fighting as hard as he can to stay out in front of Harry Senior. Let's see whether he can hold off the next time they go into Paddock Hill Bend. You can see that already Harry Senior having to protect to the inside then, and that's where the time starts leaking away from your lap times, as you just have to defend just slightly to just take away any opportunity the chase car has of trying to get past you. Lewis Thompson will be trying everything he can now to stop Senior from getting through, and Senior will be keeping an eye on his mirrors to see where Donkin is, because this time through I think he's going to be right on their tail as they come into Paddock.
He certainly is. He took half a second out of them on that previous lap. There's only 0.6 of a second between Senior and Donkin as they hit the timing line. Just over 4 minutes of the race to go. It is almost 3. Now they're still swapping places for fun at the front of the field. Now the gap's come down again. Donkin is only less than 3/10 behind now. Now he's on them. Here comes Paul Donkin, the man from the northeast of England, charging up onto the back of Lewis Thompson. Harry Senior, who has the lead this time through. Paul Donkin says, "Remember me, you two? You're so busy battling each other, you haven't noticed me sidling up behind you."
No mean feat to get across that gap. Two incredibly quick pedalers out in front of him, and Donkin chewed over a 2-second gap to get back here. He's still struggling a little bit to keep up, isn't he? He's not quite in that absolutely optimal tow, but he's there and thereabouts with 3.5 minutes to go. It is now a game of chess to see whether anyone actually can get past by the time they get to the start-finish straight, because that will change the tactics once more, and they will be keeping an eye on this. Have they been swapping places in time for the start-finish line? Let's have a look this time through. Thompson doesn't get past by the time they go across the start-finish line, but he is ahead by the time they get to Paddock. They'll be keeping an eye on that, and looks like Donkin's almost happy to play a watching brief, get his breath back, see whether he's fast, see whether he's slow, and see what he's got. He's drifted very wide there that time through Druids. He will have the tighter line on the way in, which will fire him down this hill, but he's still having to work hard, and he's had to work his tyres hard as well. We haven't seen Thompson lock up anymore, so that's a relief for his front left or front right tyre there to hopefully mean that he doesn't have a flat spot.
Donkin just 8 points behind Lewis Thompson in the championship, with Harry Senior down in 4th. Is between 3 for the championship, but William Smith's chances certainly slipping away. Less than 3 minutes of this race to go now, and Paul Donkin continues to put the two leaders under pressure. They still continue to draft each other down the Brabham Straight every time. They've swapped places on every lap of this race. Now though, Donkin is into the slipstream. Now they're going to have to start working together to defend. You can see there Senior tucks in behind Lewis Thompson. He does not want to be subject to an attack from Donkin.
So Senior was passed, and Lewis went right back down the inside. He forced the issue, and that's when Donkin immediately comes into action. He's gone through into that second place then, so Donkin has made it through. That was the first time we'd seen anyone resist the move into Paddock Hill, and Thompson did what he normally does, which is slide it down the inside when he didn't lose his grip, didn't lose momentum, and actually meant that Donkin had the line around the outside then into that second place. It's kind of exactly what Lewis Thompson didn't want to see in the late phase of this race. Can he resist though with Senior right on the tail of Donkin coming out of clearways? It means that actually Donkin's going to have to be acting defensive rather than attacking on Senior.
Here they come then. Senior's going to go down the outside of Donkin to try and draft his way back up into second place. Donkin keeps it to the inside. That was an amazing move by Donkin a lap ago to take second on the outside of Druids, but he's lost that second place again now. Harry Senior got the slipstream into Paddock Hill Bend. Donkin will have to try and fight back. He tries to turn it in tighter through Druids to get into the slipstream, to get onto the Cooper Straight maybe. 1 minute 20 to go in this pulsating battle in the Vertex Caterham 7 UK Championship. This is just the first of 3 races for them this weekend. Lewis Thompson, the reigning champion, the championship leader, heads them round. Harry Senior looking to lose his AMP status up there in second, and Paul Donkin, after a fantastic recovery, he was down to about 7th place on the opening lap, don't forget, is up there and challenging. 1 minute to go. There'll be 2 more laps to run.
Exactly that. As they come across the line then, with just about 55 seconds to go. It means that they will get one more lap up there. Senior is going to take to the front, but we saw Thompson going back down the inside. That's exactly what he's going to do. Again, Thompson really late on the brakes there. Senior to the outside. Donkin's just going to try and get that overlap down the inside this time, but Senior has the toe of Thompson up into Druids. Not going to be able to make it happen. Like you said, very ironic, they're in different classes right now, but by the time this race finishes, they will all be part of the same class. Donkin, can he do anything as they go round on this penultimate lap then?
Senior trying to get within the slipstream of Lewis Thompson for one last attack down the Brabham Straight. Can Donkin get into the slipstream? Could we have a 3-wide moment on the final lap of this Vertex Caterham 7 UK Championship race? There's only going to be 10 seconds left as they come out of the final corner. Aren't they going to get the checkered flag this time? No, the last lap board I can see being got ready. Here they come.
Thompson then, and then Senior going to the outside. Donkin looks like he's a spent force just now, so no checkered flag that time as we go. In fact, the timing screen is giving them over the line. In fact, I think that's incorrect. No, we have got one more lap to go. So Thompson down the inside then. He is still in the lead. He's resisted. Donkin now back into that fight. We've got the Senior in second place. Thompson has been resisting the whole of this second half of the race, and I think he's going to make it happen at the moment.
Here they come then, out of Graham Hill Bend for the last time. I don't think Donkin's going to get within range here. It's going to be between Thompson and Senior. They could still finish side by side if Harry Senior plays his cards right, out of clear ways for the final time. He gets the slightly tighter line on Lewis Thompson. Can he get the slipstream away? Here they come then up towards the line. He's not going to get close enough. It's going to be 6 wins in a row for the number 1 of Lewis Thompson. Senior will try, but it's just too late. Over the line, 0.072 of a second. The winning margin. Lewis Thompson takes his 6th consecutive win. Harry Senior second and loses his AM status up into the Pro-Am provisionally. Here he goes. And Paul Donkin, what a fight back. Just comes up short in 3rd place. What a tense race that was. You could feel the atmosphere here in the Brands Hatch Bowl. What a magnificent race there.
Smith got back to 6th place at the end of that race, so he was 8 to 6
he was so busy
on that last
concentrating on the lead battle. We missed the minor placings.
It's not the race result he wanted, but by the time you take into account amateur status of drivers there, he's going to gain another couple of places in points. So great for him to finish off strong like that. And yeah, what a tactical event that was. They really had to use all their skills, and Thompson showing that he had that just a little bit extra into Paddock Hill down the inside there, willing to be later on the brakes and not using up and dealing with a situation where it kept locking up that front right wheel. Donkin will be disappointed that he was there. He was fully there, and he would have had to work his tyres hard. They've got to use these slick tyres for the whole of this race weekend, and he would have had to work them hard to get to that 2nd place. We watch them entering the pit lane, and they'll take a right-hand bend into Parc Fermé. Great result for the 7 Championship UK. Here's the provisional result on screen now.
Okay, Lewis Thompson completes 25 laps, finishes 0.072 of a second ahead of Harry Senior after they swap places on every single lap. Paul Donkin fighting back for 3rd. Good result for Matt Armstrong in 4th. And Mike Evans slipping from 3rd to 5th. William Smith fighting back. He dropped back in the early stages, fighting back to 6th ahead of Armstrong, Swan, Jones and Fraser. Then Wes Payne, Tom Eden, Mark Farmer, Matt Dyer, then Rupert Laslitz and Gary Curtis, the other finishers. All 16 went the distance. Paul Donkin with a new lap record in 3rd. Apologies for that slight confusion over the last lap there. The timing screen went to 0. The clock went to 0 just as they started the last lap, and that confused the timing screen a bit, I think. Let's head down into Parc Fermé with Sam Parker.
Wow, that was another race that I absolutely loved watching. They just always put on a spectacular show. I think Brands Hatch makes it so much more fun, doesn't it? It's such close racing. And the leader with the toe, the leader changes all the time. So Lewis is out of the car. So I'm going to speak to Lewis first. And then he's speaking to Harry. Obviously finished, on an overall podium. But anyway, I'm here with Lewis. Race winner again, fantastic. But they were putting you under a lot of pressure, weren't they?
Yeah, it was really difficult being at the front, me and Harry, with that headwind. If you can literally be near the car in front, it's just so much easier to catch, especially down the start-finish straight. So yeah, it's going to be interesting tomorrow when the wind drops and see if we can, me and Harry maybe break away again and stay ahead. That's sort of the plan for tomorrow. But yeah, I'd just like to say a big thank you for my team, and yeah, big thanks to my family. It's been a really hard week, and yeah, I came here today to win. I need to win the championship this year. And yeah, that one was for my nan. I'm going to miss her a lot, and she would have been watching today. And yeah, she pushed me over the line at the end there. Every other lap, Harry was getting me to the line, and on the last lap, she just gave me a bit of a push to get ahead and stay ahead. And yeah, that was I was not losing that one. I was doing everything. So yeah, but yeah, big thanks to the team, big thanks to my family, big thanks to my sponsors, and yeah, just love all my friends and family. Need to tell them that. So yeah, it was brilliant.
I'm sure they'll appreciate that. That was for your nan.
Yeah, that was for my nan. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Oh, lovely. That's great. It means a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well done. Let's go and speak to Paul Donkin, and we have Matt Armstrong here. So, well done, guys! Fantastic. You and you and Harry and Lewis. That was just relentless, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was unbelievable, to be honest. A P2 in class or P3 overall, whatever. I mean, it was all good. Yeah, really happy, to be honest. I mean, Lewis got some more points on me, but he's driving seriously well, so it's one of them. I'm happy with what I've done. 2 more tomorrow. Let's go.
Yeah, great. More points as well.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Well done, Paul.
Thank you. Cheers.
Quick word with Matt. Matt, congratulations.
Thank you.
And yeah, that was. Well, how did you find it out there with the wind and the headwind and obviously the tow?
I thought it was okay. I got off to a good start, and then when Paul came past, I thought we were catching the leaders. And then I got caught behind Mike, and then didn't really make any progress from there. So best I could have done in the end.
Yeah, well, you did well.
Good race.
Yeah,
Thank
well
you.
done. And we have got the AM drivers to interview. If we can quickly grab a word with those. I'm just going to go and find Harry. He's just our race winner for the AM class.
Yes.
But
Not anymore. Well, that was it. That was the last AM podium, last overall podium I'm allowed. I'm a pro-am now. So
officially now you are made into a pro-am.
that's what Kirsty has told me. So yeah.
There we go.
I'll be second tomorrow, hopefully, or first, if I can, seal the deal. I think I had Lewis so many times over the line, and the last 2 laps just couldn't get the same exit I could all race out of the last corner, and he just was able to hold it. Yeah, I got a little bit more feisty when Paul joined us. I was hoping it would just be us 2, but yeah, it's we were able to kind of keep him pipped, I think, even when he joined us. So it was straightforward, but not quite there. 1 more position to go.
1 more position, that's it, exactly. But you've got 2 more races tomorrow, so you can hopefully have a chance at that.
It's going to be even hotter tomorrow, I can't wait.
It's going to be a very hot day tomorrow, yeah. Brilliant, well done, Harry. So there we go, Harry's actually been moved up into the Pro-Am category, so that's first insight into that. And I think Justin's gone that way, and Carl Jones has disappeared, so they were our other podium guys for the AM class. But next race is about to start, so I'll hand back to the guys in the commentary box.
Thank you, Sam. And yes, the Classic Racing Car Club Classic Formula Lead single-seaters are moving off, so we'll give you the grid for this one. It's a rolling start, racing over 15 minutes this time. No, it is 20 minutes this time, sorry. It's a slightly longer race. The front row in this grid, based on the result of the earlier race, it's Martin Wood in the March and Robin Lackford's GRD on the front row. Second row, 44, Ian Rowley in the March 79B, and Paul Smith's Rolts number 82. Third row, 63, Matthew Sturmer, and 89, Reese Wood, the Rolts and the Reynard. Fourth row, Richard Cook, number 10 in his March 793, and Jeff Williams in the Van Diemen RF82, the Formula Ford 2000 car. Row 5, 27, Bruce Balchin should be there, and 144, Alan Lancaster in the Pilbeam. Row 6, number 30, Simon Langman in his classic Brabham BT30, alongside 28, George Fowler. He got that penalty for jumping the rolling start earlier on, of course, in his Reynard. Row 7, number 1, Will Arif in the Swift SC92F, the Formula Ford 1600 car, alongside Jago Keane in the Palliser, number 150. Luke Townsend, the 16-year-old, in number 37, and number 11, Stephen Connors, Van Diemen RF82, complete the grid. Perfectly timed because the pace car is in pit lane. Time for the Classic Racing Car Club historic Formula Libre single-seaters. Martin Wood about to lead them off. The power comes on, and it's time for a time warp here at Brands Hatch. Bit of a slow getaway there for the number 44 of Ian Rowley. He's dropped back a bit. Up into third goes number 82, which is Paul Smith in his role, but it is Martin Wood in the number 94, the Orange March, who leads the GRD of Robin Lackford in second place. may have had a non-starter. I didn't see if the number 27 is there. There's a gap on the grid graphics. Yeah, Bruce Bolchin's March 743 is not there. The ex-Annie Guiano Cup. Worth just taking a pause to listen to these stunning engines. Ian Rowley fighting back there around the outside. He zips past Paul Smith and Rhys Wood in a single move. It is the front row starters who have got away at the front of the field. I suspect we'll see them pull away in this one as they did in the opening race for the Classic Racing Car Club today. Ian Rowley is back up into third place now. Rhys Wood in fourth in the Reynard SF81. It's the number 10, which is Richard Cook, the former Sports 2000 racer in the March 793. Very quick classic Formula 3 racer. Rhys Wood just ahead of Paul Smith. This is the battle for fourth place. Matthew Sturmer in behind them, who races in a whole variety of historic single-seaters. You've seen him out at the Formula Ford Festival, and of course coming up in November at the end of the year at Brands Hatch. Also the Walter Hayes Trophy, a big Formula Ford race, takes place at Silverstone. You may well see Matthew Sturmer in one of his Formula Ford 1600s at those. It's further behind these two though, Rhys Wood and Paul Smith. There's Sturmer, the white and orange car. That's the ex-Tiffany Dell 1983 Rolt RT3, the classic shape of a Formula 3 car. It was that famous 1983 season that really made the great Ayrton Senna come to prominence in his battles with Martin Brundle in British Formula 3. They both moved to F1 the following season, Brundle with Tyrrell, Senna with Tolman, and the rest, as they say, is history. Tiffany Dell, of course, made it very briefly to Formula 1 in 1980. He drove, I think it was the Shadow team, if memory serves me correctly, did a couple of Grand Prix. Around the outside, Paul Smith in his later Rolts there, the RT30 in 6. It's a 1986 design. Gets ahead of Rhys Wood. That's up into fourth position. Lead is with Martin Wood. He's done the fastest lap, 48.980 in the March. And now Sturmer looking to have a go at Rhys Wood, but there are the leaders, and the GRD of Lackford has not let Wood get away here. Robin Lackford in the GRD 272, one of the first cars built by the GRD concern, Group Racing Developments in Norfolk, based near to the Lotus headquarters. Indeed staffed by ex-Lotus employees from their production car division at one time, GRD, later bought out by Van Diemen. Wood's just done a 48.912, both lapping in the high 48-second bracket, these two. See the spindly design there of the rear wing on the GRD, and also something to note, compared with modern Formula 1 cars in particular, how exposed the drivers are in these cars. Shows how safety standards have improved. Of course, historic racing, also the rule makers do the utmost to bring them up to modern safety standards, with marshalling and rescue of any drivers involved in incidents massively improved, as well as a slow car on the pit straight, just heading past my commentary box. Number 37, that's Luke Townsend. I don't know whether he was just moving out of the way to let the leader through there. Townsend in the Van Diemen RF82, the 16-year-old. He was much slower on that last lap, so I think he's got a problem. Now Lackford has just done the fastest lap of the race, 48.625, and it shows he's on the tail of Martin Wood now. He could challenge for the lead here. Along Cooper Straight they go. A couple of battles further down the order. Jeff Williams fighting it out with Steve Connor, who started from the back of the grid. In there to Van Diemen RF82s. There's Matthew Sturmer. He's got ahead of Paul Smith in the 86 Rolts, the Rolt RT30/6. Number 10 behind them is Richard Cook. 15 minutes to go. It's a slightly longer race for the single-seaters this time. Cars that have competed in Formula 2 in period, in we mentioned Formula 3, Formula 4 2000, Formula Atlantic, Formula B in America, which was the American equivalent of Formula 2 at one time. Somebody has pulled into the pits. looking at the timing screen, it's Paul Smith. Paul Smith has had a problem with the number 82 Rolt, unfortunately. He was in the midfield battle. There is the beautiful Brabham, the BT30, the oldest car on the grid, in the hands of Simon Langman. The wingless car of Rolf Stommelen, the German. Rolf went on to race in Formula One for several years, including in a privateer Brabham, among other cars. He also raced the bizarre Eifeland March, the car financed, based on a March chassis financed by Eifeland Caravans. His sponsor, that was the very weird looking machine with the periscope for a rear view mirror. I've seen that car in person at the Race Retro show at Stoneleigh, and it's even stranger when you see it up close. Rolf Stommelen, who raced in Formula One throughout the 70s, and then sadly lost his life in a sports car race in the USA. Matthew Sturmer, he's running in 4th position with the demise of Paul Smith. He's pulled into the pits. We've also lost Luke Townsend off track in the number 37. He's had a problem. So it's Wood who leads from Lackford. A new fastest lap for Wood that time round. Martin Wood with a 48.516. Then Lackford, Rowley, Sturmer. Richard Cook is in 5th position. Reese Wood is down to 6th in the Reynard SF81. His designer Adrian Reynard was a racer himself in some of his creations. Beats him at 750 Motor Club, among others. 48.516, the fastest lap, average speed of over 90 miles an hour, and they're coming into back marker traffic now, the race leaders, and the GRD had a look at the inside. Bit of hesitation there for Martin Wood coming through clearways, so this could be a chance for Robin Lackford to attack. They're lapping Will Arif in the wingless Formula Ford 1600. These two need to look out for blue flags. Oh, good dodge by Martin Wood there. Now, who was that? That was Fowler, I think, in the number 28, and the treble one of Jeff Williams. And he's now opened out a lead because Robin Lackford's having to deal with these two as well. You can see Lackford cutting his way through behind. There's another back marker there. I think that's the number 11 of Steve Connor with his Senna Tributes Van Diemen RF82. The yellow and black colours. Ayrton Senna took some of his first wins in the UK in that machine. Also took part in that car took part in the tribute to Ayrton Senna this year at the Monaco Grand Prix. There's number 28. That's George Fowler's Reynard 8384 SF. Another Formula Ford 2000. 13 cars running out of the 15 that started. Coming up towards halfway. There go the leaders. 3/4 of a second separating. Now lapping in the high 49s, low 50s that time through because of a little delay with back markers. Here are said back markers fighting it out. This is 8th and 9th place. That's George Fowler. See the big air scoop on the back of the Formula Ford 2000. Similar to a Formula Ford 1600, but with wings and a bigger engine. Was the next rung on the ladder from FF 1600 at one time. It was later, really, its slot was taken by Formula Renault in the UK. There's the Senna Tributes, the yellow and black number 11. There go your leaders down into Paddock Hill Bend once again. Wood from Lackford. They're nearly 10 seconds clear of Ian Rowley in 3rd place with his March 79B. That's the Formula Atlantic car, based in Michigan, USA originally. And trying to get out of the way here is Simon Langman. Trying to get out of the way of the leaders at least, but he's battling now with Stephen Connor. This is the fight for 8th place, and the Brabham has just taken the place there. Here's Ian Rowley coming up to lap them. Excuse me, he says. Gets past both of them in one move, and that's going to allow Stephen Connor up the inside, but no, Langman holds him off. This is a good performance by the oldest car in the field. Rowley still 3rd overall. He's 2nd in his class behind Martin Wood, the class for the Formula Atlantic cars. Sturmer in 4th. He's a long way back though. In the 5th overall is Cook, then Reese Wood, Fowler, Langman, Connor and Williams, your top 10. Ian Rowley climbs up towards the top of the circuit there through Druids, past George Fowler. 9.5 minutes to go for the Classic Racing Car Club Classic Formula Libre. Stephen Connor tucked right underneath the, well, he can't say underneath the rear wing because he hasn't got one. Simon Langman's Brabham VT30. That was from the era before large aerodynamics came along. Well, this is a classic shape of a Formula Ford 1600. Will Arif in the FF 1600, previously raced by the boss of Swift, Frank Bradley. So he really has raced everything here at Brands Hatch over the years, Will Arif. Number 10 is Richard Cook. He's got Reese Wood on his tail. George Fowler, I think, is closing up on them as well. Yes, no, that's the second place car, I apologise. That's Robin Lackford coming into lap them. That's the fight for 5th position overall, these two. The number 10, the lovely shape of a classic Formula 3 car, the March, known as the Conning Tower design. Through goes the GRD. Now, has the lead gap increased? It has. Lackford is lapping a couple of seconds slower than Martin Wood now, so maybe his tyres are going off. 3.5 seconds in it for the lead. There's our leader, still Martin Wood in the Beta Tools sponsored March. Down towards Graham Hill Bend, then along the Cooper Straight. Well, it's not very straight, you can see from that angle. Swing through towards Surtees and McLaren. Connor's got ahead of Langman now in the Battle of the Van Diemen and the Brabham. I can tell you for P8, for P12, Jago Keane in the Palliser has got ahead of Lancaster's Pilbeam as well. They're a couple of laps down though. There's Jago Keane, the wingless number 150 car, the Palliser WDB2. That's the American Formula B car from the late 60s. Jago's also raced in one of the late 60s Formula 5000 cars with the 5-litre Chevrolet V8 this year as well. He was out in that at the Alton Park Gold Cup a few weeks ago. Also competes in a Ferrari 328 in the Pirelli Ferrari Formula Classic Series as well. Fantastic looking machine, the Palliser. Ahead of Lancaster there, Alan Lancaster in the Pilbeam MP52. Again, big thank you to Rob Manger, who we heard from earlier, the founder of the Classic Racing Car Club, for providing background info on the cars for us this weekend. Cars really are the stars here at Brands Hatch. 6.5 minutes to go for Martin Wood, who's now reeled off 16 laps. He's nearly 5 seconds clear of his rival Robin Lackford. The rest well behind. 17 seconds back is Ian Rowley now in 3rd place. That Brabham's fighting back again. I just saw out of the commentary box window Langman trying to go for the outside on Connor for P8. There is Robin Lackford in 2nd in that lovely GRD. In Formula Atlantic in period. Number of cars here from Formula Atlantic this weekend. Of course, there was Formula Pacific as well in Australia. Gilles Villeneuve was a leading name in Formula Atlantic before his graduation to Formula One. As the 57 of Lackford continues his chase, and he's losing about a second a lap now to our race leader. Whether he's got a problem, I'm not sure. He's still 18 seconds clear of Ian Rowley in 3rd place. Reese Wood has come through into 3rd. I think we've lost Matthew Sturmer, unfortunately, the Formula 3 Rolt. That's disappearing down the tunnelling screen, so he may have pulled over somewhere. Somebody pulling off there. Is that Matthew Sturmer? I can just see in the background there on the exit of Graham Hill Bend somebody going wide onto the grass, so I think that might be where Matthew Sturmer has gone. There's Ian Rowley. He's lapping a couple of seconds off his ultimate pace as well in the March in 3rd place. Yes, there's Matthew Sturmer. He's got a problem. His arm in the air. The white flag from the marshals, that means slow moving car. He is going to head into the pits, I think. It's end of game for the ex-Tiffany Dell Rolts, previously run by a certain Eddie Jordan. There's Rhys Wood. He's in 4th place, leading Class G, the older Formula Ford 2000 car. Second in Class G is Stephen Connor, then it's Jeff Williams and Alan Lancaster. Just over 4 minutes of this race to go for the Classic Racing Car Club. With Martin Wood heading for a second overall victory. Won the first leg of the Jochen Rindt Trophy at Fulton Park, at Thruxton I should say, earlier this season, sorry. This club was organised to stage the Jochen Rindt Trophy in memory of the Austrian, the only posthumous world champion in Formula One history. Won that in the Lotus in 1970. Sadly lost his life in that season's Italian Grand Prix at Monza when he crashed in qualifying. Jackie Ickx in the Ferrari could have overhauled Jochen Rindt's total in the last couple of races that year, but Jackie Ickx did not really want to win a world title in those circumstances. He was content with second. There is the number 10, that's Richard Cook. He leads Class E in his classic Formula 3 March. Quite a way behind Rhys Wood and quite a way clear of George Fowler in 6th position. There is George Fowler, he's leading Class H in the later Formula Ford 2000 car. Take the wings away and you'll be able to see the shape of a Formula Ford under that, the classic wingless shape. Blue flag is out because the quicker runners are catching them to put a lap on them. Hill goes Fowler. There's 2.5 minutes of this race to go, so we've lost 3 cars unfortunately. There's number 11, that's second in Class G, that's Stephen Connor with the Ayrton Senna lookalike. Hi Ayrton Senna. It's 30 years this year since we lost the truly great Ayrton Senna at Imola. I was able to visit his memorial at the Imola circuits when I was out in Italy last year, and that was certainly a very moving experience. There's the Brabham. The 30, Simon Langman running in 8th place. He's second in Class A behind Robin Lackford. Coming towards the end of this one now, there'll be just a couple of laps left to go for Martin Wood in his Beta March. The Lifetime Racing Run car run by Dan Eagling's Nicky. Comes from Faversham, so on his local circuit today. Win Lackford in 2nd place. Billy and Rowley up there in 3rd. Comes from Reading. He's gone through to start his 24th lap. There's the treble 1, that's 3rd in Class G, that's Jeff Williams. The treble 1 in his Van Diemen RF82. Less than a minute to go now for Martin Wood. He's coming through Druids. The March still looking and sounding perfect. 5.5 seconds clear of Robin Lackford as they head along the Cooper Straits. Really, it's all about showcasing these beautiful machines. New fastest lap of the race last time around, as I say that for Martin Wood. 47.913 into the 47s now. So he's not holding back, certainly. 6.5 seconds clear of Lackford now. But we must say a massive thank you to the Classic Racing Car Club and all their members. Their coordinator Rob Manger for assembling this wonderful field of cars here to showcase at Brands Hatch today. And it's going to be a double for Martin Wood. We are on the last lap now. Through Surtees and McLaren for the last time comes the March 73B. Harking back to the days of Jackie Stewart and company. Here he comes, up towards the checkered flag. Martin Wood takes a double here at Brands Hatch in our classic Formula Libre event. Well ahead of Robin Lackford, who's going to come in for second place in the GRD. 7.5 seconds in the end, the lead gap. Further back, quite a way back in third, is going to be Ian Rowley. Through comes Langman for sixth place ahead of Fowler and Connor. They're all a couple of laps down. I think Ian Rowley is going to be the only other car on the lead lap. Jeff Williams crosses the line. Will Arif in the Class D winning Swift. Ian Rowley's in among this little group coming over the line now. Pulls past Alan Lancaster's Pilbeam, I think that is, as they cross the line. So just 3 cars on the lead lap that time. 12 cars go the distance. So Martin Wood confirmed as your winner. All subject to official ratification by the officials, of course. There's Matthew Sturmer's car. We sadly lost that midway through, pulled off. Martin Wood completing 25 laps. He set the fastest lap of the race on the penultimate lap there, 47.913 in his march. Robin Lackford, 7.649 seconds back in second. He wins Class A. Martin Wood winning Class B. Ian Rowley, the only other car to finish on the lead lap. Fourth was Rhys Wood in the Reynard. He wins Class G. Good result for the Formula Ford 2000 car. Richard Cook in fifth wins Class E. The other winners were George Fowler in Class H. Will Arif won Class D in his Formula Ford. Paul Smith would have been the winner of Class F, but unfortunately he failed to finish. We lost Matthew Sturmer as well, and Luke Townsend a retirement in his second ever car race as well. One non-starter, Bruce Belchin. Let's head down to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Fermé and get a closer look at these beautiful cars.
Well, there we go, everybody. A case of deja vu, actually. Same top 3 as we saw earlier, but it's alright, been some great racing, hasn't it? In fact, let me come round, I'm going to come round, so we've got Robin as well there too, because we did see a little bit earlier, didn't we?
That was as fast as I could go.
Let's listen in.
It was deployed with the black back markers to hold me up a bit, you know.
Well, Robin, I was going to say, we spoke earlier, didn't we? You two having a good bit of a tussle out there today, weren't we? But again, it looked like back markers held you back a little bit, and that just stopped you from being able to push down onto Martin there.
I lost about 3. Nigel said I lost about 3.5 seconds.
Oh, really? Okay.
With the back markers, which took me right off of him.
It's been a special day, though, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Really brilliant, and I can't thank Robbie enough for organising it either.
Yeah, he's done a good job.
Done a brilliant job.
He's done a great job there. But there he is as well. You've got to get your hat on, Martin. Congratulations. What a day it's been for you, isn't it?
Fantastic day. Lovely crowd, lovely event.
Yeah.
Fantastic organisers of our race.
Yeah.
And to come in with these guys, we have a collective age in excess of 210 years old.
Wow.
Us 3. So
I feel really young. Don't often say that.
It's pretty awesome to be able to do this north of 70, and I'm really grateful to be out there with these guys in these lovely machines, and just basically we're all living the dream, aren't we?
Can I please request that you guys come back for more away days?
We will. This is my local track, so
brilliant. Fantastic. Congratulations, guys. Thank you so much, Robin. Great to see you again, Robin. Well done as well. Congratulations. Ian Rowley in third place. Same top 3 as we saw a little bit earlier. You're right, Ian. You need some water. You need a drink.
I'm too old. I'm 72. I'm 72 years old.
Stand by me.
Where's the cameraman?
I
shouldn't be doing this at my age. I should be.
Yes, you should.
Sitting in front of the fire and playing. I don't know what normal 72-year-olds do. You know,
dominoes. Not dominoes. Is that something?
Yeah, not 50.
I like dominoes.
52 years ago, I did my first race here.
52 years ago?
52 years ago.
Wow.
And I should have learnt by now.
Are you still getting as much excitement and enjoyment from it today as you were 52 years ago?
Yeah.
I can see from you.
You can't. Paddock Bend, people talk about Eau Rouge at Spa and the Parabolica, but when you go into Paddock Bend, your eyes and you're looking at the marshals and it's just it's
not steeper than people realise.
Well, it's just it's a fantastic bend, and it gives you goosebumps every time you go through it. So but thanks for coming, guys.
No, thanks for having us. It's live right now.
Channel 4
right now. No, you're better than that, Park TV. Cheers, Ian. Take care. Right, so final race of the day is getting underway now. Look, they're heading out on track very quickly. Don't forget, you got one final chance to win yourself a Caterham hat. hat. There it is right there. Don't forget, just tell us how many times do you think the lead has changed throughout the course of the day in every single race. Comment in that comment section at Bark TV on YouTube, and the top 3 or the closest 3 will win a Caterham hat. Right, I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the final race of the day. Don't forget though, we are back tomorrow for about 11 races. So much still to come tomorrow. One final race today. Dave, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, one race to go, as we say. It is the Caterham 7 270R Championship, supported by Mission Motorsports, the Forces Motorsports charity, founded several years ago by Major James Cameron of the British Army, helping injured servicemen and women to race, retrain and recover. The grid, based on the result of the race we saw earlier, so Charlie Lower, number 21, is on pole alongside championship leader Ben Timmins in number 8. Second row, 17, Harry George, and number 20, James Empson. Row 3, 28, Nick Bryant, and 72, Theo Theato. And Ryan Wilby, number 88, on row 4. He got a one-place penalty for gaining an unfair advantage earlier on. Starts alongside Dan Hope, number 9. Completing the top 10, 33, Zach Lower, and 94, Megan Bruce. Row 6, number 14, Rob Kennelly, and 97, James Moon. Row 7, it's 66, Oliver Kibblewhite, and 93, Craig Boyle. Toby Boys and Benja Headley, 50 and 99 on row 8. Row 9, 77, Harvey Lawrence. A slightly subdued race for him earlier on, alongside 22, Louise Deason. Row 10, 31 of Andrew Bailey, and 87, Henry Littlejohn. Row 11 is number 68 of Darren Butler, 49, Graham Finlayson. Penultimate row, 63, Andy Palmer, 12, Ollie Knight. Final row, 56, Craig Story, and 23, Gary Cross. Those 2 cars ended up out of race 1 after some contact, so I'll have to double check if those 2 cars are there at the back of the field. But it is the number 21 of Charlie Lower, looking for 2 wins out of 2, but of course, as a guest driver, he's not scoring points, Chris.
Same as Harry George in 3rd place as well. So yeah, Ben Timmins took the win effectively in the points scoring, so he's another hand closer to taking that trophy. James Empson, equivalent of 2nd, and Ryan will be equivalent of 3rd in the points at least. But Charlie Lower and Harry George were happy to take some championship trophies back home with them. The 270Rs topped our opening race today, and they will tail our broadcast as well. It's quite unusual to have them racing twice on the Saturday. Normally we have them racing twice on the Sunday, but great to have it nonetheless. Charlie Lower, confusingly, running in a different car than his own car being used by Harry George in 3rd place, and to say Ben Timmins in that maroon coloured car, not his own car from the beginning of the season either, because it was broken beyond repair, and Tony Jenner lending him his car for the remainder of the season. As we watch Charlie Lower then heading around the final bends and getting towards lining up on his grid position then. So it is Charlie Lower in the grey and luminous yellow on the left of your screen now, alongside Ben Timmins in the maroon colour. Then we have Harry George in the quad lock car alongside James Empson in the green Kermit coloured car. John Bryant in the blue and luminous yellow with Theo Theato in the orange Macat car. Theo Theato had a great race. Ryan will be just drifting back a little bit towards the end of that race alongside Daniel Hope, and say Megan Bruce coming strongly through into the top 10. At one point was looking like she was breaking into the top 5. Can she do anything from there? We're soon to have these cars on the grid. The second race for this the Caterham 7 270R racing. 20 minutes of action. The second time we're going to get to see them. Green flag at the back of the field then, ready to go.
Red lights come on. The revs are up. Final race of the day here at Brands Hatch gets underway. Decent start by Nick Bryant in the blue car down the inside, and bogging down Ben Timmins. I think he may have missed a gear there as he moved towards the first corner. It is Charlie Lower who leads the way. Round the outside into second comes Harry George. Nick Bryant is up to 3rd, and well, Ben Timmins could be down to about 6th place here as they head up towards Druids. We've got a race on our hands now because he's got to fight his way back through. He's in the middle there. Megan Bruce up on the outside in the 94 car. They're all round Druids okay. It looks like the 2 cars that came to grief in the first race are back out, which is good to see at the rear of the field. But it's Charlie Lower who leads the way. Harry George in second, and the leading point scoring car at the moment is Nick Bryant, number 28, in 3rd overall. Where is Ben Timmins? He's side by side there with Dan Hope, just behind James Empson.
Yeah, and Theo Theato also dropped well back. You can see him there through the middle of our pack there, but he him and Timmins again got handfuls of a wheel spin off the line. Lots of tyre squeal there from one of the cars. They head round clearways. Charlie Lower again trying to throw the tow away, and Harry George just trying to cling on in there. Bryant has also had a win this season in the opening round of the thing, so he's back into that winning there. But it is that maroon car of Ben Timmins fought his way back past through Empson, another car, and does find himself then in the tail of Bryant, and therefore full championship points just one car further up the field. Good start for Hope.
Swathe of cars comes down from Druids into Graham Hill Bend. Charlie Lower led by 0.68 of a second at the end of the opening lap, so he's trying to establish a break over Harry George early on. Yes, Theo Theato dropped down to 12th place at the end of the opening lap. James Empson out of shape over the curves there as Ben Timmins throws one up the inside, nearly onto the grass as he attacks Nick Bryant. That could have ended in disaster as they make their way round through clearways. Bryant, perhaps Ben Timmins wisely backed out of that one as Nick Bryant continues to lead the point scoring field. The two interlopers, the guest drivers, out in front, and Timmins now going around the outside into paddock. We've seen this move before.
Yeah, with that headwind, it still means that as soon as he was, in fact, by backing out of there, I think he helped himself again, got back into that tow, was able to slingshot around the outside, bit of a tyre squeal again, Hope down the inside, Bryant, big loser, Zach Lowe around the outside, Empson a loser there, Megan Bruce next up with Ryan Wilby, also having made pretty poor start from his grid position to find himself deep there, and then they've got Megan Bruce down the inside of Empson again, but it was Bryant that really lost out in that mid-pack. Still Charlie Lower out front, still Harry George. Then it comes Timmins, just managed to overtake Hope, who's had a good middle section. Zach Lower moving further forward. Can he get anywhere near his brother out front? Then we've got Bryant, who lost out, followed by Megan Bruce.
Well, Zach Lower in the yellow car, he's really going well. He's throwing that car around here, trying to catch his brother maybe at the front of the field. He's up to 5th now, going for the outside on Dan Hope. It was Nick Bryant who got swallowed up going into Druids there. They went either side of him. There's Megan Bruce, James Empson in the green car. Then it's Ryan Wilby. He's had a quiet race so far, but only a couple of laps into it, admittedly. Empson side by side with Megan up the hill towards Druids. She hangs on around the outside, the number 94 machine. There's Ryan Wilby, the orange and white car in behind her. Bruce up the inside takes the place away from James Empson into Graham Hill Bend. Lower led by just under a second at the end of that lap ahead of Harry George. Ben Timmins still in 3rd, so he's the leading point scorer.
Yep, Empson there, big loser in the early part of this race alongside Bryant. Then he finds himself in 8th place after having started 4th. Obviously Bryant alongside him as well, so they got positions early, but they've been a little bit swamped in this mid-pack. But it's still Charlie Lower trying to jink away from the tow, and it is spreading out, but the front three look like they are breaking clear of Zach Lower, who's best of the rest at the moment. Bryant having to now defend down the inside. Megan Bruce looking to see whether she can go around the outside. Not doing that time, so we'll tuck back in and see whether she can go up the inside. No, she's going to hold on to the outside line. Empson was coming then as well, but Zach Lower down the inside. Oh, contact then between Empson and Bryant, who sent sideways up the inside and off the track, and that's the end of his charge right there. Just a little bit of contact from Empson down the inside of Druids, sent him spinning.
Such a shame for Nick Bryant. He's gone so well after he made such a quick start to that race. That's spoilt it for Nick Bryant. He's got to race his way back up the order now. Meanwhile, Theo Theato is starting to recover. He's up to P11 as they head through clearways. There is Zach Lower going superbly up there in 4th position. Still Charlie Lower who leads the way. The gap starting to come down just a little.
Comes Megan on Hope on the inside this time. See whether she can get it there. She got a nice slipstream late on the brakes, although Dan Hope is going to hold on, I think, around the outside there. Can Megan keep the overlap all the way up into Druid? Certainly looks like it at the moment. She's going to have a little bit of an opportunity and does get late on the brakes. Flings it down the inside. Another place made up then by Megan Bruce. Empson still circulating, and it was the unfortunate Brian who got shuffled out of line a couple of times as Theo Theato looking down the inside there into Graham Hill. Great move there on Ryan Wilby. Ryan Wilby be disappointed that happened, and he's going to have to see whether he can sustain his over boys there in front. A little bit of a replay then of the contact up into Druids then. You can see Empson was just down the inside of Bryant, but there wasn't quite enough room. Bryant came across to the apex, and it was, I think, just 3 cars into one. Didn't go that time.
Megan Bruce lucky to escape that one as well. She nearly got taken out on the outside as Harry George is getting closer and closer to our race leader. Ben Timmins, meanwhile, is going with them. He's done the fastest lap, 54.089, as they head up towards Druids once again. Still 14 minutes of this race still to go. Harry George less than a car length of Charlie Lower now. Lower pulls away down Graham Hill. Zach Lower still in 4th place, rounding up the top 5. It is now Megan Bruce ahead of Hope, then Emson, Theato, Wilby and Toby Boys in behind this little line towards the end of the top 10. Dan Hope just staying ahead of Emson and Theato.
Pretty sure that Harry George and just Charlie Lower fought for the Academy Championship quite a few years ago now, but they're reigniting that battle here in the 270R class, having done several other championships in between. But Charlie Lower did come out on top in that Academy charge. Harry George, though, is now having to defend from Den Timmins, who's got the run round the outside. It did look like these three were going to all come back together, and they have done that, and they've got a little bit of a gap now over Bruce, who has also overtaken past Zach Lower. So it's Megan Bruce making really good progress from 10th place on the grid. She now finds herself into 4th place.
Nicely done up the inside there. Emson in behind. Then here comes Theo Theato. He's got ahead of Ryan Wilby as well as Dan Hope now. There are the leading trio. Ben Timmins running with our two guest drivers at the front of the field. See they're clear to the tune of about 3.5 seconds now of Megan Bruce, who's up into 4th position. She hasn't had a lot of luck this season, Megan, in the number 94 machine. Ben Timmins it is who leads the championship ahead of Toby Ballard, who's absent this weekend. Ryan Wilby in 3rd in the points. Here comes Ben Timmins up onto the outside of Harry George. He won't get through there. George moves across to take the line. A high line into paddock, high, wide and handsome, as the aforementioned Brian Jones would have said. They go towards Druids now. It is still Charlie Lower who leads the way in the number 21, the man from Seaford. Here's the battle for 4th. Megan Bruce heading Zach Lower, and Theato, Wilby, Hope and Emson.
Pulling clear as well, so a little bit of a gap for Megan there, so she's looking to see whether she can do anything about coming across the gap to the lead group, and hopefully Zach Lower and Theo Theato will start battling, which will see them disappearing out of her rear view mirror as well. But it's firmly on for the battle at the front as well, with Charlie Lower and Harry George. But there is the battle with Zach Lower just holding on from Theo, with a little bit of contact as they go into clearways that time. Theo Theato, like I say, a bit of a specialist round here, and he's fought back. Here's a battle for the lead once more, so it is still Charlie Lower over Harry George, and then we've got Ben Timmins, and it's a battle that looks like it's going to last the rest of this race, with Harry George just staying tucked into this slipstream of Charlie Lower out front, just able to keep it out front and clear of that car. And at the moment Timmins, though, is still taking all his points, so he has to counter and qualify his efforts, because he doesn't gain anything from overtaking these two other than trophies, and he really isn't in the business of trophies, but he's proved earlier in the season that if he can take that win, he still will.
One car in the pits, Graham Finlayson, number 49 from the tail of the field, has pulled off with a problem. Coming up towards half distance, 11 minutes to go, and it's like the 49 car is heading back out. That's the car liveried in the orange and green of the Mazda that won Le Mans in 1991, the 787B. Now Ben Timmins having a look up the inside this time as Harry George goes to the outside. They could go either side of Charlie Lower here, but they won't. Timmins up the inside. He has got 2nd place. He's split the two guest drivers ahead of him, so Ben, the almost champion-elect, is up there in 2nd, and they've got Graham Finlayson ahead of them here. He's rejoined just in front. There's the green and orange machine, so they've got to lap him. Squeal of tyres in the background. Didn't see who was responsible there.
No, it did sound like a spin, didn't it? But nevertheless, they're going to get past Finlayson then, as Charlie Lower still continues off in the lead. He hasn't been bettered yet in this race. He started from pole position and he moved straight away into the lead. But it's now the Ben Timmins over the top of Harry George, who is going to be next up on that list. And it's can Timmins do anything about it? He certainly will if he can, but he knows that he's got to be careful, because he doesn't need to do any more. He's still already scoring full championship points and has the fastest lap of the race as well, which means that he will also be taking the extra point that gives fastest lap. Here goes then Emson round the outside of Hope into Paddock Hill, but that's not going to work this time through. Hope is going to carry on down the inside.
Charlie Lower under real pressure from Ben Timmins now as they head into the top turn at Druids Hairpin. Just keeping a watching brief in 3rd is Harry George, the GT racer. There's Graham Finlayson a lap down. Megan Bruce escaping from the pack behind her now. She wants to try and go after our leading 3. This is why she's been able to escape, because Dan Hope has got James Emson on his tail. Theo Theato's had a moment, so it must have been him we heard have the spin. He's dropped down to 16th.
Yeah, that's it. I think the one adds up to the other, doesn't it? And it does mean that Theato, again, we've seen it from him before, where he's in a really promising position and then loses it all with either a problem or a spin. Side by side then for our lead, but Charlie Lowe has got that one looked after all day. He will stick to the inside and protect up into Druids as well. So Ben Timmins will look around the outside. This is going to give Harry George an opportunity down the inside as they go into Druids this time. He is going to shove it down the inside, but Ben Timmins will win that war because the battle may be lost, but he's still going to have the inside line as they go to Graham Hill. This is going to slow them down though. In fact, he has to capitulate, and it means that Megan Bruce does have an opportunity to close. Each time they go side by side, each time the battle continues, Megan Bruce has more of an opportunity to close that gap down.
Quite a big gap though, 4.7 seconds back. She is now on these three. Charlie Lower has somehow just about held his lead almost all the way. Harry George got his nose in front briefly early on. Past half distance now in our final race today, the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. Up they come towards the start-finish line once again. There's Nick Bryant. Now where's he back up to? He's back to 13th after that spin earlier on. He's chasing the 97 car, which is James Moon, the local man from London. Here come the leaders. It is still Charlie Lower, but only just ahead of George in second place. Timmins is keeping that watching brief behind, having lost second place a lap ago here at Graham Hill Bend. Megan Bruce still fourth. She's nearly 5 seconds back now, so it's just between these three at the front.
Last time we saw Charlie Lower, he was in the Seven Championship UK class doing a guest round there. Had a bit of an accident there, but it is an advantage for drivers to jump up into the faster championships like the Seven Championship UK and then come back down into the 310R. The speed that the 720 car has, the 7 Championship UK car has, means that you kind of just get to redial in your approach and really do get to experience and even do better than you can at these lower speeds of the 270s and the 310s. But as they head off then round another lap, Charlie Lower does lead it by half a second over George and Timmins. As we watch the field go in front of our camera position here, as there are lots of battles all the way up and down. Harvey Lawrence coming back through the field up into 10th right now, but the big mover in this race has been Megan Bruce up into 4th from 10th place on the grid. And we have had a couple of big losers, but we've got Bryant working his way now back up to 11th, so really carving his way back through the field after having spun nearly all the way to the rear of it and the rest of the field. And I think also Theato now in 16th place. He's got a long way to go.
Leaders come through clear ways for what will be the 15th time. Charlie Lower leads by just under half a second over Harry George. Top three covered by less than 7/10 of a second, with Ben Timmins still lurking there, trying to have a go at Harry George to get that second place back. He could have an opportunity up the inside here into Paddock Hill Bend. They're still side by side. Who will be later on the brakes for Druids? Harry George positioning himself to be on the outside. That means he'll be on the inside for the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. They're still side by side on the way, and it's Timmins who wins out.
Timmins just eased him off the apex there, didn't he? So he knew he was down the inside. He had the opportunity to push Harry George a little bit wide and slow his progress and prevent the outside line from working, and that's exactly what he did there. So wise head on Ben Timmins there to just hold back the pursuit of Harry George, and he is into that second place, but all this is letting Charlie Lower just disappear off up the off the front again. With 5 minutes to go, they've got to fight back across the gap and then try and get past. As we watch Emson's progress, he's leading that chase group now. Megan Bruce is very much in that middle ground, sort of in between the two, just pulled away from Emson, but hasn't managed to claw in the gap. But Emson is now clear of Hope, who's having to look into his rear view mirror where Kennelly is figuring bigly. That's not a very good word, is it? Figuring large, looming large in his mirrors. Bigly, that's a very Trumpian thing to say, isn't it?
Dan Hope ahead of Rob Kennelly, then they're closing on James Emerson. A few car lengths behind, that's Toby Boy, is number 50. Zach Lowe's has dropped back a bit. He's down into 9th place, ran as high as 4th early on. There's the yellow machine. How long do we have to go? Just under 5 minutes. There go the three leaders. Timmins now up into 2nd place. They're still slowly but surely pulling away from Megan Bruce, who's on her own in 4th place. She's 1.5 seconds clear of James Emson and company.
Watching that gap to Emson though, I think it might be coming down 1.5 seconds now. I wonder whether Emson has got the bit between his teeth, seeing whether he can catch up within the next 4.5 minutes.
Going towards the closing stages of day one here at a rather cloudy Brands Hatch. Hopefully conditions will brighten up a little here tomorrow. There's a battle a little bit further back down the order. It's very busy in the midfield There's the green number 68. That's Darren Butler. Had a podium in another Caterham series at Snetterton, his first ever podium, recently being chased by the 31 car of Andrew Bailey, the red car with the blue cage. So they fight it out for places further down the order. Every point is scrapped relentlessly over in Caterham racing. Doesn't matter where you are in the field, you can find somebody to race with. It's brilliant entertainment. There's number 23. That's the car of Cross coming through from the back of the field. Of course, Gary Cross ended up in the gravel in race 1. Number 12 there, just ahead of him. It's Knight. Here come the leaders.
Still Charlie Lower out front then, and Harry George round the outside of Ben Timmins. Remember, he's squeezing Ben Timmins to the inside there, saying, I'm not going to give you an inch that time. We saw that come to a head between it was Taylor O'Flanagan and Hugo Bush, wasn't it? So hopefully that won't happen. Ben Timmins again is fully aware that he has got more to lose than the drivers around him. He's got nothing to gain by overtaking these drivers other than the pride of he has won so many of the races this year, and he really does want to continue that trend, and why wouldn't you? He certainly pedaling this 270R car hard, but great to see Harry George and Charlie Lower back and sort of giving a demonstration of how fast they are as well in this 270R machine. A very capable machine. Third step of this motorsport ladder. It's the Academy car plus additional tyres plus wider track suspension minus all the windscreens and lights, and really is a race focused machine by the time they get up here into the 270R class.
Still a battle going on between Oliver Knight, Gary Cross and the 63 of Andy Palmer, the black and white car, as the fight rages on for second and third. Harry George back ahead now of Timmins, but they're losing a little bit of time to Charlie Lower. He's about half a second up there as they cross the line. Now they close back up again into Druids. I reckon we could see a major change on the last lap between these three.
I think anything's possible right now. Charlie Lower has managed to keep that little bit of a gap, though. It's still substantial because it means it takes a little while for that toe to really start kicking in, and instead of being able to attack, the second place driver has to defend from the car behind. So we watch Boyle going around here, and he is just ahead of Moon in that blue car, but we are going to go side by side, I'm sure. Once more, the gap to the lead is still that little bit greater than it is to second place, so watch Ben Timmins' car in the number 8. Oh, a little bit of a spin perhaps in the background there again, but there it goes. There he is. It was Empson spinning, so he did lose the track, and that's going to see him drop all the way down the field. Let's see what happens with the lead battle then. So George was across the line by 13,000ths of a second, but at the moment it looks like it's still Charlie Lower. We've got minute 34, so probably 2 laps. Here is that battle. Harry George around the outside, contact with Timmins, who was on the inside there. That did push Harry George out wide. That's going to leave Timmins down the inside, but that also means that Charlie Lower's got that extra few tenths as they're going in 1 minute 20. How many laps are they going to get? Is it going to be 2 more or is it going to be 1 more? Let's see when they are across that line.
Well, there's a battle further back. That's Nick Bryant. He's raced his way back up to 10th. He's got ahead of Craig Boyle, but I said there might be a sort out in the last couple of laps. There was there at Druids. That's allowed Charlie Lower to break away. He's heading for win number 2 today, barring any major disaster. I think they might get 2 more laps out of this, possibly.
Yeah,
let's have a look.
The line
they certainly have as they go across the line. No last lap board on show there. Here comes George around the outside again of Ben Timmins. These two have been on the piece of string between the two of them all race long. Timmins tucks in as they head out of paddock. He's going to try and get up alongside again into Druids. They clashed here last time around. Harry George holds that second place in the quadlock car as they head down towards Graham Hill Bend.
You can see that they've just brushed the rear wheel arch of Harry George's car there, just enough to let a little bit of the padding come down, but nothing enough to actually lose a grip of that wheel arch. That is how close it was. There were millimetres between them that time as they went through Paddock Hill Bend. Absolutely nothing between the nose cone of Ben Timmins' car and the rear panel of Harry George, who is driving in the Charlie Lower's car, the Quadlock sponsored car there. But Timmins have got another opportunity as they are going to start their last lap this time through. They're going to cross the line with 2 seconds to spare. Side by side then for this second place battle. Timmins to the outside, around the outside of Harry George. Can he do anything? Looks like Harry George has got the move done down the inside. Try for the swap back and see whether you can tuck it up the inside of Druids. That's his best bet, unless he's going to try and get across. He's not got any room. In fact, he's squeezing. He's making room using a bit of the grass. They are absolutely side by side. Can Harry George hold on around the outside? At the moment, he's managing it.
No, he's not going to hold on. Here comes Timmins at the inside out of Druids. He's got him up into second place. This is going to be a cracking finish between these two. Charlie Lower is going to win it. He's been able to escape as a result of these two battling. There you see the clear lead he's got with the way these two are squabbling and losing time behind him. It's going to be win number 2 of the weekend for our guest driver Charlie Lower in the TPM car number 21 comes out of the final corner up towards the Sir Jack Brabham straight. But who is going to be second? Is it going to be Harry George or Ben Timmins?
I think Harry George might have missed a gear. Timmins is in front of him as they come onto the start-finish straight this time.
The Lower wins it. Timmins second. And third place over the line, it goes to Harry George. Megan Bruce finishes on her own, but she takes a fine fourth place. She'll be pleased with that. And Rob Kennelly, where did he come from? Up into fifth place.
Great end of the race for him. I guess that he might have been caught up in that issue that Hope and Emson had. So whatever caught up Hope, Emson maybe also caught up Kenlin and sort of boosted him forward. But it was Charlie Lower taking the win then, 2 from 2 for him. He's got one more opportunity to take another trophy tomorrow. Timmins did come across in second place over the top of George, and then Megan Bruce into that fourth place, which will actually be second place as far as points go. Then we got Kennelly, Hope, Zach Lower made his way up to 7th after that late move. Harvey Lawrence, good move up through the field to 8th place for him. Then we got Boys, Bryant and Boyle all rounding out the sort of top 11 there.
Wow, what a superb day of Caterham racing, and there's more where that came from tomorrow. We kick off with the first race just after 11 a.m. We go live on air at around 11:15 here on BARC TV tomorrow. First of all, we'll check out the results of our final race of the day, the Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship. Well done, Charlie Lower, somehow holding on in front pretty much all the way. Just over 1.5 seconds clear of the battling pair of Ben Timmins and Harry George. They were pretty much tied together for the whole race. Great result for Megan Bruce up there in 4th. Rob Kennelly, I don't know where he came from in those closing stages, charging through for 5th ahead of Hope, Zach Lower, Harvey Lawrence, Toby Boys and Nick Bryant recovering from his spin to complete the top 10. Craig Boyle 11th, James Emson after a late spin takes 12th, then Craig Story and James Moon next home. Theo Theato ended up 16th. He'll be disappointed with that after his spin. Just one non-finisher there. We lost Ryan Wilby, so that could be fairly crucial for the championship. The man in third in the points. Let's head down to Sam in Park Ferming.
So Charlie Lower does it again, 2 wins from 2, and he's just showing you why he was so good in 270s last year. But he's just gone to see his family, so I will get an interview with him in a moment. I'm going to come to Ben first. The others have wandered off, but are you right there, Ben? Yeah. That was, again, what an incredible battle. I mean, between you and Harry, and it was just absolutely, like, it could have been either of yours, couldn't it, really?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I need to say sorry to Harry as well. I made a piece of contact with him at one point, which was just purely on me. Being very honest, I think my performance this weekend's been so far really bad. So I've forgotten how to do a start, just keep storming to the back of the field and struggling with an injury as well, and I'm just not able to drive as I would like to. So I'm not going to sit and make excuses. Harry did a fantastic job there, and Charlie again just made that break right from the start, and then it's just really difficult to reel him in. He's so strong out of that last corner. It's just like no matter what I seem to do, he just absolutely smokes me. The other part of the lap, I'm able to reel him back in, but you know he's done a fantastic job, and so he fully deserves that.
Yeah. Well done.
Thank you.
2 races on a Saturday is not normal, is it?
No, it's not. I'm not in a mad rush to do it again, if I'm entirely honest. So hopefully we sort out the timetable. We're not on any more graveyard shifts. So Kirsty or Simon, if you see this, help us out.
Make sure they change it for Donington.
Yeah, exactly.
Well done, Ben. Right, the other two have come out here. Let's go and have a word with them out here. Charlie, and yes. That was fantastic. Lights to flag and another win. I mean, just you know, you're just showing everybody why you were so good in 270s.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm not just local track. Love this track. The boys set up a really good car, and we got the optimum out of it definitely because we're giving the other guys a really hard time. But no, that was all really fair. Harry raced really fast in my car, and also Ben Timmins as well. But yeah, just amazing to be back. It feels like you're putting an old shoe back on.
Oh, that's lovely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Well done.
Cheers.
And let's speak to Harry. Harry, fantastic. That was so close between you and Ben. Like, it could have been either of yours in second place, couldn't it?
Yeah, no, to be fair, I thought I had the better of him at the end. Second to last lap, a little nudge from him at Druids, which wasn't very nice. So he went through there, and then, I'm a bit disappointed I didn't have Charlie at some point, to be fair, you know. But yeah, the three of us sort of broke away, and it was just a battle of our own, but yeah, still great fun.
Yeah. It was. I wasn't sure if you and Charlie were going to work together at the start, because obviously Ben had a terrible start, didn't he?
Yeah, to be fair, once in my catering career I've had a good start. So yeah, I managed to gain a place on there and stay in it, you know. It was just so intense from start to finish. So Yeah, a bit out of breath to be fair.
You can breathe now, relax. Are you going to join we got a paddock party tonight down in the Caterham Hospitality?
Yeah, definitely.
We've got some signature cocktails made with Dutch Barn vodka.
Have we?
Yeah.
Perfect. Love one.
I think you deserve one. Brilliant. Well, and actually, as we're here, I'm going to have a quick word with Megan. Megan, just a quick word from you. That was awesome. You were gaining on them, weren't you then?
Yeah, I kind of hoped I reeled them in a bit faster because I could see them battling ahead, but I didn't quite have the toe to just catch up. But it was good. I had a good start, and then sadly they just nipped us at the very start, so it was hard. But yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, you enjoyed that one.
Yeah, it was good fun at the start. It was a bit lonely afterwards, but yeah, I'd rather be lonely in P4 than fighting in P10.
Exactly. Yeah, but it's hard when you're on your own without a toe, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I kind of thought they were batting so much. I was like, okay, I'm going to get them. I had like 15 minutes left, and it was quite a gap. But I thought I'd get them, but not quite.
Well, there's one more to go.
Yeah, hopefully we can finish this weekend on a high.
Yeah. Well done.
Thank you.
Right, everyone's heading down to the podium now, so I will sign off for now because that's it from all the racing action today on Saturday. But we've got a full schedule tomorrow that I hope you join us back tomorrow to watch, because it will be more close racing, more than likely photo finishes, and and the sun is going to be out tomorrow, so it'll be a warm one.
Well, thank you, Sam, and thank you to Ian Waterhouse down in Parc Fermé as well today. He's actually up here at the other end of our Coventry box. Thumbs up from Ian. Well, that concludes day one here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit here on BARC TV. Then, Chris Hutchinson, any final words from yourself?
Nope, just been absolutely brilliant, and have the racing today. We've got plenty more to go tomorrow, and I am absolutely looking forward to that. What time do we get going? Around 10 o'clock-ish. In fact, the racing starts at 11:40, so we look forward to bringing you all of that action. Again, thanks to everyone who put the sort of first day on, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Yes, we kick off at around 11 a.m. tomorrow. Our first race is the Vertex Caterham 7 Championship UK. We've got the 310s, the 310Rs, the 270Rs and the Roadsports all back out tomorrow. And a bit extra as well, we've got some saloon car racing. We've got the Ashstone MEP Super Saloons and Tin Tops run by the Classic and Modern Motorsports Club. We've also got the Hoosier Tyre Intermark Silhouettes, and running in with them, they're a bit like National Hot Rods, if you've seen them on a short oval but running on a circuit. Running in with them, we've got the Welsh Racing Drivers Association. They've got an away day for their sports and saloon cars as well. And we've got the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres for Hyundai Coupes as well.
I should also say, actually, congratulations to Bruno van Dijk in the green group and Oglesby, Paul Oglesby in the white group, our champion-elect for this year. So congratulations to both those drivers, and hopefully we'll see them back out at Donington for their final hurrah in the academy.
So a very busy day of racing. Yes, well done indeed to our provisional champions. 12 races coming up tomorrow. Big thanks to everyone here at Brands Hatch today, all the marshals, officials, recovery crews and so on. And a big thanks to all of you for watching as well. We'll see you tomorrow morning at around 11:15. We go on air. A big thanks to everybody, all our camera crews and everyone else behind the scenes as well for their hard work today. That's about all from Chris and myself, Dave Goddard, from Ian and Sam down in Parc Fermé as well. Thanks very much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.